Hey guys, Dark Humility here. You can always catch me at twitch.tv/Dark Humility for usually 6 to 7 days a week of Friday Diablo 2 content. Today we have very important guide. I'd almost say it might be the most important guide for preparing for D2R and understanding how to go from rags to riches. Diablo 2. Solo Sorceress Start Guide, Rags to Riches. We will be doing this guide on a softcore sorceress that I made that is brand new. We'll be using no gear from the shared stash. However, we are doing this on my softcore solo pluggy project. So it will be on the pluggy on Lord of Destruction LOD. So using the same mechanics, of course. D also be using, and we'll be starting with nothing. The idea is to get to a point where we can start farming stuff. We won't be going all the way to Hell Bale. We'll not even be going all the way to Hell Diablo. The idea is to get to a point where you can start finding gear, good gear, so that you can start trading. You can start making other characters if you want, or you can simply improve your sorceress from there. Sorceress is the strongest starting class in Diablo 2, period, which is why we're going to be on a sorceress. Sorceress has teleport, she has mobility, she has a ton of damage. Even without gear, a lot of other classes are much more gear dependent, so starting with a sorceress is incredibly instrumental in that you farm gear as fast as possible. You can get on with your Diablo 2 life, and you can improve and just do whatever you want there. So, this is the starting guide. We'll be using strats in general that tend to be more, I guess you could say, beginner friendly. We're not going to use necessarily some of the more pro speedrunning strats all the time. We're also not going to be speedrunning today because I want to sometimes slow down a bit and talk about what we're doing and why we are doing it. Alright. Sweet. Now that that's out of the way, let's begin. So we have a brand new level 1 sorceress. So I don't want to die too much, or, it'd be nice if I don't die, but I'm not going to make that a priority. I'll talk about, of course, some things you might want to do differently in hardcore so that it's a bit safer as you move on and whatnot, but this guide is meant to be kind of a general understanding of how to advance through the game on a sorceress as fast as possible in general, and to get to that point in the game where you can start farming some nice stuffs. What's up, PDRN? How you doing? So, on this brand new sorceress, I got nothing, of course. We're not going to use any shared stash gear. We're only going to use stuff that I find along the way just so that we can show this off. How to start with nothing and whatnot. So when you start with the sorceress, you start with a firebolt staff. You start with a scroll of identity and a scroll of town portal. And 0 gold. You got nothing. Alright. Another thing about this guide is it'll be done using Battle.net map generation, so it's going to be like you're on Battle.net. I know on single player it's easier if you save your map. Sometimes you can level up easier and whatnot if you save your map next to beetle bursts and things like that. But we're going to be simulating Battle.net. We're going to pretend you're on Battle.net with a brand new character, and you don't have any friends, and you just want to start farming gear so you can make friends because you have cool gear and you can buy your friends with the gear. Right. Alright. Do you normally start? Oh yes, you also start with health potions. I should mention that. You should start with health potions. Right, right. Another thing is that there's usually hotkeys for pulling up your skill speed bars. I'm actually going to have no friends. This is accurate. Right, right. So you have no friends. You're not pushing in a group. This is a solo start. You start with nothing. You just want to start farming up gear, but you have nothing. Now there's some other things you can do. You know, you can get rushed, but then you won't have any gear. You can go to free games and people might drop you gear, and you might be lucky enough to get some of that free gear. So those are viable strategies as well, but the whole point of this guide is to overall increase your confidence at various points in the game. With what if I don't have this gear, how do I get it? How do I advance my character, no matter where you're at, no matter what you choose to do on Battle.net. Yeah, sweet. Hey, what's up? Water! What's up, man? What's up, Jory? Indeed, indeed. Alright, so yeah, we start with potions. You can set your hotkeys in the configure controls, of course. You can just click these skills here. Then you can change them if you want. I am not using F keys, I'm just using other keys. Going to switch between various hotkeys and whatnot. In general, and kind of explain what I'm doing. When you start, though, the normal attack and the firebolt are fine to have on your right click, respectively. Let's get it. So, you want to kill these zombies. Zombies give the most experience in the blood more, and pick up stuff in general. Now, what we're really looking for out here, when we get out here, is some gear that could be useful, like a sash, which can increase the size of our belt. That's nice, because then we don't have to buy one from Charcy. And to overall just get to level 2, find the Den of Evil, find the Cold Plains Warp. We're also looking for stuff we can sell. Some gear is better to sell than others. Do I not have my hotkey for this? I don't. Alright, let's fix that. Make sure we have a hotkey for toggling run walk, that's always nice. Alright, so generally, we also want to follow the path. You can pick up things like this if you want, but I'd mostly be looking for like socketed items, gems, jewelry, charms, armors, throwing weapons, and items that could have skills on them, because those tend to sell very well. We'll go more into depth into like what kinds of items. If I see an item that's good to pick up, kind of explain why. Now that's pretty nice. That's a stamina potion. Stamina potions are nice, especially on a sorceress early on. You really struggle with stamina just in general. I hotkeyed my town portal scroll. Once you find the Den of Evil, you're gonna want to make a TP on the Den of Evil. Just once again follow the path, usually directly to it. In this case, the path kind of branches off into another direction, and this other direction will lead us to the Cold Plains. Now that's definitely a really good item to pick up there. In general, we're looking for things to make money though on our first pass here. Alright, Kurast, no. Okay, I'm bad at the game, sweet. Have to walk around him. Excellent. Alright. First skill point you put into Charged Bolt once you get level 2. I'm gonna see if I can look around for an elite monster somewhere around here. Okay, nice. Down one. Alright, so we can use up some of our mana here, pick up some stuff. Even some blue items are okay, at least for now, because we don't really have anything. After this, though, we're looking for better stuff for the most part. Right, so found some champions. I think that's good enough. Damn. So as you can see, we're almost level 3. One thing to note is that we're only gonna do this guide in players 1 because we're gonna assume that you only have access to one player. If you're playing single player, though, there's ways to level faster by increasing the player count and killing certain super uniques in the game. Certain monsters that always exist, like Battle Maid, Serena, and Eldritch and what, and Beetle Burst, but we're not going to be doing that. So in general, you find the Cold Plains Warp, you're good to go. Now we kind of assess what we actually have in our stash here. Usually whatever you pick up in the Bloodmoor, I would just sell it for the most part. And we didn't actually make much money. We didn't get lucky enough to like find armors or rings and things like that. So it's not ideal. But I'd make sure, of course, I have one more scroll town portal. Maybe get some stamina potions and then buy some mana potions. So in general, stamina is going to prevent us from stopping and slowing down, not being able to move because we don't have stamina. If we actually click one of these, it's going to give us infinite stamina for a while as well, and we'll completely refill our stamina bar. As for our normal potions and our mana potions are going to be the most important for dealing spell damage, which is what we're doing, at least to start. With your first level up, I'd actually level up energy because it's going to make it a lot easier to clear the Den of Evil. And let's go. So we don't have much health. That's okay. In general, with single targets, we can still use our normal attack, and then we can kill bunches of monsters in here in the Den of Evil with Charge Bolt. Oh, nice. Glad to hear that, PDR in. This is accurate. Alright, so the Den of Evil quest is what you're going to want to do first. You should get to at least level 3 after doing this as well. Continue to pick up some basic items to make money. And use your Charge Bolt to destroy everything. Charge Bolt is the strongest skill at level 2, once you get to level 2. And in general, it is the strongest skill for a while. But since we're going to show you guys how to start out in an easy manner, we're going to show you guys how to start out as a Fireball Sorceress. So we'll be quickly transitioning out of Charge Bolt. Alright, so we got to kill every monster in the Den of Evil to complete the quest, which is always annoying. Let's see if we can actually do it without having to backtrack. That's always the dream. Alright, so just gonna whack all the monsters over the head. Our staff does enough damage to do the Den of Evil pretty well. In general, it fades off as a strat, though, once we move a bit farther into the game, into Stony Field and whatnot. Ah, very nice. Chip Sapphire. Very good. So, pick up any kinds of gems, jewelry, armors, and any kind of gear that can have skills on it. Like an Eagle Orb is a Sorceress Orb. Skills sell very well at the vendor, and that's going to help get you gold very easy early on. Alright, so we're out of stamina. I'm going to use a stamina potion. Right click it from the inventory. At this point, since I don't have a lot of potions, I'm also going to pick up all the potions. And I'm actually going to swap out a health potion there for a Rejuve. Rejuve will instantly refill our health and mana. Can be nice if we get into trouble. One socket quilted armor, that could be decent to sell. Once we get really low on mana, if you use spells while refilling your mana, you'll make the most use out of your mana pot. So once you use that mana pot, you start using spells. It's the best timing for it. And there it is. Wow, that was, we didn't even have to go up there. It looked like there's no monsters up there. It's pretty rare, actually. Very nice. So we completed the Den of Evil quest. We killed Corpse Fire, which is the toughest monster in there. We also hit level 3, so you put another point into Charge Bolt. We do want a decently strong Charge Bolt in the beginning of the game to at least get to the point to where we're going to want to use Fireball and whatnot. But yeah. Second round of 5 points I'd put into Vitality so that you have a bit more tankage against like Rock and Iju. Ah, no! I accidentally used a pot. Well, GG. So since we have the Cold Plains Warp, we don't have to make a TP back to town. We can just go back and we can just reload the game. Or, you know, we can re-enter the game if we're on BattleNet. Doesn't really matter. When is it coming out, MP Gaming? I have no idea. Alright, so when we kill We cleanse the Den of Evil once we kill all the monsters in there. Gives us an additional skill point. We can put this additional skill point into Charged Bolt. And then... So now, once again, notice how picking up potions, like fulminating potions, sell pretty well. It was 270. This doesn't sell amazingly, but we're kind of desperate for gold, so in the beginning, sometimes it's good just to pick up everything. Quilted armor, that's fine as well. For the most part, you don't want to use just random blue items, because they're not actually going to help you that much. Selling them for gold is usually going to be the best approach there. Of course, if you want, you can try to ID something if you think it might give you some res or something, but for this part, it's not what you're really looking to do. The best item we found in there, though, is an amulet. Now, this amulet is huge. Amulets, almost 3,000 gold on those, so pieces of jewelry and gems like that are going to be really huge, especially also like class-specific items like a staff like this with skills that you find on the ground, or like a druid helm that has skills and things like that. Those are I don't need extra gold. That's not a stat that's going to help me out. The only stats on a sorceress early on you're really looking for on like pieces of jewelry, if you don't want to sell them, are FCR for the most part. So you're looking for a faster cast rate. So if you find a faster cast rate ring or amulet, you can plop it on, but that's not that is not a faster cast rate amulet. So we're going to sell it, and we're going to get a ton of gold off that, which is really good. With that, we can buy some books. We can keybind the tome instead of a scroll. Now we're looking a lot better. And we can also buy a ton of mana potions. So mana potions. Also make sure maybe we have a thawing potion in case we get frozen. Buy some stamina potions, buy some mana potions. I'm going to keep this gem because this can give us some extra mana in case I maybe buy a socketed item from Charcy or I find one on the ground. The other thing that's going to help us out here, what you can do early game is you can also buy something like a Charged Bolt staff if you want to level up with it early game. Since we're transitioning to Fireball early, I'm not going to bother though. But yeah, if you choose to go like all the way to 5, you can actually max out your Charged Bolt until you turn 18, level 18, and you can respec if you want. We're not going to do that approach today, though. Do the easier one, I think more people can maybe relate to, especially in regards of transitions into rune words and whatnot. Talk about that in a bit. So anyway, I don't really see anything that's going to make us... what we're kind of looking for there is we're looking for like a fireball staff. If we can find a 2-socketed staff as well that can help us make leaf. You don't have to shop at this point, though. You can just go right back outside if you want. And you can go advance to Rockiniju and Stonyfield. But I don't see any socketed items, so I think we're fine in general. For now, we're just going to keep that gold on us, and we're going to move forward. So we have that waypoint that we got earlier on. And now we can just move. Let's get it. Alright. So for the most part, you can move past random monsters at this point. In the Bloodmoor, you're trying to get to level 2 before you enter the Den of Evil, so that's fine. But we're mostly looking for elites so that we can get a lot of experience quickly. So there's this special packs, kind of like Corpsemorn. Corpsemorn's is super unique, so he always spawns. But random elites are definitely going to give us more experience. For the most part, I'm just going to move past everything else. And if I start to run out of stamina, if I get really close to running out, I can pop one of these stamina potions here. For the most part, I'll be using just health and mana potions to maintain my health and mana, and of course, when I use spells and get close down to the bottom of mana, I can make sure that I'm using spells as the mana potion is running to make the most use out of those mana potions. Ooh. Sometimes clicking a clickable here and there as you pass them by isn't a bad idea. We also got a skill shrine there. There's certain shrines that are really good to find in the beginning of the game, like a skill shrine or a experience shrine. Right now we have a lot of power on our Charged Bolt because we have 2 more skills, which is pretty cool. Alright, so this is what we wanted to find here. So Rakaniju and his minions give us a ton of experience. It's gonna be really good to kill early on.
Stones radiate powerful magic.
And looks like they ran away from him. So Rakaniju is very lightning resistant, so oh god. Oh, there you go. He's dangerous. So I actually switched to Firebolt for him, even though Charge Bolt's really good against everything else. Having that Firebolt from our original staff will be useful to still have on a hotkey there, so you can go pop him in the mouth. There you go. Killed Rakaniju, we got to level 4, and we even found the Stony Field Warp, which is conveniently located in this map next to Rakaniju. That normally doesn't happen. Usually the Stony Field Warp can be wherever, and usually Rakaniju is next to the path somewhere. These stones are. This is how we're going to go save Kain. Saving Kain can give you a free ring. It's also good experience, so I'll go over that in this guide as well. Ah, nice. We also found another amulet, which is really good. Those kinds of items are definitely going to want to pick up. And we can also put another point into Charge Bolt. So we have 4 points into Charge Bolt total. From this point, we can actually get some other points into some other things. All right, so we already found the Stony Field Warp. Along the end of at the very end of the path is going to be the underground passage. So we're gonna want to move through this area all the way to the Dark Wood. Now, normally we were following the path to reach our destination. In the Cold Plains, of course, there's a split path there as well. One path leading to Blood Raven, one path leading to the Stony Field. We never need to kill Blood Raven in the beginning of the game. You can if you want for additional experience, but it's not needed. And usually it's going to waste time because she doesn't give that much experience compared to Rakaniju. So, notice she runs out of stamina fast. There's a reason why we have all those stamina potions that we bought before. She does not have a lot of health. Another thing is at this point I can put another 5 points into Vitality as we're level 4. Now we're looking for the exit here for the Dark Wood. That can be difficult to find sometimes. Based on the starting block here. So normally if you want to find the Dark Wood... Oops. Oh, that's good. We had a... Okay, it looks like we found a trap. Wow. This map's kind of annoying. Alright. So this kind of starting area here is kind of pointing this way. So every like starting block of a map faces a certain direction. The Underground Passage is the first map that doesn't have a path that leads to the endpoints explicitly. And this starting block here is kind of pointing this way. So I thought it might be like up into this way, but it was not. So it's probably going to be actually up here and then up there. That's probably where it's going to be. It's pointing this way in general, so it might just be a more direct path here. How do you deduce that it's pointing upright? So it's kind of hard to tell what the starting block looks like in Underground Passage. But in general, the Underground Passage block kind of has like a direction it's pointing from like where it is. It's kind of hard to tell because it's very blobby, right? It's like one of the hardest. Honestly, there's so many easier examples in this one, but it's like, I don't know, it's moving towards this direction. It's kind of got a blob that moves over here. You know, like sometimes there's a blob in the dark Underground Passage that moves this way. Sometimes it's kind of like this. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. All I know is that, you know, I used my knowledge of how to navigate this map and noticed that it points this way. See? Now, I thought it might be up into there because I thought the map might be more complicated, but instead I tricked myself. Sometimes it's like up there, it could be like down up into this way. In general though, the map points this way. It could even be behind it and around and point this way. It can do that too, so that's what we call a backwards map. That can also happen. We'll talk about this more though as we navigate more maps. Hey look, we have a path again. So this is the Darkwood. We got a path, so now we know how to find the Black Marsh, but we don't know how to find Three-Head Woodfist. So right here we just found an elite pack. We're gonna want to kill those for experience. We're still level 4 because we haven't been finding many elite packs. Whenever you see a pack there with a special name and that has minions next to it, that's gonna be really good experience. In general, you want to focus on killing those or just high density in general. Alright. So this path here is going to lead us directly to the Great Black Marsh. Clickables are also good as well because they can pop loot. They have pretty good tables for that. Loot is just likely to pop from those. Nope. It's happening not this Friday, but next Friday. No lies at all. Alright, so our health is down. So we found the Black Marsh, which is good. Now what I'm doing is I'm looking for Three-Head Woodfist. Usually it's somewhere, he's somewhere on the edge of the map, and so is the scroll. I'm gonna use that to get into Tristram to save Cain. Alright, so these are champions. Also very good monsters to kill there. I'm gonna save this skill point here, and once I hit level 6, I'm gonna put 2 skill points into some level 6 skills. Alright, so he's a pain, he's dangerous, I'd recommend kiting out. He gives a lot of experience though, so it is worth killing him. Ow! So yeah, sorceresses are squishy. Water is wet. Blah blah blah. We have a date for the open beta? We don't.
This ancient tree has
Alright.
a aura of magic about it.
So we got the tree. Now we don't really need to find the dark wood warp. It's not important. We do need to find some kind of waypoint though, so that we don't have to go through the underground passage again. Well, this is not a speedrunning guide. The very beginning of this guide kind of starts out as explaining things that speedrunners tend to know, and in general tend to execute while they're trying to go through the game as fast as possible. Alright, here we go. E, nice! I just picked it up. I didn't realize I had space. No! Alright, Jawbone Cap. There's another good example of an item we're going to want to pick up very early on. Don't be afraid to drink some potions to make some space for items. Alright. Also a preserved head. So, these are items that are class specific. This is a necro only head. Notice it has skills on it. Even though it's broken, that can actually sell pretty well. Broken items in general, though, or low quality items, don't tend to have as many skills, but in this case, it's actually not bad. Right, so at this point, we don't want to be using our melee attacks, so I'm actually going to stop using it altogether. And I'm going to hotkey throw so that if I press my left click, I don't swing my staff. In general, it's not going to be very useful. Now these are all minions here, so this is a elite pack, which is why we're killing them. Once again, kill the elite pack, move on. Notice our experience moves up very fast when we kill those elite packs. I am making a YouTube video. I'm also talking with chat and whatnot in general. How you doing, man? So, now I'm going to look for the Black Marsh warp. That's going to be the waypoint that will help us out the most to continue to advance to the game. But we're not going to go immediately into tower or anything else past it. We're just looking for a waypoint. So we actually found the tower. That's pretty cool. You're not looking for that at the moment, though. Now, if this is a speed run, you wouldn't even save Kane, but saving Kane is nice, and I feel like a lot of people can relate to it as a nice way to level up. So, especially on BattleNet, you can actually get to level 15 if you just do Tristram runs if you're in a party. So it's a little bit different. So those are both good shrines. Right now I'm wearing an Experience Shrine. Experience Shrine is the best though, 100%. In terms of shrines, I think the tiers for shrines go Experience, Skills, and then Mana Regeneration, at least for a Sorceress. Right there we just found a Charm. That could be pretty huge. Alright, there's the waypoint. So the waypoint is usually on the edge somewhere, and so is the Forgotten Tower, but we're not going to mess with that just yet. Alright, so let's get those out of our way. GG. Ah, very good. Alright, so we're not quite level 6 yet, which is fine. Alright, so we could make most use out of the Experience Shrine if we want. And you don't have to read the scroll. Reading is for nerds. And just go right into Tristram if you want. So your experience is pretty good. We're still level 5, so we can actually use to get some more experience. We didn't find a lot of elite packs there. And this quest will grant us with a free ring as well, which you could either sell or use, so that's not bad. Especially when you're struggling for gold early on. Wow! I got trapped. Alright, we're gonna die, so this is something you should actually avoid here. So this is a teachable moment. I tried to be greedy and I tried to pass them up so I can like jumble up all the elite packs. And I got greedy, so what ends up happening here is, you know, since this is software, this is fine. On hardcore, of course, you would never be this greedy. You'd want to stand back and you'd want to try to attack them. At least if you're trying to be somewhat intelligent. If I pop the Juve, I'm still gonna die anyway. So that's another thing we could do. We could pop the Rejuve and increase our health. But we're actually stuck. Like, in Sorceresses have horrible hit recovery frames. So when I take enough damage, I'm not gonna be able to move. At this point, you either save and exit, or you just accept that you're gonna die. In this case, we're just gonna accept we're gonna die. So that's fine. And so what we're gonna do is we're gonna die there, and we'll be okay. Now, as a player that mainly plays hardcore, I would say I have a reflex to not want to die, so I would have saved and exited there no matter what. But as for this though, this is not bad. Nope. I can actually pop some bonus points here into energy and vitality, so I can actually help myself out. Went through 2 levels just now, so I should put some more of my stat points in. That would be smart. Right, so as you can see, there's a lot of monsters. There's a lot of elite packs as well in Tristram, which is one reason you can do it. It's pretty nice in general. I still don't have my body, but that's okay. There's not really anything too important on it. I'm basically naked anyway, except for the fact that I don't have my belt right now. Sweet! I don't have any FCR or anything either. Alright, throwing knife, very good. I was very greedy. Pop that Juve! Yeah, it's next Friday, not this Friday. You can kill Griswold if you want, but he doesn't give a lot of experience. I'm actually gonna kill this champion here, and I think we're gonna call it good here in a second. Now, if you fill up on some really juicy items, you can always go back and sell them, of course. Ugh. Alright, we're good. So, I'm actually going to go back to town here. Go see if we can find a nice juicy staff. Nah, that's okay. Alright, so we don't have any gold. This ring she gave us for completing that quest was not good, so that's a lot of nice gold though at the very least. Throwing knives sell pretty well actually, so picking those up is definitely a good idea. Once again, wolf heads, so notice we can almost sell this for 1,000. Even though it's like a 4-tile in your inventory, 4-square item, has 2 to lycanthropy, so items that have skills on them, any kind of specialty item, like for a barbarian, a druid, sorceress, necro, you get the idea, has a lot of money in it. Necromancer, same thing. Wow, that's actually really good. So, we got lucky there. We found a 12 faster hit recovery brand charm. So sorceresses have horrible hit recovery frames. I think that actually gets us to the 10 faster hit recovery frame from 0. So we just moved up 2 frames. That might have helped us get out of that situation before, actually. Potentially. Ah, yes. And we... Oh, damn. We are getting some lucky items here. So note, this is players 1, so the regular monsters don't have any special amount of chance to drop anything. Once again, we're simulating solo play, so that's really sick too. FCR, we're not selling that, we're using that. Faster cast rate frames are huge, and that's actually going to get us 1 more frame above what we currently have, so that's actually going to make us attack a lot faster with our spells. It's very important. Alright. There were no skills on this jawbone cap, so that's a bit unlucky. Besides that, it's looking pretty good. Can shift click, buy our potions. Once we get a 3-slot belt, we can use a different technique to buy the potions, but for now, that is what we're doing. Just gonna buy a couple of those as well, just for fun. And so yeah, right now, if we wanted to, we can't afford this, but if we were going pure charge bolt, this would definitely be a good approach. Right now, I'm kind of just looking for a 2-socketed gray staff. You don't want a blue staff either. You can't make rune words in that. Nope. Ow, it's got frozen armor. Okay, so there's nothing there yet. That's fine. Another thing is, before we leave a car, make sure you get some more stamina potions, because we still can't run. And that should be it for the most part. One thing you might want to do for later is stash some rejuves as well. It's always nice. And so now we're level 6. So we're level 6. I put all my stat points in already. This is kind of how at level 6 your stat points should look in general. In general, in the very beginning, you're just focusing on putting points into vitality for health and energy for mana, so that you're not constantly drinking mana potions and running out of mana, and so that you don't die instantly. Once we get to a slightly higher level, we're going to be looking to put in some strength so we can wear a 3-slot belt, but that's about it. At level 6, we're going to put 1 point into... I'm going to put 1 point into Frost Nova, 1 point into Static Field. So, at this point, we're pretty much done using the Firebolt off our original staff. We're going to hotkey charge Bolt to our main one, and Static Field. Put on C, and Frost Nova, and put on V. So all of these abilities are going to help us deal damage and maintain safety.
Good to see you.
Hey, what's up, Vitalism? How you doing? Oh yeah, Swaddlish! What's up, man? How you doing? Actually, I'm going to buy this. Lightning Res is going to be nice for Act 2. You don't ever have to go shopping, but if you want to, you can. You can go through Act 1 pretty comfortably naked, so I wouldn't really focus on this too much. What I'm mainly looking for is items with sockets, but I haven't been able to find them yet, so I'm kind of going to ignore it for now until they actually show up. And once again, we're going to want to pick up items. So this item has sockets in it. That's actually one of the types of things we're looking for. And this wolf head has no skills, so we're fine. Alright, so we got a lot of experience in here. We died. We accomplished a lot in there. That was good. And, Sweet. So, once again, it's optional to do Tristram. You don't have to, but Tristram is good for experience. It gives you some gold for a ring if you're struggling. It's not a bad idea. This is what the speedrunners get into right away, though. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to find the waypoint. And the closer the waypoint is to the tower, the better, but not always. The tower is insanely good for experience, but it's also where we're going to get our starting runes. These runes are insane. So in Diablo 2, at least in the original game, including D2R, rune words are the strongest pieces of gear you can get early game, period. In general, when we're gearing up our Sorceress to start getting going on our rags to riches, we are definitely going to want to make sure we can acquire as many of those rune words as possible. And one rune word in particular, actually 2 rune words in particular, are going to help us advance on this particular build. This Fireball or Fire Sorceress start build. That will transition into Blizzard and get us where we want to go. So, general, we want to look for elite packs again. The tower gives you tons of experience. Since the Sorceress does so much damage with her abilities, it's pretty good. One thing to note is you can actually use Frost Nova, which is why I put a point into it there. And you can slow down the monsters so that you don't have to kite back as much. That's why we put a point into Frost Nova. So if you switch your hotkey here, just Frost Nova, pop them with some charged bolts, and it becomes really easy. Instead of having to run really far back or put yourself at risk. That's how it works. Oh my goodness, that is, well, let me see if I can even execute this. So if you ever find this, so this is pretty rare. Sometimes monsters or even an elite pack will crowd the door. It is definitely unfortunate, but it's not bad in general. So what we're gonna want to do though is I'm actually gonna start putting some extra points in a static field now, so we have more range on it. The only thing you get is range on this. We'll talk about this skill in a moment though. It's not super important at this moment. I'm actually gonna put more points into health because of what I just saw, and alright. Alright, we did it! Chat, we did it. Can we get a round of applause for Dark Humility? Alpha. Okay. Alright, so what we do there is I used all my rejuves to instantly refill my life and mana. And I used Frost Nova to slow down their attack frames so I could actually get some hits in. Once again, that's why we want Frost Nova at level 6, so that, you know, we don't have to worry about those situations as much as we're advancing through the game. What do you know? It actually works. And we actually found something insanely cool. I'm actually going to use this for now. It's really good against Andariel. It has a lot of poison res and poison length reduction. This is going to make the Andy fight really easy, but this is lucky. You don't usually expect to find set or unique items at this point in the game, and you don't have to. But we got lucky. That's pretty cool. I will use that, of course, because we found it. Use any gear I find. Obviously. One thing I should note about the tower is you might notice that I seem to know where I'm going. While we are looking to kill elite packs, we're also looking to advance down the tower to level 5. This is another one of those maps that doesn't have a path, so you might not know where to go. So this starting block has a more clear direction it's pointing. Unlike the underground passage, which is kind of straight ahead from where it's pointing, this one is to the west of where it's pointing. So this block here, this entrance block, is pointing this way. The exit should be to the left or the west, or at least a west-facing block. That west-facing block can be all the way in the back and behind. It can be to the bottom and to the left, but of course, normally it's literally as, you know, close to just directly to the left or to the west as possible. And in this case, it's exactly where it is. Every single level of Tower Cellar works like that, so I'm just going to be going down the levels, and you can also rewind the video, or you can follow the logic now to check that out. So I can also use Static Field to train down their HP by 25%. If they have a lot of HP, and then I can pop them with some charged bolts.
I can't.
This initial build is all about using charged bolts as your main source of damage, using Static Field to get their health low, and then finishing them off with charged bolt. Using Frost Nova to slow them down. It's all good stuff. Alright, so we're in Players 1, so one thing to note is I don't know if they're going to fix this in D2R or not, but in higher player count, Countess is bugged. She only drops 1 rune. In lower player count, though, or in Players 1, I should say, not lower player count, only Players 1, she always drops up to a maximum of 3 runes, so that's going to be good. Here's another Elite pack, so I'm going to kill it. This dude is named Sharp Froth the Grim. Sweet. So our experience is going to fly up when I kill these monsters. You don't really have to kill the random monsters unless they're in our way. And we can go on upon our way. Using some shift left click techniques can put your potions directly into the bell, and we're good. It is Thursday, I think, right? Alright, so... What's up, Nick Bling? How you doing? Alright, so... I used Frost Nova and Static Field to get Countess's health insanely low. And then I can finish her off with Charge Bolt. Pretty easy, right? That boss is not a problem. As long as you follow this build technique. Easy stuff. And of course, we can find some other potions. Preserved Head could sell very well. Once again, it's a Necromancer head, so it can have skills. If you don't know all your items that can spawn skills with them, learn them along the way. I'll try to point them out, of course, because I'm going to be picking them up, but it's pretty important stuff for making money early on. Congrats, Shiori. That's how to do it. Alright, so we're level 8 now, so we got pretty much 2 levels in the Tower Cellar there. That's how effective the Tower Cellar is overall. Once again, that's why picking up and using white items except for a belt is not very useful. So this cap here actually has 2 sockets. That could be nice. In general, though, that's kind of all we're looking for is sockets, so that we can make rune words in them and put runes in them, or gems in them. So to see this chipped sapphire I found earlier, I can actually stick that into my helm, and now I have even more mana. That's actually good quality of life. I can also bank up some 2-socketed helms that I found. I can use one for lore, and one I can just stack some runes in it. And Countess only dropped 1 rune, but it was actually a very important rune. You actually do need a Ral rune 110% on this build, at least one of them. So any runes she drops, I would just bank up at this point. You can at least sell them if you don't need them. Runes are just like gems and pieces of jewelry and items with skills on them, and armors. Armors like chest armor, going to be really good for selling. So they're going to be really good money makers. You're going to want to pick this up as much as possible. Once again, we've killed our first Countess, but you might be wondering, do we move on now? No, we don't. We actually have to keep farming Countess for runes. This is a quintessential part of original Diablo 2. You want to get your rune words, and you want to get more experience. More experience is also important. Level 8 is pretty low for the barracks. It's a little challenging to get through there at level 8, so we'll be able to get there pretty soon there in general, so you don't have to worry about that. You might notice I just put another point into Static Field at level 8. That is because we're going to want to put at least a total of 3, possibly 4, into Static Field first. A grand total of 3 is pretty nice, though. After 3, I'm going to start putting points into other things that are useful for different reasons. But in general, 3 in a Static Field will give us enough range to comfortably be able to kill Andy and other mobs without being struck by them. Alright, so we did find a 2-socketed staff. Remember, you have to have a gray one, not a blue one. The Blue ones will not have rune words in them. We're going to be trying to make a rune word called Leaf. And checking her as you buy her items for this staff is a good idea. This one's pretty cheap, so I'm going to buy this one for now. But you can find better ones. You can even find one that spawns with Fireball on it, and you can get an even stronger one. So we might check for that as we continue to move through the game here. Alright, sweet. So if you put your gold away as well, your gold is safer. If you do happen to die on softcore, that's a thing. On hardcore, obviously, you're dead, so it doesn't matter. Just keep your gold wherever you want. Yeah, in general, you can look for socketed items and whatnot. If you find hit recovery, though, that's pretty nice. Once again, hit recovery is a struggle on a sorceress, so that's getting higher frames on that is pretty nice in general. And now we have a charm that gives us hit recovery and boots. It's not bad for now. We're gonna want better boots or a different kind of boot later, but that's okay for now. All right. So in general, I'm actually going to, let's see, I think at level 8, yeah, I would just put another 5 points into Vitality for now. We're good. So in general, once again, we're still doing Vitality, Energy. And since we killed one Countess, we're gonna have to reload the game. And we're gonna go kill her again. That's literally the whole mission here. Once again, we're simulating that we're on BattleNet here. So the maps change every time we reload the game. Which is fine. We just have to go find the tower again, which is usually going to be on the edge of the map. While we're looking for it, we can kill more champion and elite packs to continue to level up effectively. You guys having a good time? I'm reading what you guys are typing. Some interesting stuff here. So yeah, for the most part, these kinds of items aren't going to sell very well, and they're just going to take up space. But out of that pile, I picked up a amulet, and I also picked up chip gems. Pick up all chip gems, even if you're not selling them. I would actually not sell them. I'd use them or keep them. For reasons we can explain later. All chip gems, all of them. Alright, so once again, in general, items that grant skills are going to sell pretty well. I don't think this one's going to sell well though because it's crude and it only has 1 and 2 a level 0 skill. The higher level requirement the skill requires, the more it will sell for. That's another thing to note. So if you do see an item that grants skills, if the skill requires level 12, it's going to sell a lot more than skills that require level 0 or level 6. So if you only see like a level 0 requirement, 1 skill item, it's probably still not going to sell for a lot. It's probably going to need a bit more than. Alright, so once again, it's going to point this way. I'm going to pick up more chip gems. Clicking the clickables in the super chests and just chests in general. It's going to be really nice for your early progression. Lots of nice, tasty jewels and jewelry typically in this. So you notice now we're finding more gems. This one I can just pop into my helm again, and now we have a 20 mana helm. So now we almost have 100 mana. We got some pretty good quality of life now with our mana pool. It's not going to feel as painful to use our abilities. Run out of mana potions constantly. Alright. So I'm just going to use Frost Nova. Static Field. Sweet. Those dudes are a bit annoying because they are extra fast. All the elite mobs have different modifiers. Some of them are pretty annoying. It's okay, you can handle anything with this. Please pick up all the chip gems and donate them to darkhumility.twitch.tv. Now, one thing you might note about Static Field is so powerful that increasing its range on it gives you a ton of effective DPS. because you can actually train a monster down to 1 health in normal mode with static field. So right there we picked up a chest armor. Chest armors also sell very well, so those are actually nice things to look for. So long as they're not crude or broken or cracked or whatever, they're actually going to sell very well. So this magic version of it is actually going to be pretty nice. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're actually going to go skip those. I'm going to use a thawing potion, so move around again. One of the ghostly ones froze me there. That kind of sucks. Those are pretty annoying to face champion archers on a sorceress. You don't have a lot of health, so it might actually be best to avoid them completely. This is another situation where I might want to avoid it simply because they have multiple shots. The most dangerous monsters in here are the archers by far. Those are pretty nasty. You can be greedy if you want and kill them, but you don't have to. There's plenty more elite packs you can find, but as you can see, it can be nice to kill them. And oh, we almost died. Very nice. Okay. Let's keep using Frost Nova to freeze them to slow down their attack animations. Good stuff. Alright, so now we're level 9. At level 9, put 1 point into Frozen Armor. Having this armor is actually pretty huge. Frozen Armor will... Actually, I'm actually going to put it on a different key here. Let's put it on D for now. Frozen Armor will allow, when the monsters hit you, will make it to where they will freeze themselves. They'll become frozen for a duration. The higher the skill level, of course, it will freeze them for longer. So when this monster hits me, it freezes in place. Just another nice defensive tool into Sorceress that smooths out gameplay in general. And just use a combination of Static Field and Charged Bolt, whatever you feel comfortable with here. Once again, I can actually get them down to 1 HP with Static Field. And bam. Cool. Yes, indeedo. Yes, indeedo. Right, so there's all kinds of fun stuff here, but yeah, so we just got an F rune. I don't know why she's only dropping 1 rune right now, but she could drop more than 1 rune. So now we have an F. F is very important as well for a different reason, though. Let's not accidentally put them in the staff. That'd be very bad. Try to keep your socketed items and your stash separated from your gems and runes and whatnot, so you don't accidentally socket them. You can remove this socket with a Hell rune later on, but it's pretty rough. Right, control right click, we can just sell them. You can sell any kind of jewels as well, unless they're actually really good for your character. For the most part, they're not going to be, though. All these kinds of gems, we're going to keep all these for now. All these gems. Alright, so what we're going for now, primarily, is you want 1 Tal rune, 1 Tur rune, 1 Tal, 1 Tur, 1 Ral, 1 F, and maybe extra Ral runes. That's what we want from Countess. I'm going to continue to run her until we have pretty much those runes. You don't necessarily need extra Ral runes, that's kind of optional, but it definitely is going to help your progression through Act 4, unless you find them along the way. Right. So of course on D2R there's actually shift clicking you can do, which is going to be nice. Alright, Skill Shrine, excellent. You can also go back to the previous warps, like in waypoints and whatnot. You can go back to like Stony Field and look for shrines if you want. If you want like a bonus skills and experience, which will help out your progression a bit. Make it to where you can level up a bit faster. All good techniques. Or you can just find them, you know, hovering around the waypoint in Black Marsh or hovering around the tower itself. So that was an elite pack. We made sure to kill it. Now we're looking for the tower again. We're going to continue to do this until we have our runes that I just mentioned. Right, Eagle Orb is a Sorceress Orb that could have skills on it. Also going to click those clickables, those chests and bodies and whatnot, because they can have some nice items.
Impossible.
Oh yeah, I died. I died in Trist. I could have saved and exited, but I was just demoing, getting stuck, and then actually on accident. I was being greedy, so it was a good teachable moment though. I could have saved and exited, but I chose to die instead because it was actually faster. I have random maps because I'm simulating BattleNet, but since we're on single player, I can't re-enter the game. So if I leave the game, then I have to like re-enter it. That's a Thuriel with Warmth. That's a level 0 requirement skill with a Thuriel. Thuriel drastically reduces the sell value of an item. That item is probably not going to sell for much, unfortunately. Any kind of charm can, though. Also, a short bow could potentially, just because it's rare. However, even rares, things like short bows, don't sell for a ton. You'll see what I mean. In general, they're not as important as picking up like gems and stuff like that. We do have some more stat points to put in. I'm actually going to put in some points into strength so I can start prepping my belt. You don't have to, I think. Yeah, I think at level 10 is like the minimum of that, but you can if you want.
I can't carry anymore.
You can put some more points into health though. Alright, where is the tower? So yeah, normally we're looking at around the edge of the map for the tower once again. It might be by the waypoint actually. After looking around there for a bit. Testing limits? No, I'm not testing limits. We talk about both hardcore and softcore stuff in this guide. In the beginning, it's literally the same now, no matter if you're playing softcore or hardcore though. So yeah, I was right next to the waypoint. Could have known. Of course. So straight and then to the left. So it's directly to the left. Excellent. At this point, we're not really seeking out too many more elite packs because we're mostly trying to get runes. But you can seek them out if you want. Okay.
I am overburdened.
So picking up potions prevents you from having to buy more. That's always nice. Don't go overboard. All right. Die! Yeah. That's right, I don't have my Jews anymore. I have a Jew in my stash, actually. I should put those in my belt. Oh, good thing it was worth it, though. I got a ring out of it. Remember, killing the elite boss is nice and all, but the minions actually give even more experience killing all the minions. Huge experience bonus off the minions and the elite in those packs. Always gonna be good stuff. Most extensive guide to hardcore is this: just don't die, forehead. Yep, that's right. That's right! Demoing getting stuck alive. It's true, I was being greedy. I was trying to run past them so I could gather them up, but I died instead. Hey, that happens sometimes, you know, even when speedruns, even with speedrunners. Sometimes she spawns out here. So notice at level 3, Static Field has a pretty decent amount of range. That's good stuff in general. So notice how lethargic they get with just 1 point into Frost Nova. That's all we need. It's really good stuff. Tour rune, that's another rune we need. We are only finding one rune at a time, but we're actually finding a good rune, so that's good. So now we actually have all the runes that are required to make Leaf. Which is one of the key rune words for this, I guess you could say, starter demo in general. Don't get hit. We're also level 10, which means we can now put some extra points into, or put some points into vitality. By level 12, I'm gonna want 25 strength in case I want to use a 3-slot belt. I could use an Act 1 mercenary, like if you kill Bloodraven, that's actually maybe a better way to use this. It's killing Bloodraven and getting an Act 1 mercenary, but that's almost 1,000 gold, so it still gave us something. That charm only gave us stamina. Stamina is always a sellable stat. And wow, we are getting some really nice RNG, chat. We already now have 2 faster cast rate gear pieces. That is huge. At 2 faster cast rate gear pieces and a weapon that has faster cast rate, we can actually hit 63 FCR, which is a pretty major breakpoint, and we can hit 37 with just stealth and 2 pieces early on. That is actually going to be really nice, and for now we're hitting the 20 breakpoint with 2 gear pieces already. So once again, we're not going to want to sell. If we ever see any faster cast rate on amulets or rings, unless we have a duplicate, we use those. Pretty much everything else we sell, unless it has like a lot of resistance. Maybe lightning res might be nice to keep for Act 2, but that's about it. But for the most part, you're just going to want to sell it. And I am going to be greedy and try to look for an even better 2-socketed staff. Nope. Strangling gas potions sell well. Chipped skulls, I'd always sell those as well. And good stuff. You can keep chipped skulls around along with other chipped gems though, but since chipped skulls sell better than every other chipped gem, those tend to be more cost efficient to sell. Keeping the other chipped gems for repairing and for re-rolling items later. Be done. So now we can go Turral and GG. We're not going to do it yet though because we're still looking maybe for a better staff. We don't have to though. And one thing I was talking about earlier is that this is why you keep juves in your stash, so that when you run out of them you can put them in there and you actually have juves so you don't die. That's why we've gotten close to dying many times, because do that. But anyway, that's what you want to do. And now that we're level 10, you want to put 1 point into telekinesis. So this 1 point into telekinesis is going to get us to teleport, but it's also by itself a very useful ability. It means now I can telekinesis waypoints, and I can take the waypoints using telekinesis. I can also pick up potions with telekinesis, but for the most part, it's going to be faster still to pick them up by hand without tons of FCR. Alright. Leather armor is an armor, but at this point we have some pretty good gold. I'm not going to pick it up. Hard leather armor is a bit better. I did pick up the Eagle Orb, which has a skill on it, so that's okay. It might sell for something. Ice Bolt's still a pretty low level skill though. And once again, we'll be looking for the Black Marsh. We get really low on stamina. Just pop a stamina potion, just normal stuff. Okay, here we go. You can use telekinesis to open clickables too. So you don't have to go all the way to the chest and pick it. It's always good stuff. PvP Geed for his fortune! Is that what we do at level 10, man? You okay? Did Geed do something to you when you were a child? Are we okay, guy? Are we okay, man? Alright, so lead pack. Once again. Very nice. Let's pick up a hard leather armor. Ah, scepter. There's another good example of an item. We haven't seen these yet, actually. I've been pretty unlucky with scepters. That is a paladin's weapon. But we got unlucky with this one particularly, because it has no skills. This is another item that can spawn skills on it. Look out for those to make some early gold for sure. Maybe, I don't want to talk about it. Okay. Alright, ship skull, it's 500. So as you can see, it's definitely challenging fighting archers with a sorceress early game. Your reaction times aren't as good. You can even skip them and just look for safer elite packs. Or if you're just, you know, constantly dying to them and you're done. You're over it. Alright, a rare Katniss. Actually, no, that could sell for something, maybe. Never know. It's rare. Yeah, one thing to note is wearing random pieces of armor gear and whatnot. Defense is not super important in Diablo 2, but just having some kind of armor on you might actually give you at least enough defense to where they don't hit you constantly, but Early on in the game, defense isn't super important. Defense is not what's going to keep you alive early game.
I can't.
It does something, but it doesn't do as much as I think most people think it does. Just having defense on your gear. Which is why the stats are just way more important in general. Alright, so right there, just got more runes. Sweet.
Impossible.
Funny enough, I think we still need a Tau rune for our stealth, which is the most common rune from the Countess. So that's a little annoying. Of course, you might notice at this point that getting pretty strong, so you know, killing Countess is not really an issue.
The order welcomes you.
Alright. Scepter, nice. No, not at all. You need the dumb explanations? Okay. I can always help you out with that, man. Alright, once again, do a pit stop. Go to see if we have a two-socketed staff that has fireball on it, which would be huge. Okay. If you want, though, what you can do, so if you really want to soup up your build, you can enter and exit until you find what I just described. So what you can do, I might actually do this, because it's going to make us stronger for a pretty significant portion of the game. You can run someone, once again, use telekinesis, and you can just keep going in and out. Once you get telekinesis at level 10, you can actually use this buying technique here, as long as you have a waypoint that is right next to Akara. Nope. Yeah, so we're looking for that two-socketed fireball staff. Let's see. Any amount of skills in a fireball would be amazing. And yes, you can find it at this point in the game. Just have to get lucky. See how we're getting fireball? So we have staves of fireball on them. Have to get 2 sockets. Can be a little challenging. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to attempt to actually at least for a little bit to try to get one of these. If you're trying to progress early game, one of these definitely helps out quite a bit. Damn. Firebolt! Also, it's known. Read a fireball. Yikes. Okay, well, we'll go back to this later. Drown him in glugs. I don't own glugs. I drink the water. Oh my goodness. The only rune we actually have to have at this point now to move on from the Countess is Tau. On this early game Sorceress where we're trying to go Fireball, we have our Tur-Ral for Leaf. We have an F, we're missing a Tau for Stealth, which is our armor. So it's actually kind of strange we're missing a Tau. Tau is like one of the most common runes from normal Countess, so that's kind of strange. You can also go looking for a 2-socketed armor, which for some reason I still don't have. But, you know, in general, we're gonna just keep killing the Countess until we can get the rest of our runes, which is basically just one rune at this point. Okay. Always pick up the rejuves at the very least if you're not picking up all the potions. Running out of rejuves always feels bad, and it can be difficult to farm them if you run out, so picking those up along the way is going to be really nice. There's always a lot of things to pick up. Alright, so... Aw, dang. Alright, so... More juves. Excellent. I just love telekinesis. Alright, so now that we're level 11, yeah, we have both of our two-socketed hats. We have enough two-socketed hats to get us through the rest of the game at this point. Alright, so just leveled up again. I'm going to start putting points into strength so I can wear a 3-slot belt. At level 12, I can wear one, potentially. You can also wait to put points into strength and wait till level 18 when it really becomes important, when you're able to use teleport. So you don't have to start putting points into strength this early. But 3-slot belts are really nice. You don't have to, though. That's kind of a preference thing. Alright, so we got a ring. So 1 maximum damage. That doesn't help out our spells at all. We're just going to sell that. FCR is really the only thing that's going to help out our spells. That and maybe mana. And resistances are always good, of course, but... I'm going to sell that one. So it's okay that we're missing a ring in our ring slot. I'm actually going to skip those. We're already level 11 now, so mostly looking for runes now, and maybe some easier to kill elite packs, because they just don't pop us in the mouth. Yeah, one advantage of putting even more points into vitality by this point, instead of preparing for a belt so early, is you can actually not die to the archers as quickly. That's always fun. Take care, Stonefree. Hey, you have a good night, man. Okay. I know how to pull the trigger on that, but you know how it is. Alright, anyway, so... now we're level 11, we're actually going to start putting a point into Firebolt. And at level 12, we can use Fireball. So by level 12, we're going to want to make sure we can do Fireball. No matter what. Alright, there you go. That's pretty much all we want at this point. So we have all the runes. That's it. Countess was pretty nice to us overall. She didn't drop a lot of useless runes, which is helpful. Sometimes she drops like Elds, Nefs. Nefs could be nice too for a different reason, but we don't need that at the moment. So now we pretty much have all the runes we absolutely need, including a spare Row, which will actually help us with some fire res issues later on. Alright, so now we can move on. We're not quite level 12 though. That's fine. We're level 11, which is... it's okay. We can level up in the barracks from here. Wow, that's, just wow. Okay, sure. So we actually don't need the extra faster cast rate right now because the next breakpoint past 20 is 37. So 30 FCR does nothing for our Sorceress. But that being said, we're going to keep it for later because that can open up some options having so many faster cast rate items. Normally having 2 is usually the dream. Having 3 is just unnecessary. But that being said, it's actually not bad. Yeah, easy cast rate, man. Jeez, I never get this lucky. I wish I got this lucky in this in a solo push. Like, what the heck?
What can I do for you?
That's crazy. Never get this lucky when I'm doing it. That's a guide, man. That's why. Yeah. So as you can see, we could buy this belt here.
I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
So we can buy this belt if we want. And we can just keep it here, and once we get one more level, I can put 3 stacks of potions in and just start getting going on it. Alright, so we're gonna move on now. We got all our runes that we need for our basic rune words. We're still missing a base for stealth, which is kind of silly. Charcy's being pretty mean to us in that regard. We can still look for a base for stealth, and we can still look for a fireball staff that we can make a leaf in. There's definitely some things we can still look for, but we're actually going to progress, at least for the time being. It's not a big deal. Oh, that's the wrong direction. This is why random maps can be confusing. Okay, so somewhere along the path, right? Gonna be on the other side then. Sweet. So as long as it's not the tower or the underground passage that have those block rules that we explained earlier, you just follow the path. And since we're in a new map, I didn't know where this one is, but it's okay. We could even sell the extra FCR ring, but we're not going to because that could come in handy later. It could help us get to 105 faster cast rate even easier when we actually want to start farming. But that's a lot later. We can do some other cool things too. It also means that if we kind of get boned by our spirit roll later on, we can handle it. As you can see, the monsters here are pretty powerful, but it's okay. Damn. Alright, sweet. Nice!
The monastery. Andariel's stronghold.
Ooh, a 12-pocketed bill. That's right. So yeah, if we kill the elite packs on the way now, we're fine. Now that we're in the monastery, though, there's a configuration to be aware of. So if there is a fountain here, the barracks is on the opposite side of the fountain. So if there's a fountain that's on the left side of this little courtyard here, the barracks is over here. If it's on the right side, the barracks is over to the left. But if there's no fountain at all, and it's just this kind of like cross garden thing in the middle, you just go straight. So you go up here.
Impossible.
A lot of monsters here. We can skip them though. There's nothing special about them. They're not elites, they're not minions, they're not going to give us a ton of experience. Alright. Almost died there again, but that's okay. Typical stuff early game unless you're hardcore and then you play safer, but you know. Only have one life, a lot of things change. Alright, sweet. We killed the elite pack, we got even more experience. And now we're just gonna move straight ahead. Now normally towards the left somewhere is gonna be the jail, which is where we're gonna wanna go. But it really helps to get the Project Malice early game, so you have options for things you can imbue. So that you can get some better items later. So the jail is probably over there, all the way to the left, but instead we're gonna go look for the Project Malice and the Smith. Probably gonna be straight ahead somewhere up here. Okay. Don't have to be that greedy with it necessarily. Now, one reason to stay in the tower until you're level 12 on this particular setup and build is because you don't get Fireball until level 12, so it can be a little frustrating sometimes to do what I'm doing right now. That being said, though, it's not too bad. Since we have all our runes, I'm trying to move forward. We don't have all our runes, definitely stay in the tower. There's no reason not to until you're level 12. And even then, you should still stay into the tower, just to make sure you have your runes. Okay, so... oh, my goodness. Alright, we're good. Alright, I think the smith is up here. Yeah, this is another reason why you might just want to go, like, you might want to wait to use your 3-slot belt until you have teleport and just put more points into vitality, because if you're pushing early like this too, at level 11, it can be a little tougher. Right now we're really trying to push the limits of what we can do, but you don't have to be this crazy greedy. Ugh. Ow. Okay, he tried to kill us, but that's okay. Couldn't get it done. We're alive! Alright. So, turn that to Charcy, and then we get a chance to imbue an item and turn a white item into a rare item. That can be very useful later on. Alright, here we go. Now let's go advance through the game and get closer to our objective, which is killing Andariel early on. The guide definitely starts out pretty slow because there's a lot of stuff to talk about in the very beginning of the game. There's going to be less and less stuff to kind of go through as we continue to move through the game later on. Getting started, though, is always intimidating in this game, though, so there's a lot of stuff going on potentially. Oh my goodness. This is whew! That's not good. I wonder if we can just try to move past them. Yeah, that might be a better idea. Yikes, that is a lot of archers. Until we get more health, I think we're gonna want to stay away from things like that. Got plenty of elite packs we can kill over here too. And nice. Just leveled up. You don't need that waypoint from the jail, but in general the way the jail works, so let's actually explain the map on the jail. So barracks is usually, you know, straight and to the left. Then of course straight ahead is usually the mounts. Once we get into the jail, this starting tile here doesn't look like it points anywhere. It looks like it could point in either direction. Normally when it's like that, it's really flat. It means it's pointing this way. So it's pointing up there. Damn, monsters, go away. I'm trying to explain something. Jeez. Alright, so we just hit level 12. And so once you hit level 12, we're golden. Now we have a much more powerful ability, which is Fireball. Fireball is really good. Alright, so we're going to use Fireball now. For the most part, Fireball is way stronger than Charge Bolt now. So we've made it past the early phase in the game. Now we hit level 12. I can also use that belt. Once again, though, you don't have to be that greedy for a 3-slot belt. It takes a lot of strength points early on, so feel free to put points into Vitality and wait until level 18. Right, here we go. This one. Ah, yes. Udanova. That one we can even maybe wait to sell, unless we absolutely need the gold now. That one looks like it could be worth even more. Wait to sell that in Act 2. Alright, sweet. Alright, so... having this belt is nice because now we don't have to really worry about picking out of our inventory as much. And in general, we can just collect potions. Now, for the most part, the rest of our stat points for a very long time are going to be going into vitality. Straight up. Of course, you either do it in the reverse order or either way, but that's what happens. Just vitality, period. We don't have a lot of health and we want more. 100%. Character's very squishy. Right, I'm gonna put that in there. I'm gonna sell that one later. Okay, jewel, nice.
Good evening.
Alright, so we're just selling items that can give us some money. Once again, picking up rings is nice, even if you can't use them. And we still can't find a 2-socket armor. Wow. It's very interesting. Normally she's much more cooperative here. That's okay. Alright, so now we have Fireball. Fireball is amazing. Fireball does a lot of damage. Case in point, now that we actually are level 12, so once again, it could be wise to stay into tower until you hit level 12, so you at least have this power spike. You can actually kill these monsters, not too bad now. That dude though, he's got a lot of fire res. I think he's got fire resistance because he has the holy fire aura under him. Yeah, we can dodge. Go kill him with fireballs. Alright, sweet. Excellent. You're good. Ow! Go away. Okay. Anyway, I was actually trying to explain something earlier before we got to level 12. Explaining that now we can use Fireball, which is our main ability for a while. Is that here this map is pointing this way. In the jail, it's almost always straight ahead or to the left and straight ahead. So in this case, it's probably to the left and straight ahead, which it is. Say from here, it went up here to the left and straight ahead. It could sometimes be just straight ahead though. Normally though, you're going to want to hug the left side of the map, or at least the straight ahead of the map in the jail. So this one's pointing in the same direction, so it's pointing up here. And we can do the same thing. What's up, No Name Jedi? How you doing? Alright. Telekinesis. You can also use telekinesis wells and shrines as well. Not just clickables. Telekinesis is amazing.
Impossible.
Getting that at level 10 is nice.
I can't.
There we go. So now we're trying to go straight ahead kind of from the beginning. It's kind of hard to. The map's like winding to the right. But when it winds to the right, don't be discouraged. Notice how in this case it was straight ahead. It's not even straight into the left. Technically it's straight ahead. The whole map is pointing this way, and so this tile is straight ahead from this tile. It's just that you had to go all the way to the right and then straight ahead to get. Sometimes you have to do that. In general, map rules work. The way it works is that the tile is facing in a certain direction, and in this case, it's facing straight ahead. Sometimes it might even be behind and straight ahead, and sometimes it's just straight ahead. And like I said, it could be left straight ahead, but it's straight ahead in this case. So if the whole map is swerving to the right, follow it and just go straight ahead. It's normally a pretty good idea. Alright, here we go. So this one, left to the left or straight ahead, we're in jail 3 now. Still have our frozen armor, which I haven't been applying, but frozen armor can definitely help against melee attacks, not ranged, just melee attacks. Monsters hit you, they can freeze themselves, and they can give you more. Of course, we also have our Frost Nova and our Static Field as well to help us drain down their health even more. But now that we have Fireball, we don't have to use Static Field as often, except against the boss. Fireball does a ton of damage. Okay, so pretty sure in this case it was all the way to the left. Yep, okay, so Jail 3 is a little different than Jail 1 and 2. Normally it's all the way to the left, and it can be a left-facing tile compared to the straight-facing tile. Normally in Jail 1 and 2, it's a straight-facing tile from direction of the starting block area. In this case, it's facing this way, but since this is Jail 3, it can be left-facing. So left-facing in this case, it's just all the way to the left. And then this block here is facing in this direction, so it's to the west and it's to the left of that starting block. I normally go to the left in Jail 3 because of that, because it happens a lot. I even open doors to telekinesis. What? Energy? Nope. Alright, so we can pop him in the mouth if we want. But it's not really going to help us too much. There's some ghostlies though, and some champions, so we can kill the elite packs just like normal. And now continue to level up as quickly as possible. I don't want to be hit by that, because he's got Frost Snow, he's got Cold Enchant, which means he's going to freeze me. It's going to take at least a Thawing Potion to get out of that, which is annoying. I don't have any on me actually right now. It's not good. Should have bought some. Rip. What's up, No Name Jedi? How you doing? We are doing a starting Sorceress guide.
To the bone.
Rags to riches. Alright, so next level, remember we're going to start just leveling up health. For tower cellar farming, it might be more advised to go to level 12 first so you can get Fireball early on, even if you already have your runes, and to put more points into Vitality before you put points into Strength to wear a higher tiered belt as well. So we've already explained that. I decided to play very greedy there just to test the limits of the game. Don't have to do that at all. Matter of fact, I'd probably recommend not doing it. Alright, so these monsters do a lot of damage. So in this case, the elite is fire enchanted. One thing to note is that whenever a monster is enchanted to the element you're using on a sorceress, that means that they're highly resistant to that element. So it says he's fire enchanted. That means that killing him will be very difficult with Fireball. We could switch to Charged Bolt, and we can keep it on hand if we want, but I'm actually going to choose just to skip him instead. And at this point, we're still looking for items that can give us gold and whatnot. Oh no. So Catacombs is marked by dead ends. One thing to note about Catacombs is that in Catacombs 1 and Catacombs 3, there's actually no way to tell which direction is the correct direction. In general, it's going to be on the edge of the map somewhere. That's all you pretty much know. It's not possible to know anything else. Okay, I think he's blocking the entrance now. Okay. Painful, painful stuff. Spiderwebs. Oh, and amp. Alright, so when you have that amplified damage curse, they're gonna do double physical damage to you, which is not good. Means you definitely won't want to be hit by that. Also, frozen armor is definitely gonna help under that circumstance. Alright, sweet. Who in chat likes Fireball? I love Fireball. Fireball is awesome. There you go. Alright, that looks like another dead end. Trying to follow the edge of the map and trying to find Catacombs 2. Yeah, there's no trick to actually finding it, unfortunately. That's why Catacombs is notorious for losing a lot of times in a speedrun. Alright, so there we go. Found it. Yay, we're out. Except we're not, because there's still 2 more levels to get through. Wait, we already found level 1, didn't we? Interesting. We're in Catacombs too. I don't know how we got here, actually. Oh, guess we got lucky. So one thing to note about Catacombs 2, now that we're already here, is I wasn't paying attention. I'm actually not. I'm only going to do the Sorceress for the very beginning because it's the best class to start with. If you start with another class, there will be other people that will do other guides. I am sure. But this is the best class to start with, period, in the beginning. So one thing to note about Catacombs 2, and so you can tell, you might ask Stark Humility, how the heck did you find this waypoint? It's because the Catacombs 2 has one pattern. Catacombs 2 has an entrance tile for the waypoint, which is pointing this way. In this case, in the Catacombs, it's always east, so it's to the right. Most of the time, it's to the left when it comes to just finding things from the entrance of an area and then finding the next level. As far as the waypoint goes in Catacombs, though, it's always to the right or to the east, is where Catacombs 3 is. Which means that conversely, from Catacombs 3, the waypoint is always to the left or to the west of block for Catacombs 3, which is pointing that way. Pointing that way, so it's over there. Okay. So in Catacombs 1, there's no pattern. That is the only pattern in Catacombs 2, which is very useful for finding Andariel. But in Catacombs 3, there is no pattern, once again. Another annoying area where you just have to kind of hover around the edge of the map until you find it. You can kill these dudes, but they're pretty tanky. Where are they running to? Yikes! Okay, I'm out of potions. I'm gonna have to go refill on potions. Always refill on potions when needed. Normally, though, it's when you already have items anyway, but it's in case I ran out. Fireball's not bad for killing them, even at level 1, though. Okay. Jeez, that actually takes a while. Never mind. Yeah, those things are kind of nasty. The Afflicteds are much easier to kill. Same thing with the zombies and everything else.
Good day.
Even the zombies, I think, have fire resistance, but even they're easier to kill than they are. Ah, look at that. Wow, that is a monster right there. That is a whopper. So right there, we just found a 20 fire resist ring. In general, besides FCR, if you already have your FCR, resistance is going to be your next most important stat on the rest of your gear. Like, all of it, pretty much. Well, we'll talk about that more when we get to later in the game, but yeah. Very important stuff. So this is a 1 fire bolt with 1 socket. Alright, so this, I might actually buy this one. This one is a pretty nice staff, so I think I'm going to actually just, cut my losses on this one. Now look at that, it's got static and 1 fireball. That's nice for static range, so the radius on static increases, which is good for quality of life. And it increases our skill level on fireball. It costs 10k in this case. That's not too bad. I think I'm actually going to go with that. So, also for now, it also gives us another skill point for fireball as it stands. So, yeah, good stuff. Another skill point for fireball, plus I can use it for leaf. So leaf, you can put Turral into it, and we can get 3 fire skills. That's going to be a very powerful staff at level 19. We can't use stealth or leaf yet, though. Those are required. Those require higher levels, so we're going to wait on those. Static. That's right, Kev. It's got static. Alright, I'm also gonna buy some antidotes here. I'm pretty poor after that purchase, but it was definitely worth it. Not only do we get a bit more power right now, we're also prepared to make a nice runeward base. Once again, it's optional to get a 2-socketed staff with fireball on it. But any amount of fireball on a 2-socketed staff is pretty huge, and you can keep farming. If you have enough gold, you can farm for like a 2 to fireball staff, a 3 to fireball staff. I'm gonna accept the 1 to fireball staff here. I think that's good enough. That's pretty solid. It's pretty hard to get a better one than that. Farming the waypoint over and over and farming a car, it kind of gets draining anyway, so kind of whatever. All right, here we go. Spending too much time in the very early game is usually not as much fun anyway. Alright, here we go. It can be, though. It can be. It does. It does, it does. Like the tanky girls right here. So in Catacombs 4, of course, is where Andariel lies, and... I'm actually going to drink some antidote potions here, so they have 85 poison res. If you drink antidote potions or thawing potions, you can increase your poison or cold res respectively. Up to a maximum of 85 temporarily, 30 seconds per pot drink. So right now we have 85 poison res for about like another minute. It was a minute and a half to start. So if I use Frost Nova against Andariel, the static field at least at level 3, and train her down with static field, and then once we get her low enough to where we're like, whatever, fireball, and she dies very fast to fireball. She has negative fire res, so that makes fireball the best sorceress ability for killing Andariel. It's pretty easy. You can also kill her with static, just pure static field and charge bolt though. So once again, just a pure charge bolt build until level 18 is also be very effective in this regard. Still getting, of course, you know, Frost Nova and everything else. Looks like we just found another set item. That one's not going to be too useful. And pick up the gems. Gems are very nice. And GG. Alright, so I'm going to go check Andariel one more time to see if she's going to give us that 2-socketed armor. Sell the rare items. You can literally just sell them. Doesn't matter. You can keep a rare armor for an Act 2 mercenary if you want, but mercenaries at this point in the game typically just die, so they're not going to be super necessary, and they're going to actually be pretty difficult to maintain. They cost gold to revive. Hey, what do you know? It's we've been looking for the whole time. Very nice. So now that we have that socketed item, there's a couple more socketed items we can get from Charcy. If we get a specific map with a waypoint next to Charcy, I can look for him if I want. Or you can just move on from here and get him later. Due to Fire Bolt. See, we don't want Fire Bolt though. Points into synergies granted by an item do not help out our main skill. In the case of Fire Bolt, getting like points on a staff on Fire Bolt does not help our damage to Fireball. Only hard points into Fire Bolt would increase their damage on Fireball. So keep that in mind. I think that's a pretty common point of confusion. Alright, we're actually going to sell these minor healing potions because in Act 2 we'll have access to light ones. And that is a really nice amulet that can probably sell more for more in Act 2, so we're going to actually make some bank off of... checking to see if there's another like Fireball staff or something. These two can sell for more in Act 2, so we'll make some bank off those. It should be fun. Clegolot's shield isn't going to help us out. We're definitely going to want a staff, so don't worry about random ass shields. Sell them for me. Right, whereas even though it's set, doesn't matter. Now in this case, the set gloves are actually kind of cool, but Later on, it's actually going to be better just to get random amounts of res on the gloves, so I wouldn't worry about that too much either as well. You can put that in the staff, in your stash for later if you want. It's not a bad idea. Alright, so Andy went down really easy. Good stuff. Combination of Frost Nova, Static Field, and Fireball. One thing to note is that bugging Andy is a thing in the original version of the game. Before you leave the game, if you want to make sure she has her best possible loot table every time you kill her, the first time you kill her, make sure you enter Act 2 before you ever leave the game. Do not leave the game until you enter Act 2, but that's all you have to do. Once you enter Act 2, it's going to always drop from something called her quest loot table if you kill her. And if you really want to kill normal Andy over and over, even though it's not necessary or even very quick or fast, the same applies to Nightmare Andy, the same applies to Hell Andy as well, which will be even more important. So, actually, it's going to be insanely important. But, yeah, in general, just make sure you enter Act 2.
Your presence honors me.
I'm going to try to see if I can find a waypoint map where Charcy is next to the waypoint so I can farm some more socket items. You can farm for them later when you get some faster run walk boots if you want, which makes it a little bit faster. Or you can just farm them now. So I can go farm some socket items. So this large shield, could do that. I'm gonna go get. I think I'm gonna make Spirit earlier on, so I'm not gonna worry about that one. So we want some socketed shields, which is another thing you can farm off of her. Something else you can check her for, you know, socketed items in general. Yeah, look at that, 2 sockets. Dang, that's almost what we need. We need a 3 socket one.
Good day.
1 socket. These socketed items will prove instrumental to building our initial sorceress.
Yes.
Hey, what's up, Dirt Flirter? How you doing? I'm also looking for a 2-socketed...
What you need?
2-socketed small shield if possible. Which is another reason to get 25 strength, because once you go into Act 2, this can actually help you have a bit of an easier time in Act 2. I'll take another 2-socket armor, though. At least for now.
Good to see you.
A large shield must not be confused with a small shield. Just telekinesising the waypoint right next to Charcy over and over is nice. That's what we were looking for. Actually, that can help us out a bit too. Wasn't looking for that, but that works. In Act 2, lightning res is pretty important, so if you want to have a bit of an easier time in Act 2... Okay, that had no skills on it, rip. Kept it, I think we accidentally put it in here, actually. Darn. You can also sell that for money too. But for the time being, we can either use this and nothing, or we can use this fireball staff. Now, since we have a fireball staff, we can just use this and have more damage. But one thing you can do in Act 2 that's actually really helpful is stick 2 chip topazes into a small shield. And so when you kill beetles, which have a ton of lightning damage on them, you can swap. I don't know if I'm going to remember to swap, but you can swap to this. And your lightning res is actually going to be pretty high when you kill them. But your damage won't be as high because our staff's actually giving us fireball. That's not always the case, but if it is, you can swap either way, which is kind of nice. That is pretty sick. Yeah, this is solo self-found. I found that I think I got kind of lucky farming. Yeah, I got pretty lucky farming there. Farming a Kara is a thing though for a 2-socketed gray staff that has fireball on it. To make the most use out of out of a leaf.
Good to see you.
But yeah, it's got static field on it. Ah, perfect. Alright, that's what we were looking for. So, let's explain kind of what we have here. Let's do a small overview. So I have this thingy-mabobber, which I can just use to put in some extra gems just to make our path towards level 18 a bit easier. I have this thingy-mabobber, which also has sockets. I have this one where we can put Ral runes in it to increase our fire res later on. I have this one for lore, which is a rune word that we're going to worry about when we get into Nightmare. I have this one, which is we can use before we get into Nightmare, or at the very least, we can use it like once we're inside Nightmare, at the very least before Hell, to make Ancient's Pledge. And then we have this one for Stealth, which is 2 sockets, Tal F. Ral, Orb Tal, Tal F, Orb Soul, up to a Ral if you want. And we don't have the base for our spirit weapon yet, but we will. So we're actually going to kind of get out of the leaf mode at some point here. We're going to want to use spirit. Spirit is a different rune, and that's what we're going to use with Ancient's Pledge. And spirit's a 4-socket crystal sword, broadsword, or sword. But we'll go over how to get that base. We don't have it yet. We can't get it yet. But for now, we have everything we need, at least for all the other rune words that are going to be basic. I guess you could say stalwarts for our push into late Nightmare and Hell. Just push through the game in general. Wow. Lucky. God. So I can check for some like res bonuses. If you ever want to check, you can always check for some resistance gear if you want. It's not necessary at this point in the game. You can just, of course, keep moving forward.
What you need?
But lightning res would be nice sometimes. You can also look for like Frost Nova when struck, which is nice. But since we have Frost Nova already as like one of our skills that we use, it's not super important. Once you get Teleport, you can also look to gear up an Act 2 Mercenary. Which means that you can also start looking for maybe like some kind of like a spear or something, like a trident in general. Tridents are pretty slow though. Usually you want one of the faster attack speed ones. Like this is very slow attack speed, so the Mercenary is not very fast. So I'm actually not going to bother with that. The other thing you should note, of course, about Act 2 is that now you can buy even better potions, which is nice. We don't... Do I have any more Jews, or did I actually run out of Jews? I don't know. I ran out of Jews, wow. And hence, even though, you know, you get enough strength to wear things like the small shield and the belt, you don't have a lot of health, which is why maybe just pumping points into vitality instead of strength, and then waiting a few more levels for vitality is not a bad. But you know, that works. It works. It's fine. Alright, we're actually going to sell the amethyst because chip gems are definitely more important than regular gems, especially when it gives strength. We don't need that. I think we're going to be good. Alright, so now that we're in Act 2, we can sell these for a bit more gold. We're not using Nova. If we were using Nova, that would have been amazing, but we're not using Nova. We can always sell our books and rebuy them at max quantity. And we'll be good. Alright, so now that we've done all of that, we're actually just going to go push outside. You usually get Spedums even though they're slow. Yeah. Spedums are okay. We're not going to worry about the Mercenary yet, though. That's something that's more important when we get the Teleport skill in Sorceress. Not super important right now. Alright. So as you can see, Fireball is very strong.
I am overburdened.
Wow, that's nice stuff. And another nice charm to sell. Anything that gives like gold fines, stamina, attack rating, max damage, those aren't stats we need. Charms are mostly looking for life, mana, res, faster hit recovery, things like that. Just like with jewelry, FCR, res, Same stuff, basically. Maybe mana per kill, that's also a nice stat. Alright, so make sure to still have some stamina potions. We're still running around a lot. Once you get teleport, you don't need them as much. So, in order to find the dry hills, we're looking on the edge of the map. Normally it's going to be at the very edge of the map, and if it's not on the left side on the edge, it's usually like in the top right or something, or in the bottom right. So I'm going to go over here. Make sure to use my frozen armor. And... oh wow. Wasn't paying attention where I was going. That works. Yeah, for sure, for sure. So right now we're actually on our lightning res shield. So like I said, we can swap to this if we want more lightning res to kill beetles, like right here. These beetles here do a lot of damage. So do these slingers, of course, but might notice that we can actually tank somewhat because we actually have 41 light res here on our swap. That's kind of nice. Chip topazes do the trick every time. Sweet. Alright, so just leveled up, which is awesome. We're going to put another point into Fireball. We're literally just going to put all our skill points into Fireball and all our points into Vitality. Of course, once again, depending on when you get your 25 Strength, put the rest of the points into Vitality if you already have it, or put your points into Strength if you're going towards Teleport level. Now we're at 25 Strength. We don't need Strength for a while, though. Ow! We don't have any juice. No. Do I have any juice? No.
I can't carry anymore.
I'm actually gonna keep this armor here for the mercenary. I didn't keep the one from Andariel. I sold it instead. It's kind of one of those choice things like normal, but yeah. See, that's got some nice res actually. That could be very nice for the mercenary. Finding an armor for the mercenary, then buying some kind of stave for him is going to usually be the approach. You can also buy like a helmet or something and give him some res or pop some gems in it. It's like you can pop into the weapon. We're not going to worry too much about that yet. Where is it really up here? What? No way. Normally isn't. Oh yeah, I guess we got a whole section up here. Sweet.
Impossible.
Okay. It's not impossible. Still upset you lost 10k channel points, Rip Floaters. Right. Once again, I can use Static Field and Frost Nova if I'm a bit more adept as well. And we're good. So that's why we have all these skills at this point. You know, we got Telekinesis, we have Frozen Armor. We can use them all to our advantage. For the most part, I'm only going to target elite packs though, like I've been doing, so that we can gain experience pretty efficiently. Here's another one. Bone Vex. With level 4 Static Field because of our staff, we're doing very well. Static Field, so we have a lot of range on it. May as well use Static Field because we can get monsters down to 1 HP with Static. Always use Static Field. Alright, sweet. Alright, so leveling up pretty fast. I would say we're maybe, I wouldn't say we're under leveled, but we're definitely not like over at this point. It's a pretty good point right now, level 13 at this point. Usually when you kill Andy, being at level like 12 through 13 is pretty good. It's anywhere up to 15 if you had to farm Countess for a long time. You got bad rune RNG. We're doing pretty good here. Ah, look at that. See, this is a Necro Head with Weaken, Dim Vision, and Amplify Damage. Those are multiple skills, including ones that are level 6 as well. That is going to give us a lot of money.
I can't.
That's a big money item right there. Gem Shrine. We could upgrade the gem if we wanted to. Instead of selling the amethyst, now that I think about it, I could have actually kept it and upgraded it with gem shrines. Then actually got a perfect amethyst, which could have allowed us to maybe craft a caster Ami later on. But it might not be that big of a deal. It's kind of optional. Just another one of those optional things. You know, sometimes when you sell things, you have to think about what you can use them for. It's a bit more of an advanced use anyway, though.
Impossible.
It's a huge deal. Is it, though?
Blessings to you.
No, it's not huge. But we got 3,000 gold off that. Bam. Easy. One thing I can actually use that gem shrine for now. Let's see. Can I buy the mercenary's weapon? I mean, we can use a slow one if we want, but a faster one. I want the brand of stock, man. I could have done that. But then, of course, the thing about gem shrines, you never know when they're gonna pop up. It can be a little challenging. It can definitely be a little challenging to like know like, alright, I should actually keep this gem and upgrade it, but you can't do it. Another nice gem that could be nice to upgrade though could be a flawed diamond. Or you could just upgrade any kind of gem in general. I'll probably find another amethyst. We'll use another one. We need money anyway. We're pretty poor. We are a poor sorceress.
I can't.
That's exactly why I like Spedum's big damage for beetles. Oh yeah. Alright, so in the Dry Hills, somewhere in the Dry Hills is the Halls of the Dead. Usually it's next to a wall somewhere. And once you find it, you can put a TP next to it. Okay. You can put a TP next to it here.
Impossible.
And then you can go search for one of the waypoints. Now, we don't need the Dry Hills waypoint necessarily. I think we already got it, so that's fine. Actually, oh, look at that. I think Far Oasis is down here, actually. You notice that, by the way. One thing you can do up there is you can just, like, TP and then go back in the Dry Hills and then go look for the waypoint in Far Oasis. But since we know where the Far Oasis is, I'm just gonna go down here. I could have just popped into there though, because I at least have one waypoint, so
I can't.
it's whatever you want to do there. Ugh. As long as you have one waypoint. Alright, so this is Beetle Burst. I'm actually gonna switch to my Lightning Res here. Lightning Res shield. And look how much more we can tank now. Wow. You just sit here and spike them. Lightning Res shield is definitely optional, just like some other things, but I like it. It makes it comfy to go kill the beetles. Beetles are dangerous, so that's not gonna sell well because it's ethereal, but it might sell okay. I don't know. A stave could have sorceress skills on it. That one did not, though. Yep. Can't get to riches without starting in rags. That's right. There's the maggot lair. That's actually kind of nice. I would put a waypoint there, but we're holding one at Halls of the Dead. So instead, I'm gonna go look for the bone wands. Bone have some skills on it.
I can't.
Even low quality ones can be quite nice. Ugh. That's right, you gotta start in the rags, man. Okay, so That's pretty close to the Dry Hills waypoint, so I'm actually going to go look for the Lost City waypoint because we found the Lost City. So all these areas are always on the edge of the map somewhere, and I've just been finding the areas pretty easily. It's not always that easy, though. We go switch to my Lightning Red Shield because he's Lightning Enchanted. Awesome. Alright, so once again, more points into Vitality. We actually have a pretty decent amount of health now. It's pretty good. And another point to Fireball. Sweet. Alright, see if we can find the waypoint. If you can find this waypoint, then it's going to be really easy to just bang, 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 hit all the quests in Act 2, and
I can't.
we are done!
Impossible.
Done very quick. And we'll just continue to kill elite packs as we find. Ow. Ow. Well, that's the way it is, you know. It's, you know, you can always get free items in like a free game on Battle.net, but always nice to know that, you know, you're set to go. Ugh. Frost Nova. Okay. Always take the skill shrine. Let's take a skill shrine. Alright, I think the waypoint isn't down here. Our old staff, okay. We're gonna walk around to pick that up, actually. Yeah, so this one has 1 to Ice Bolt on it, so it's at least okay.
Impossible.
Ow. Health, we have none.
I can't.
We have no health, officer. Should have checked that staff, actually. Rip. Refresh your frozen armor when you see that it's out, which I'm not doing. Just being lazy with it, man. Alright, so that was Dark Elder. Dark Elder is super unique. He has good experience. And this right here could be a helm for the mercenary, and yes it can. Wow. More reds for the mercenary when we get it. That's gonna be nice. We're actually getting kind of lucky with some of these drops, not gonna lie. Like, I know we're taking it slow so we can explain stuff, but man, these drops are nice. Got nice cast rate. You don't always have this nice of cast rate. The cast rate's one of the reasons why I chose to be greedy with the level 12 getting that belt on too. Because
I can't.
you know, I can actually have the damage output. But, you know, I would still, like, probably just put all your points into Vitality first, and then maybe around, like, I guess level 16 you can start stacking Strength. The only problem with that, though, is then you can't wear this shield. And that shield's so nice! I like the shield, and I like the belt, but you don't have to have them at this point in the game. What is this? No! No, Mirage. Okay, so there it is. So, we actually got pretty fortunate in general with these maps. We got a Viper Temple that's right next to the Lost City Warp. We got a Maggot Lair that's pretty close to one of the waypoints, at least the Dry Hills one over here. And we have our TP we made for the Herodric Cube for Halls of the Dead. So we want our Herodric Cube first, of course. That's going to be pretty huge to moving forward as fast as possible. What we're going to do is... yeah, those sold pretty well. Notice how even how a low quality bone wand still sells for almost 3,000 gold. I mean, it's closer to 2,000. But you get the idea. It's just because of the skill it has on it. Picking up low quality items that could have skills to check if they have skills. Don't be fooled. That stuff can sell for a lot. It's definitely a mistake a lot of people make on that one. Definitely. You could just get a random Volge our Brandis stock. I mean, I can buy one temporarily, I guess, but I don't care about the mercenary really until I can teleport anyway, so. Eh. We do have some items though. We have a helm for him now, we have an armor, so you don't really have to care about the mercenary for a little bit. Just pick up stuff and sell it, and good to go. And now we have a 3-slot belt. We can also use this potion buying technique, where we pick up the belt, which ejects all the potions into our inventory, and then we can shift right-click them to just buy them and fill up our entire belt, rinse and repeat. So that's actually one of the very tasty benefits of the 3-slot belt, but you know. You don't need it this early though. You need it for teleporting though, because at that point you burn through mana potions, and you're actually gonna need it. It looks so tiny. Sweet. Alright, so we're gonna go into Halls of the Dead, to our waypoint that we made earlier. And notice that our damage is really high. So at this point, we don't even have to get close to the monsters to static them if we want. We can just range them from afar. Yeah, make sure you have your throw on your left click so that you're not hitting monsters with your staff. It's not good. Okay. So in Halls of the Dead, you might notice that I seem to know where I'm going in here as well. That's because I do. The way this map works is you see this box here. Technically, the game is detecting that as pointing up, so pointing this way. Once again, this is one of those maps where you go to the left, kind of like the Tower Cellar. So it's to the left or to the west, or a west-facing block. The west-facing block, of course, once again, can be around into the back or up and to the left. In this case, it's directly to the left, which is nice. That goes for all 3 levels of Halls of the Dead. So once again, this weird-looking block is pointing this way, technically. Well, we're not going to want to go that way. We're going to want to go to the left or to the west, and it might be immediately to the left or to the west, or it might be up into the west. In this case, it might be like up here and then up into the west. We'll see. Okay, so he's fire enchanted. Explained this before, so he's going to be pretty hard to kill, but killing his minions is still a good idea, because they don't have all that fire res, and you can still get a ton of experience off of it.
Impossible.
Ouch! Alright, so apparently it's like up and to the left, and yeah, okay, so it's a west-facing block, just like I said. We're good. Like always. Alright, so these monsters give a lot of experience. She can be kind of dangerous. She's extra strong cursed, so if she curses you, that's pretty dangerous, but we made good use of our Frost Nova and whatnot. We're good to go. And yeah, we have the most important item in the game, Project Cube. See, even Deckard Cain knows the truth.
You have quite a treasure there in that Horodric cube.
Yeah, see, he won't shut up about it ever, even when you've had it for the entire game. Okay. Alright, so, oh yeah, make sure to put your gold away on softcore. On hardcore, like I said, doesn't matter, but put your gold away. Alright, yeah, once again, you can look for, like, you know, maybe a 3-slot belt that has a stat on it if you want. Ah, that's what we really want, though, most likely. Usually, let's see, normally if we... Whatever. I'm just gonna sell the potions. So 3-socketed Brandis stock means we, if we can find, like, a sapphire, we can make the merc freeze on striking, and we can also give him some other damage as well, so he can do more damage with some gems. Having that on hand is not a bad idea if you find one. It's pretty easy to find usually. Usually, not always. Okay. So now we're gonna go to the maggot lair. You don't even know where the Far Oasis waypoint is, but that's okay, because this is pretty close to the maggot lair. And we'll continue to kill elite monsters and forward. We're leveling up decently fast. By the end of Act 2, we kind of want to be level 18 if possible, so that we at least have teleport available, even in Players 1. Alright, here we go. Our frozen armor. Frozen armor only lasts 2 minutes though. At least at level 1, so. Okay, I'm gonna use my lightning shield a lot in here because I'm just gonna want to face tank them and take as little damage as possible. So having this 2 chipped topaz shield is really gonna do some work here. There's a lot of beetles in the maggot layer, and usually the fastest way to kill them is just by face tanking them. And it's hard to face tank them if your light res is shit, but it's not. Like, ours is at 41 because we have gloves and we have that. We're set to go. I can actually tank them pretty well already. Oh, getting pretty low. That's okay. What's that? Ugh.
Impossible. I can't.
Oh yeah, that's true. I actually don't have enough rune actually, Mirage. I didn't get I didn't get enough rune farming Countess. I might have to find one somewhere if I want to do that. Talk about pro strats from the chat right there. What's up, Hootie? How you doing? It is what it is. Alright, so Maggot Lair. This one, Maggot Lair is a pretty unique layout about it. So normally, this starting area is actually pointing this way. You don't want to go to the west or to the left like on most maps. You actually want to go to the east or to the right of that block, which is what we're doing. However, the whole map is going in that direction. So it's going to make it kind of difficult to actually find where it's at. You don't have to go this way. This is a dead end, but if you want, we can go pop for some additional potions. Nice, so we actually have some potions again. That's good. Making sure we have juice on hand is always going to be a good thing. Especially when your health is still so low. Alright, so once again, all the points into vitality. All the points into energy already that we're already going to need. Once you have like 45 energy, 40 energy by the way, that's where I would stop. That's where I'd actually stop putting points into energy. I didn't really say that explicitly, but yeah. It's nice to have some extra energy though, so you're not constantly gluing your mana. Hey, what's up, Roman Viking? How you doing? 2 months as a member of Xana's Attack Squad, the Ghost of the Machine. Arcane Disciples. Chat, spam some eyes of Xana in the chat. We are... oh, we don't know yet. We don't even know when the beta's out yet, so there's still a lot of unknowns. What's up, Torkhammer? Guys, let's spam some eyes of Xana in the chat for Roman Viking. Let's go. What's up, Roman Viking, man? Thank you so much for the support. We're starting from nothing today. Alright, so... Oh god, oh, he's cold enchanted. So, alright, so this is something to know here. Is that when beetles have enchants like fire enchant, all their bolts will do both lightning and cold damage on top of that. It's very dangerous. So if you ever see that modifier on a beetle like cold enchanted or fire enchanted, that is when they are at their strongest. Be very careful about that modifier, especially on hardcore. It will get your brand new sorceress killed very fast. I didn't even know that was the modifier until I saw the damage and I was like, oh yeah. I saw the damage and I was frozen. I was like, okay, cold enchanted. I was like, yep, that's some nasty stuff.
I can't.
If we were not using our lightning resistance shield, it'd probably be dead. However, cold resistance would even help us against that particular scenario. We don't really have any though. It's not really a priority at the moment. Alright, here we go. One thing to note is that if you level up a 10, let's say you get kind of stuck in doing Countess and farming runes. If you level up to level 15, and you have static maps, let's say you're on a single player, you can power farm Beetle Burst to level 18, and then you can use teleport and just teleport through the maggot layer. Since we are simulating BattleNet map generation though, we are not going to do that. But if you're playing single player, that is the strat. Normally you'd find Beetle Burst as soon as possible. You try to get a map where the Far Oasis waypoint is as close to him as possible. You would just farm up until you can use teleport, so that would make Maggot Layer a lot easier. Heck, you can even do it before finding the cube, but you know, as well. This is an interesting map. So this map, it's pointing this way, so it's somewhere to the right. So it's a right-facing block, as I've noticed before. So it's around and to the back and to the right. This is what I was talking about before that can happen. This is around and to the back, and technically it's still facing to the east or to the right compared to the entrance tile that is pointing this way. I know that's really strange and a little confusing, but it happens with your maps all the time. So that's an example of a map where that happened, so.
Impossible.
Teachable moments. I will try to pack as much useful information in this guide, including alternative strategies as much as possible. So you guys can feel more confident advancing through. You can try the more dangerous strats that I might be trying. You can try the safer ones that I'm mentioning. You can do whatever you want. It's all good stuff. Alright, so. Alright, so. This is what we want. Now, once you get into Maggot 3, it's not to the right anymore. It's a straight, so it's pointing this way. The whole like entrance area is pointing this way. It's always straight ahead, so it's one of the straight ahead areas. This poison damage is ridiculous. Don't be afraid to sometimes just go heal at Atma. That's also telekinesis, the EPs. And there is the staff. Second item we need to advance. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright. Sweet. 3 lefts makes a right. Yep, that works too. But it's also still a right-facing tile. But you're right, you know, it's either right directly or it's 3 lefts making a right, essentially. I know that's a really weird way to think about it, but yep, there it is. It's Diablo 2 for you sometimes. Alright, so we don't need that sucker. We don't need that sucker. We're also not gonna need an Eld Rune for any reason. So you can just sell that if you want. You can keep it for later if you want. There are some uses for an Eld Rune, but they're not super. There we go. If you want money though, just make some money. Alright, so Fireball once again. Now we're gonna go take our farthest waypoint we got. Getting the waypoints is always gonna be different depending on the map generation. So make sure to put a TP if you see like an area to enter, like Halls of the Dead. Then go find a waypoint and then enter the area if you can. I was pretty greedy. I went all the way through and just looked for the farthest waypoint because the other areas were either next to my TP or they were next to a waypoint. Ooh. Alright, so Fireball, once again, ridiculously strong ability. Don't really have to worry about static field too much except against bosses at this point. I'm actually going to switch back to my Fireball staff though. Something I forgot to do. We're no longer facing lightning enchanted or beetles, which are always lightning enchanted. Right, here we go.
Impossible.
be honest, I'm a little rusty in the early game myself. This might be apparent in this guide. But hey, you know, this is good. This is important stuff, you know. This is D2R prep for you guys, and it's D2R prep for me as well. Hey. And again, I'm likely going to be starting in a group, but, you know, either way, it doesn't matter. See, even if you're starting in a group and you level up, this can help you understand how to get your gear if your team disbands or anything else. So this guide in general, like, will show you kind of what to do at various points in the game, what kinds of gear will advance you in the game, and how to move forward. So here we go. We got that one, we got that one, okay. All these monsters in the way. Alright, so this is one of those maps where it's to the west or having a west-facing tile somewhere. Oh, we could have picked that up, but yeah, it's not that important. Rare weapons at this point aren't going to sell for as much compared to like solid body armors or just items with plus skills on them. Skills from any character. Good stuff. I'm going to continue to pick up chip gems. There we go, nice. That's a good chip gem. We actually need a sapphire. Mercenary weapon if we want to. Oh, no, that's dexterity. Oh. Alright, so it was all the way up here. So this map, Claw Viper can be very annoying sometimes. Let's explain how. So this is a starting block here. Alright, so usually when it starts out like this, it's always straight ahead. It's through that first door to the top. And then of course to the left, finding a left-facing block. It wasn't over to the left though. It wasn't even straight and to the left up here. It wasn't behind and to the left, which sometimes happens. It was all the way to the right. And then technically, even though this is straight ahead, because this entrance here is to the left, it's on the left wall here, technically, according to the game, this is to the left. It's straight and to the left. I know. Claw Viper Temple is super. Yeah, I know. I know, Mirage. Alright, so... Oh, remember when you get low, you have that oh shit button. That's why we keep those potions there. Alright, so ring mails sell very good, so that's a body armor, that's what we were talking about. Also, that could sell pretty decent because it's a higher tier weapon that's rare at this point in the game. It's pretty nice. Rares are usually a safe bet, but not always. The base of the item matters quite a bit when it comes to rares and sell value. I talk a lot about sell value because gold, you know, that's the easiest way to get stuck somewhere in the game. It's not have enough gold and then you're just struggling and then you might have to go back and farm some gold, and you always got to keep your gold up. Keeping your gold up is very important. Alright, so that's a nice 500 there. And we didn't need it. Okay, sweet. Yeah, that's cool. Alright, so more chip gems. We might need those later. So the D2R stash is actually going to be this size, and you're even going to have some shared stash pages. So this is pretty realistic at this point. I'm actually glad that Pluggy actually simulates that very well. It's good stuff. Whereas if we were playing on actual BattleNet, you wouldn't have as much space, and this makes it twice as annoying, and it's not even realistic because it's not what you guys will be encountering when D2R comes out. It's old school. It's fun in its own way, but it's also frustrating that you have stash space. Alright, so right there, just completed everything. You know, if I wanted to, I could actually use this temporarily. Or I actually get to the end here. Because I got so lucky with my rings and whatnot, I could actually do this until I hit level 17. I can actually just put on 220 FCR rings, and you can actually use the Amulet of the Viper if you wanted to. You can actually boost your stats a bit. I don't really need fire res in Act 2 very much, so we could do that if we wanted to. Definitely not something you'd have to do, but it's an idea. Showing how many things are possible in early game. Like early game possibilities are truly endless. I like my hit recovery boots for now. Gonna keep us alive. Alive! Is level 3 always north? Oh yes, it's always just straight ahead, so it's north technically. When I say straight ahead, technically that's a north, where it's a same facing block, it's facing in the same direction as the rest of it, right? So yeah, talk to Drognin, unlike me, wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. Okay, sweet. Talk to Drognin and now move to the palace, and let's go find Arcane. Now, if you want, you can actually search for elite packs. You can reload the game, and Beetle Burst is the strat in single player, like hands down. But if you're not in single player, you can just be looking through this stuff. You just have to go. Ow. Okay. Alright, so the way this map works is you actually activate the waypoint there of telekinesis. Is that Palace Cellar is always just straight down or to the right, so we're just gonna go all the way, just gonna keep going down over and over. And we'll be good. Alright, looks like that's an elite pack. I'm gonna go stop and kill this. We need experience. Only level 16 still. Not insanely ideal. This is why, if you can Beetle Burst farm, do it. Just that on Battle.net map generation, you can't guarantee that at all. Like, it's Beetle Burst could be anywhere. Be anywhere at all. So it's not going to be very efficient. You just want to move through the game, this is how we do it. Alright, so now that we're in Palace Cellar 3, it's in the center. And we can also go looking for Fire Eye for some experience. Fire Eye is super unique, he always spawns here. Where is he? Oh. Ugh. Ouch. These dudes are kind of fire resistant, but you know, for the most part, that's okay. Get our frozen armor on. See, Fire Eye, it's very fire resistant. One way to deal with the fire resistant monsters, though, is just to use Static Field. Then you can finish them off with Fireball when they have almost no health. There you go.
I am overburdened.
That could be nice for the mercenary. Let's check it out. That actually might work because it has the cold damage, it has the lightning damage, yeah. Alright. Maybe instead of putting... We'll keep the other one for bigger gems and we'll use this one for the mercenary for now. Sweet. So now we have the Project Cube, we can stuff items in it. That wand had no skills, but it could have had Necromancer skills on it. Alright, so now... Summoner, and our destination can be at any of these 4 directions. We don't know which one. There's no way to know which one is. So don't ask! Diablo II scientists, for decades, have studied the Arcane Sanctuary, attempting to find a way to determine where the summoner is from some other queue in the game, from where the waypoint is, relative to little indentations on the ground, and they haven't found anything. So this is just one of those RNG elements of the game where you're just gonna have to go looking for it. I mean, those were well-funded scientists, too. Those, the speedrunners, man, they were funding every effort possible, because eliminating RNG in speedrunning is typically a good thing. So that you have more reliable paths towards completing the speedrun. And there's not as many times you actually have to reset your speedrun because you got bad RNG, so. Fortunately though, this is one of those things that hasn't been figured out.
Good day. Greetings.
I don't know what's been going on with our potions, by the way.
There's nothing.
We forgot to pick up some of them, or is it just that not finding enough elite packs? I don't know. Oh. Being short on juice is okay. It's a little bit more annoying for the early game, I suppose. 3-socketed ring mail. Having a 3-socketed armor handy is not a bad idea. Don't necessarily need it, though. Let's see. Is one way to get your mercenary resistances pretty high, though, without much effort later on, so keeping some kind of 3-socketed armor early on is pretty solid in general.
I can't carry anymore.
Okay. So, I'm pretty sure this is not one of the right directions. Yeah, right. That could be good for the mercenary, though. You don't have to have smoke. So let's say you don't find a Lumrune FTW. You can actually put a Ral, Ort, and Tal into it, or a Ral, Ort, and a Thule. And your mercenary is actually hell ready at that point, because he has an armor with 30 all res. That is a little known strat, that if you happen to have trouble finding certain runes, you could actually use that. But we'll talk about that one. Yeah, the mercenary, yeah. Not yourself. You're correct. For yourself, you would probably never use that strat because you can just put them on. But yeah, you'd use because of the strength requirement and whatnot. Yeah. Okay, so we actually got lucky, and we found him in the very first try. Wow, first way arcane. Am I seeing things right now? I gotta rub my eyes. Am I dreaming? Wow. Also, this is that could sell for a decent amount, but it's not gonna be as impressive as you might think. It's decent for selling though. We can continue to pick up the chip gems though. Alright, so that's actually bad in some sense though, because we don't even have stealth. We're level 16, but we can move to the end of the game doing this, so it's fine. This means that we don't have our teleport yet, which is okay. We don't even have stealth. Stealth we can wear at level 17, so that's going to be a huge armor upgrade. We farmed the runes for that earlier, so we're set to go. Alright, so Talrosh's Tomb is one of those west-facing or left-facing tile areas. So in general, you're going to want to take note that it's pointing this way. This first tile here is pointing that way, so we're going to go over here to the left or to the west. Most of the time when you have a west-facing tile, it's to the west or to the left. It could also be around into the back, like always, or all the way up and to the left, but in general, we're going to be trying to go over this direction. This is going to make... Ooh, hello. You don't have to kill this crap. This area tends to be pretty dense, though. We can just run past stuff, especially with frozen armor. Running past things is pretty easy. So, like, if they hit us here, they all freeze. Also get some ghosts as well. Need some potions. Oh, so it's not immediately to the left. It could be up and to the left, so that's what we're going to check next. Ah, nice. That was a greater mana pit. That's alright. Teleport is also not super good until Act 3 anyway. One reason that is because you only have infinite access to light mana potions through your gold in Act 2. And light mana potions don't refill your mana fast enough to keep up with teleport very well. But once you can get access to those health healing potions, like the normal healing potions, not the light ones, and the regular mana potions, which is what we want for the teleporting, that's going to be a lot better anyway. Teleporting in Act 2 is kind of Dan's game. I mean, you can do it. It's a little faster, it helps, but it's not... Oh no! Alright, I'm gonna switch to my lightning res shield. Something I forgot to do. Alright, well, if you have a lightning res shield, switch to it, you know? It can be nice, it can save your life. Sweet. Yeah, well, we can't wear Tarnhelm. We haven't found one, so we're pretending that we have no gear starting out here at all.
I can't.
So yeah, it's untwinked. Oh, see, ghosts love to drop runes. Killing ghosts is always nice. Ow. Okay, so sweet. Alright, so as you can see, it was to the left, so it's a left-facing tile relative to the straight-facing tile. It just took us a little bit to get over here. I have no HP at the moment, which is okay. Alright, so I'm gonna want to put some stuff away. And then now for Duriel, we can actually buy the mercenary now if you want. Mercenary could actually help us with this a little bit. He can tank a little bit. And it can help us do more damage. So, what we're going to want to do...
It is an honor to serve.
Let's get rid of this crap first that we don't need. Yeah, so that's almost 2,000. Yeah, Berserker's Hatchet, that's not going to help the Sorceress. There's a lot of items like that in the game. That they look cool, but using them on your exact character is just no good. Heck, using a Berserker's Hatchet for anything except for maybe... a Frenzy Barb is probably not a good idea. Like Bash Barb. Double swing, you know, you get the idea. Alright, so more vitality. Still don't have any health. And in one more level, we can actually get teleport. Now, once we get teleport, we can backtrack and do Radament, which is a quest that gives us a skill that we haven't done yet. I'm not going to bother doing it until I get teleport because... it's actually faster to do it that way. You could just go and do Radament first thing. That's definitely a way you can play this. But I think it's a little bit slower to do that overall. It's especially the case for a speedrun, but just playing through the game, that's not always the case. It's fine. Ah, no! Okay, that's bad. Good. Alright, so one thing to note here... Aw, damn, I forgot to do this too. Okay, so for Duriel, once again, kind of like with the antidote potion trick we talked about with Andariel, boosting our poison res, we can boost our cold res in the same manner. I'm actually gonna want, I think, a combat mercenary. I really like prayer at this point in the game. I'm a big fan of prayer. That being said, you could also get defiance. Prayer is combat, so we'll get the prayer mercenary. Oh yeah, there's way better places to level up. So we're actually level 17 as well. So, because we're level 17, Al Eth from our Countess runes, bam, stealth. Alright, we don't need that armor anymore. Stealth is an insane power spike. So we can also put on our fire res now if you want to. So with stealth, we have just a crap ton of faster unlock, faster cast rate, and faster hit recovery. And with the rest of our faster hit recovery now, with this plus this, we actually have a pretty decent faster hit recovery frame currently, which is pretty nice. And then of course we have poison res on it as well. So there's nothing that beats this armor for almost any character, even if you're not starting with a sorceress. You can use it at level 17. I think you can even use the faster run walk portion of it if you like put your armor on and then you put like the Talon F into it before you can wear it, and then it's red, you can't use it, but you can run around at a higher speed because I think the faster run walk can be bugged on stealth. You can actually do that, which is kind of interesting, but we're not gonna do that. I'm just gonna do it the normal way, I suppose. All right, where's the Yes, true. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. You can do that. Yes. All right. So now the mercenary. We've been gathering these items from Mr. Mercenary Man, and Mr. Mercenary Man has some decent res. It's actually pretty fortunate. Finding some cold res items on him is really nice because now what we can do is if we can actually drag these thawing potions over here. And they're giving him 50 cold res, and he's actually maxing out at 85 cold res. So because he has some base cold res, and we're giving him those, it's going to be at least somewhat tanky against Andariel, which means he can actually tank some hits. We can actually make it to where we can tank some hits too if we want, by drinking these potions. And now my cold res is 50. I don't have any base cold res at the moment, so. Alright. So now we're ready to fight Andariel. Got our cold res stacked for like 4 minutes. Explained that whole mechanic before. Antidote potions. Now, yeah, so Andariel does a ton of cold damage as a physical attack. A ton of cold damage. He also does some physical damage, of course, a lot of physical damage. But if you have really good cold res and your Merc has good cold res in general, they'll at least be able to tank somewhat. So if you freeze him, you can just static him down. Mercenary is tanking pretty good. I'm feeding him some potions by shift clicking the potion button. And bam. Heck, even my mercenaries survived. What do you know? So, there you go. That's an easy Andariel fight. All I had to do was click Frost Nova, stacked him down really low, just like with Andariel. Static Field is amazing against bosses because it just literally drops their HP by 25% every time, even down to 1 HP. You can even make it even easier for yourself if you want. Freezing him, of course, slows him down a bit, and then you just finish him off with Fireball. All the while, you can feed your mercenary potions while he's tanking, and that is an easy fight. So you might think with a Sorceress, he's so squishy, it'd be a very dangerous fight. But I guess not if you know what's going down. I'm actually going to put that on my mercenary because it's giving him fire res, and fire res is, and fire damage is where we're going, so we're going to want more fire res. Lightning res is more important in Act 2. You don't really need res in Act 1 at all. I mean, poison res can be nice for Andy, but you mostly can just use antidotes. And by the time you get to Act 3 and Act 4, fire res is the most important. So we're going to move down there, and I'll take that else. So fire res is going to be nice. Oh, look, that even has a skill on it. Heck yeah, that's nice. It has no skills on it. Rip. You know, I can just pick up some more items and we can sell them. That's also a Spedum. Since we don't need light healing potions, we're about to get normal healing potions. Look at that. You can also look for Life Leech as a stat on the Mercenary's weapon, which is huge. If you get Life Leech, he actually sustains a lot better. Like a Life Leech based on the amount of damage he does. You can even find a blue Life Leech Brandistock or a Volge or whatever from Farah. I think it's just Brandistock that will actually drop the stat though. Yeah, GG stuff. Alright, so now just talk to Jaren and go to Act 3. We don't have level 18 yet, so I'm not going to do Radament yet. Wow, that's a dirty name.
Greetings, Jarentel. Good evening.
So yeah, Fireball Sork really makes it easy to deal with Andariel, and
Good day.
at this point it's just really good stuff. Don't worry about respecking your character, by the way. So one of the advantages of this Sorceress start is you don't have to worry about respecking for a while. Until you want to respec into Blizzard. We'll do that later. Blizzard is the strongest Sorceress ability, period, early on in the game, so when you can use it, you're going to want to use it. Yeah. Oh, yeah, see, look at that. That's selling for 5,000. That's pretty nice. Alright, so sell all these primitive potions or just drink them or whatever. I don't know. You're managing your gold, though. Make sure to... Okay. Alright, so we have a bunch of potions. Having lots of potions all the time, as you can see throughout this entire run so far, is very important. You can't get anywhere without potions. Not really. It's very hard. You can actually play through the whole game. You can play through a long time without using potions, possibly even the whole game, but you have to be very careful. You just have to stand way the heck back and play the game insanely slowly, which in general is just not going to be fun. Alright, so at level 19 we can use Leaf, which is going to give us a huge damage power spike. What's up, Foehammer? Thank you, man. We're not 19 though yet, so we don't have to worry about that. Since we're a sorceress, we also don't have to worry about purchasing a teleport staff or anything of that nature, which would be normal on another character once we get.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this fight.
Once we get to level 21 and before we get to level 24, but we don't have to worry about that because we have the skill teleport at level 18. Now we're still under leveled a bit. We're actually a bit under leveled actually at this point, but not by a huge amount. So what I'm going to do is we're just going to start advancing forward once again. Don't have a lot of health, though. You know, in general, we've been pretty lucky with some of this stuff, and the stealth, of course, is going to be nice. So with stealth, we have 45 cast rate, which means we're hitting the 37 breakpoint, which means we're firing very fast at this point. Might have noticed that with Andariel as well. So yeah, the fireballs are just getting launched at this point. We're definitely pretty strong now. You're never guaranteed to get 10 FCR pieces of gear, and if you don't, it means that you're going to be firing and using abilities much slower, which is definitely going to be a bit more frustrating. That being said, you can find them as early as the Den of Evil, and you can also farm them pretty efficiently, even in Arcane from the Ghost, if you just farm a lot of jewelry. So if you're looking for that low-level jewelry early on, there's pretty good ways to find it. Always pick up all the rings, of course, as well, and hope you get lucky. Like we did.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
So at this point, we're plowing, man. We're plowing. You know, we can just run past things. We can kill it with Fireball. I generally want to mostly focus on elite packs like normal, though, because those are efficient sources of experience. Jeremu, Zek, thank you so much for the follows. Infamous, thank you so much for the follows, guys. Welcome to the Cult of Xana and Drew's Day. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream and maybe learning something as well. That's the whole purpose of this today. This is a D2R prep guide. D2R prep guide number 3. We've made late game Javazon and even starter Javazon. And lightning sorceress guides as well for the later game. Oh no! Ah, I fat fingered my potions. Okay, that happens sometimes. Well, rip Juve. Alright, so that's not good. Now we don't have any Juves again. Sometimes this happens though. Well, we're just gonna have to play it a little bit safer, or we just have to accept dying at this point. On hardcore, I would just play it very safe, or I'd get Juves somehow. These are very important. Okay. Wait, why are we in the Arachnid's lair? I didn't realize where I was. Okay. Alright, so don't do this. Don't do this. Okay, so I was looking at the chat and paying attention to some other stuff. Alright, so the Arachnid's lair is a useless area. You can kill some elite packs if you want in here sometimes, but for the most part it's nothing. Arachnid Lair is not one of the quest areas, so that is an area that is always next to the warp or the waypoint. It's not the one you're looking for. So one thing I should mention here is now that we're in Act 3, these maps are torturous. Let me try to make it a bit easier for you though. So Act 3 is like literally the worst spot in the game. No one likes Act 3. Cold res, that's not bad. We can definitely hold on to that potentially. If you ever get any rings or any pieces of gear with lots of res, hold on to them. It can be very useful later. Or even immediately, in the case of this 20 fire res ring, which is helping us out against these shamans that are going to try to roast us to death. Roast us to death, but yeah, anyway. So, let me try to help you guys out. So, in each of these jungle areas, there's 3 grottos. There's this grotto, like one of these. This is a grotto where there's, like, stuff. You know, there could be the waypoint. There could be one of these side areas. There could be nothing even. And there can be, quest area. So, in Spider Forest, there's 3 grottos, just like always. And one of them has the waypoint and the useless area. One of them has nothing. And one of them has the quest area. So now I'm going to go looking for one of the quest area. It's always one of those openings, by the way, next to the river. There are some cues as you're going along the river here that can give you kind of a clue whether or not you're near a grotto or you're near kind of like an offshoot point in Act 3. But we'll talk about that in a moment. I like clicking baskets for no reason. Sometimes they give you nice stuff though. Alright, cool. So yeah, once again, you don't have to kill these random monsters if you don't want. This is pretty high density though. Okay, so this is another entrance into the same grotto. So this is the clue I was talking about. So you see this little double bridge area here? How there's 2 bridges and there's like the river splits here. That's a clue that tells you that there's going to be one of those grottos nearby. That clue can be used in Spider Forest, Great Marsh, and Flater Jungle. So, in this case, we know that that same grotto is nearby. There's actually 2 entrances to the same grotto, which can happen. Not always, but it can happen. It's one of those things, you know, like Act 3 has there's a lot of stuff that's not guaranteed. And another thing that's not guaranteed is that you could actually get a direct skip directly to Flater Jungle from the Spider Forest, and sometimes you don't. Sometimes you have to go all the way through the Great Marsh. Reloading the map can sometimes be a good strategy to avoid going through the Great Marsh. But in general, that's how it is. Ooh! Oh, that's kind of cute. I found the Diggler. That's not a very useful item, but yeah, at least not for this character. It's not very useful, period, to be honest, unless somehow you're trying to get through the game as a poison dagger nectar or something, but... I mean, it's cool, it's cool. You could sell it for gold if you want. Choking gas potion might be decent gold. I think so. Usually those gas potions are pretty nice. Alright, so here we just found the useless area. So remember how I said there's a useless grotto? And there's the one with the waypoint? Well, we just found the useless one. That one has absolutely nothing in it. Except for monsters and a circle. Sweet. The Dark Diggler. Dark Diggler. Rags to riches. I like it. Yeah. So we're starting with absolutely nothing. Alright, so, ooh, nice. Okay, well, that's lucky. So remember how I said there could be a skip directly to the Flater Jungle? If there is a skip, usually it'll be like an offshoot, like to the left or to the right somewhere, relative to the Spider Forest. It can even be straight ahead, all the way up there, depending on the map generation, of course. But in this case, we got a direct skip to the Flater Jungle. I'm not going to go there yet because I'm still missing the eye, so I'm looking for that 3rd grotto still, but I can do that if I want. Also, considering that the waypoint's all the way down there, I think the 3rd grotto is going to be pretty far from the waypoint, so let's go look at it. So... we're not finding any elite packs, too. That's kind of annoying. This is my experience, man. I need experience! Right, this might be the Great Marsh, actually, over here. It could be the third grotto as well, though. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Looks like it's the third grotto. Nice. So, grottos are also usually marked by these stones here. Even if you don't see the split in the river or anything. Alright, so this should be the eye, the Kaleem's eye, and this should be the spider cavern, which is what we're looking for. Yep, there it is.
I can't.
Oh, that's what we wanted to look for there. Sweet. Alright, cool. Start a light sword? Hell yeah, let's go. Starting a sorceress. Starting one from nothing today, just to kind of show you guys how it's done. And to explain alternative strategies as well. This is the fireball strategy, and you know, there's also strategies for statting your character and skilling her as well as you move through, but yeah. We explained all that already. Still putting points into vitality.
Impossible.
Still going to want to. Alright, so we one level here we're gonna hit 18. And we're gonna be able to use teleport. Now once we can use teleport, we can go back to Act 2 as well. You can go get the Radaman quest and get a bonus skill. Ding! There we go. Level 18. That's the best level in a sorceress's life. See, now we can get ourselves killed by jumping into monsters with teleport. Most useful use of that skill. Capper. Okay. Lies. Alright, so this monster's actually kind of dangerous, which is why I'm exercising some caution here. Oh, he's over here actually. Oh, nice. And we got the Jade figurine, which just kind of spawns randomly. I guess there's like a 1 in 3 chance that an elite pack will drop it. Since he hadn't encountered many elite packs yet, it's gonna be pretty nice there. And we got our Kaleem's eye. Now we can teleport. Yay! And we have pretty good at teleport frames because we have FCR gear. So you might notice that we're teleporting pretty fast. That's all good stuff. I think because we're right next to the Flare Jungle, actually, before I go back and kill Radamant, I think I'm actually going to go into the Flare Jungle and see if I can find a waypoint. I don't have to, though. That would be pretty nice temporarily for a melee character, but you're a Sorceress. That is a res ring. We're going to keep that on hand. That could be nice too, but poison res is not the most important res. You can always use antidotes, you can always go back to town if you get poisoned. It's not the worst kind of damage. Alright, we can't use Ral runes yet, period, so don't worry about those yet. That's level 19. And GG. You might notice that leveling slows down a lot at this point in the game. That's because it does. Unless you're able to raise the player count, or otherwise. So yeah, if you don't have, let's say you're using a shield and you don't have a staff at all, something like that would actually not be too bad because it gives you like cold and fire res, but besides that, this is going to be totally useless, but it's cool. It's a nice find. Not going to want something like that either. Plus skills, be a lot better. Okay, here we go. Alright, we can go turn in the Jade figurine too for some extra health, which I kind of want. Alright, so at this point, for sure, you should have 25 strength, and for sure should have a 3-slotted belt. 100%. No doubts in anyone's mind. There's no messing around at this point. Should be ready to teleport. Now we have a lot of mana potions, which is what we want, and that's mainly what we're getting gold for. We're making sure we can sustain our teleport. And right there, we just turned in the quest, and we got 20 extra life. Very nice. So notice we still haven't done Radamant yet. Radamant's an important quest, but we'll get to it. Alright, so at this point now, we can just use teleport. Move and use teleport. try to time our mana potions to where you can use teleport as much as possible here. So with teleport, we can actually move a lot faster through the game. The slowest part of the game for the Sorceress is before she has teleport.
I need mana.
And these flayers are extremely rich in experience, which is why we're killing them. Even though they're not elites, they're very dense and they give a lot of experience. So most of the time throughout the game you're killing elites, but in the case of Flayer Jungle, don't be shy to pop these packs in the face. Since we're pretty low, since we're behind on experience anyway, we're definitely going to want to take note of this. And look at that, just in time before level 19. Get our another Ral rune, which means we can have a double Rowed Helm, which means that we can have 75 Fire Res with the rest of our gear. With our 20 Fire Res ring, we are now golden. Very nice. Alright, so
I need mana.
this is the waypoint? It is. Oh, nice. Okay, so now we found the waypoint. The first grotto in this Flayer Jungle was the waypoint. Once again, there's also a useless one, and there's also the quest area, which will be the Flayer Dungeon. We're not going to do this yet, though, because now we have a waypoint. We can actually go back to Act 2. We can go get a plus skill that we've been kind of sitting on and we haven't gotten. I recommend walking to the bottom part of the sewer, because usually that's going to be closer to sewers 2. Not to go to that top one.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this.
Normally it's going to be like on one of the sides here. So now that we have teleport, it's going to be a lot less painful to kind of move through the sewer. At least potentially. Alright, there we go. So yeah, normally it's like up here, like up here. Sometimes it's like all the way up here, but normally it's pretty close to that bottom part. Sweet. And now, usually it's straight ahead of Sewers 3, so this is the block, we're going to be straight. I'm going to go down.
Not enough mana.
Or it's at least to the, right and down, or the right and to the left. Yep, there we go. So, it's facing the same direction, it's facing down relative to the starting area, but we had to go a bit to the left to actually get there. That's okay. So yeah, overall, just keep putting potions in your belt, use those shift clicks, use those hotkeys. Sorceress, more hotkeys the better, to be honest. Master Node, what's up, man? How are we doing? This is an important quest because it gives us a plus skill. This is definitely going to help us progress through the game. I don't like doing it until I have teleport, but you can do it beforehand if you want. Alright, so static field, any kind of boss, get them down to 1 health and dead. Our Fireball is pretty strong at this point, though. We could have probably also used Fireball, and it would have been pretty similar pace, to be honest. Not 100% sure about the time differential in those. You can ask a speedrunning expert about that.
Good evening.
Alright, so we already got our point to teleport, so once again, our primary skill is Fireball. So now we can continue to put points into Fireball. We have a pretty solid static field still, especially with the +1 on our staff, so I really wouldn't worry about that too much. You can start putting some extra points into static field if you want to increase the range even more. I like putting more points into Fireball though, because you can just pop stuff in the face. I think it's a bit of a preference thing, but I don't know. Static field is so strong in normal mode though, that you can do that. You can... Look at that, 12,000 gold. Picking up those pretty nice armor bases when they're rare is definitely going to do a lot of gold. We needed that gold too, so it's pretty good stuff, I think. Actually, I have too many health potions. Okay. Sweet, we'll go pick this up later. Alright, Rouse. Alright, so we have all the runes we could possibly want, huh? At least for this point in the game. This is very good. Honestly, this is going pretty smoothly overall. Except for the part where I tried to push the barracks with the minimal points in vitality and level 11, which is probably not a great idea,
I need mana.
considering that I was greeting for the 3-slot build early on, and I didn't have Fireball. But that's okay. The rest of it's going pretty smooth. Here we go. You don't have to be that greedy, though. You never have to. So now we have movement. Feel, fly like the wind. Yeah, breastplate sells very well. Once again, it's an armor. As you move through the game, the armor bases get better. And usually looking for those better armor bases. Like, by the time you get to Act 3, breastplate's really nice. So is like scale mail, splint mail. Things like that are going to be pretty nice. Ring mail, I think, is even still okay. I already picked them up, though. Alright, so we're looking for the quest area now that we've completed Radiment. We got our extra skill. We're just gonna teleport everywhere. Once you get teleport is when frozen armor becomes even more important, by the way, because you're constantly teleporting into monsters. Being able to freeze them on contact is going to allow you to have enough frames to kill them. And to not die. Alright, so there you go. There's level 19. So level 19 is pretty huge. So let's explain level 19 here. Once we get to level 19, there's a couple things we can do here, actually. We can use a 2-rowled helm. So I'm going to put 2 rowls on this helm here. What that allows us to do is to hit 75 fire res. In Act 3 and Act 4, there's a ton of fire damage. This is going to make it way easier to get through the game. Having 75 fire res. This means that the Flare Shamans in Act 3 won't kill me. That means Travancore isn't going to kill me very fast. And it also means that all the Balrogs and everything else in Act 3, a lot of fire damage just in general from Diablo as well, and everything isn't going to kill us. So having 2 extra Row runes is kind of nice. At this point in the game, I wouldn't say it's mandatory. You know, I explained that earlier, that this is not a mandatory use of Row runes, but it definitely makes things a lot cleaner when you're just trying to move through the game. What do you know? Another FCR ring. We've actually found 4 FCR gear pieces at this point in the game. That's pretty rare, actually. We don't need this many gear pieces that have FCR, though, so we're going to sell this one. We're actually at the point to where we're selling them now. That's how many we found. Pretty fortunate stuff to be... Oh, are you kidding me? Okay, don't do that.
I am overburdened.
Misclicks, man. That happens to everyone, though, unfortunately. And then... Okay. And then, of course, we're level 19, so we can put stats in there, and we can put another point of Fireball. Now, the most important part about level 19, besides the fact you can just put Row runes, because you can use Row runes in general, is that we can make Leaf. Leaf is Tur Row. So, you get 2-socketed gray staff, just like a gray helm, same thing. For any rune words, it has to be gray. It cannot be... It has to be a white item. It cannot be a magic item or a rare item with 2 sockets. It's not going to work, so never do that. So you go Tur Row. Sweet, Leaf. So Leaf gives us 3 fire skills. That's huge for our Fireball build, and it's one of the reasons why Fireball has such a strong start, is this staff right here. Also get mana per kill, we get cold resistance, we get an extra Fireball skill and static field from the original staff base itself, which is why I was trying to farm for a base from a Kara that had a better base. So now our staff is baller. We got rune words on all our pieces of gear. This is not a rune word, but you get the idea. It's got runes in it. And we are looking very strong with these res as well. At this point in the game, this is jamming, right? This is good. This is what you want. Hey, Master Node! Giving us his prime. When his hands attacks while the ghost of the machine, the Arcane Disciples. Let's spam some Eyes of Xana in the chat for Master Node. Let's go! Yeah, I have another FCR ring in this stash. It's pretty ridiculous. So many FCR rings. Okay, anyway. That's good stuff, though. That's good stuff. Oh, yeah, War Scepter. That could be nice, actually. Very nice, actually. Now, let's spam Eyes of Xana in the chat for our man, Master Node. How you doing, man? So you can see here, scale mills can sell pretty good, too. You know, let's actually show you guys the price of some of these items here. So if you guys are struggling for gold and you're trying to get more mana potions when you start teleporting, and getting the hype in there for our level 19 setup. Let's go. Alright, so this is the ultimate level 19 Sorceress setup in almost anyone's mind, really. Even if you're using like Nova instead once you respec to at level 18, even if you went from Charge Bolt to Nova and you're using Nova approach, Nova is still not as strong as a Leaf with Fireball. So like Nova is strong in other ways for other reasons, but the straight up DPS from Fireball is just amazing. That being said, though, it's whatever. You don't necessarily need that, you know. You can just use Static Field, which is the Nova approach. Nova is all about Static Fields, so Static Field's OP. All right, let's go. Definitely two competing approaches, or main competing approaches to leveling up a sword from the start. This is one of them, and I'd say it's the easier one to execute for a newer player. Alright, so War Scepter has no plus skills, but that's another one of those Paladin Scepter type things that can have Paladin skills on it. This is a Barb Helm that has a Barb skill on it. Remember, anything with skills on them sells for a lot, especially if it's not a level 0 skill. Alright, so next, we're going to continue to teleport to this jungle, looking for the Quest Grotto, which we have not found yet. Remember, you can always use Frost Nova too if you want to slow down the monsters as you're teleporting around. Oh, that one's got cleansing on it. That's a pretty nice skill. For selling, at least.
I need mana. Impossible. Not enough mana.
Alright, so we found the quest area. Now, depending on what order you find the quest area and the warp, you can actually keep going to Lower Kurast if you want. I'm actually going to show you guys how to do that. So, we found the quest area. We got the Gibden, which is a free ring from Ormus. And once we turn it into him, and now we're looking for the Flare Dungeon. Alright, so this is the Flare Dungeon. We're going to go pop a TP there. And we're actually going to go... This is the I Need Mama part of the run. This is where the Sorceress has mommy issues and talks about needing Mama the whole time. Because you're teleporting. No! Okay, Mercenary died, so that happens sometimes. That's okay. Alright, so we teleported straight to Lower Kurast, which is what we wanted to do. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go teleport directly to the Kurast Bazaar, and we're going to go look for the waypoint. We don't need this area at all in normal. You can pop some super chests if you want for some additional like items. Find them. Okay, we got some poison res. It's not as good as FHR. And, ooh. See, these chests can have some tasty items in them. Sometimes you can get some Grand Scepters, which... Paladin skills once again. Yep, look at that. That's going to sell very well with 3 skills on it. And an additional skill. I think that's a level 12 skill, too. Very nice. Alright, so... You can mess around if we want, but for the most part... Oh, we found the quest area already, so that's the quest area in Kurast Bazaar, which is why we're looking for the waypoint.
I need mana.
We're gonna look for the waypoint just so we can pop it in the quest area later. You can also do this, where you can just do the quest area now, and then you can go teleport straight up to Travancore if you want, but it does mean you're gonna have to go back and find the sewer. Or you can just do the sewer, but we don't have enough mana potions for that, so we're not going to do that. Alright. Alright, Spectral hit, so he's actually kind of tanky against fireballs. He's got some extra fire res. Alright. Alright, so that went pretty well overall.
I can't.
Actually, we don't even have enough mana to get to Travancore. Rip. Oh, we can go looking for it here. I'm gonna kill these minions for experience. And the elite, which I already did. Sweet! Alright, and this is Battle Maid Serena, which is a super unique. That if you're in a single player, past Beetle Burst, you can actually farm up to level 20. I think like level, I don't know, 23.5 if you want. You can even go like 24. And a half, and then level up in Chaos, or you can level up to level 25 in Ancients, and then you'll be able to get experience in either Nightmare or the Act 5. So, it's a good leveling area in single player, but since we are simulating BattleNet map generation, playing on BattleNet, where you cannot reset your map, you don't know where it is all the time, it takes too long to find her, so we're not going to bother with that, really.
Not enough mana.
Okay, so, sweet. Yeah, so greater mana potions are not as good as mana potions to a degree because they actually fill up too quickly. So you can't drain them fast enough with your teleports. But once we get a bit more mana, that will change. In general, though, these mana potions are gold. They're fine. There is a ring. So, that ring is not very helpful, I'm afraid to say, though. Compared to a ring with 20 fire is, it's not very good. If you want to keep at least items with Magic Find for later on when you're in the farming phase, you can. So because it has some Magic Find on it, I might just keep it anyway. That's definitely another type of item you can keep, not just resistance items, but Magic Find for later on. And oh, that was lucky. Okay, so that's our first nice small charm. Got a 6 fire res small charm there. 15,000. Look at that. Yeah, that's the power of picking up items. That was a 9,000 there. That's the power of picking up items that can generate skills, right? Scepters, barb helms. Been talking about it the entire time. That's how you make your money. Alright, and let's see, we're at 40,000 gold off of this cell right here. That is some good stuff. I don't know if I need flawed diamonds anymore. No, that doesn't matter. Anyway, GG. Always get more keys. Keys are nice for clickables. Okay, let's go. More.
I can't carry
Yeah,
anything.
so now we found the waypoint for Kurast Bazaar. We can go pop back into our TP here, and what do you know? Now we can do the other quest area, Flared Dungeon. Also, did I pick up the tome? I don't think I did pick up the tome in there. I forgot to pick up the quest item in the Battle Maid Serena area. Well, that happens sometimes.
Not enough mana.
It's always okay. You can just go back. Alright.
I need mana.
You're still rusty. It's okay. Early game rust, man, it's showing. Alright, so
I need mana.
in general, the Flared Dungeon is one of those areas, just like most areas in the game, where this block is pointing this way, and you want to go to the west. So wherever the block is pointing, you want to go to the left or to the west. Find a west-facing block. In the case of Flared Dungeon, it's always straightforward. It's always somewhere to the west, almost immediately, or up and to the left. So Flared Dungeon's really easy to find next area in. So you'll notice we were still taking a lot of fire damage from those shamans. And you might be thinking, wait, they actually do that much damage? Technically no. It's a west facing compared to how the entrance block is facing. So the entrance block is facing this way where my cursor is being dragged right now. So that is technically to the west of that. It is to the east over here, but that's not how the game sees it. That's not what the game is. So that's not what you want to care about, really. Alright, anyway, so they're still doing a ton of fire damage. So imagine if we didn't put 2 rowels in a helm and didn't have some extra fire resist, we could still get roasted by those things. That's how much damage they do. So, especially when you're playing hardcore, if you can farm some extra rowels from Countess, do it, because it's going to save your life, probably. Ah, experience. It's pretty huge. They're still doing a pretty solid amount of damage to me, but they're not doing nearly as much as they would do otherwise. Sometimes they can just kill you in 1 Inferno and you're just dead. So, that's usually how that goes if you don't have Fire Res. Also, in Act 4, the Fire Res is going to be even more important, so... Alright, so once again, know that it's pointing this way this time, so this time the block is pointing this way, to the west. And we are in Flare 3, which is where we want to be. This is where the brain is. There's nothing really to do in here. There's no elite packs in here ever, except for this dude. So, we can just pop his minions, and find the brain. Sweet! Alright, one thing to note is that I should have rebought my mercenary. The fastest way to rebuy it is to go back to Act 1 usually. Died earlier on. Let's get him back. He helps when teleporting. He helps to tank damage and whatnot. He's also pretty solid for... you can also use him to kill Witch Doctor when you're doing this as well. And since it's a super unique Witch Doctor, and it has 2 phases where it turns into a little dude and it has a little dude standing on top of the bigger dude. Well, it actually can drop 4 items, so that's actually not a bad thing to kill. Never know what can drop from that. Good stuff in general. And GG. This is most unfortunate. This is most fortunate. Okay. So this is a Druid Helm. Once again, we picked up the Druid Helm. Why did we pick up the Druid Helm? Because the Druid Helm sells for 10,000 because it has skills on it. They're the most important items to pick up, period. Even more so than armors. They usually sell better than armors. Armors are good, but these are better. And see, we almost have 100,000 gold. That's going to sustain our teleporting, our mana chugging here. That's what we want. We want a lot of gold. Could have had more gold than this, honestly, by this point, I think, but we were focusing on other things in the tutorial, so, whatever. Whatever. Alright, so, Vitality, 80, good to go. Alright. You don't understand how it's facing? Follow my cursor where I'm pointing, like, it's always facing in a direction where the whole map is going. Usually the whole map goes in the direction of the block, kind of from the direction of the block. I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain, but that's kind of how it is. If you look at a bunch of maps and you read a bunch of maps, you'll get used to it, and then you'll be like, oh, okay, there's the pattern. You'll see the pattern every time. We are going slower on purpose, because we're, trying to talk about everything, right? I'm also not like a professional speedrunner or anything, so it's not like I'd go insanely fast, even if I was going faster, but I'd go faster for sure. Alright, Fireball. Since this is BattleNet map generation, I don't even have the leveling areas, so I can't go as fast as speedrunners anyway. We're trying to simulate playing solo on BattleNet so that people can kind of know what to do at various points in time. So we got all our items for what we need right now. We're level 20, so we can keep putting points into Fireball. And now we have the brain. We go back into Cross Bazaar. I think I forgot to grab the book for some reason. And we'll go get the book.
I need mana.
Yeah, we forgot to grab the book. So that book is 5 free stats, and we turn it in. And now we can go do the sewer and Travancore, and we can finish Act 3.
May the black book bring a black day to hell.
Right, more vitality. However, very soon we're going to want to start putting points into strength. So we're still level 20, which in Players 1, if that's all you have access to is Players 1, and we're kind of showing this in the hardest scenario possible, but if that's all you have access to, I wouldn't worry about leveling past 20 too much. Just getting to level 20 is pretty solid, but of course you can keep leveling yourself up along the way if you find any elite packs or anything else. Now we're gonna go looking for the heart inside the dungeon.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Not enough mana. So usually it's on the edge of the map, but sometimes it's like in the middle on the edge of the map, which is really annoying when that happens. Let's hope that's not the case here. Decent RNG, please. Potions.
Not enough mana.
Alright.
I need mana.
Need mana. Okay, so it looks like it's in the middle of the map. Yep, it was. So you see how there's a little grotto here in the middle of the map? That's unfortunate. When that happens, that's just unlucky, and we went right past it too, but there's no way we could have known, at least immediately. That really sucks. So we got bad RNG. That's okay though. There's bats usually here that are nice to kill. Yep. Nice to kill bats. Nice experience. Ice, I think it's Ice Swing or Ice Blink.
Not enough mana.
It's Ice Wing. Anyway, Ice Wing. He goes down. He's a super unique. He's always there.
I need mana.
Always drops 2 items as well.
Greetings.
What player's number is best for solo number? Normal. Usually when you're leveling, it's players 8. When you're just trying to move through the game, it's players 1. We're just simulating it 100% players 1. Because maybe that's all you have access to in Battle.net. I don't know. Maybe you just want to level yourself and you just want to find items and play through the game. Of course, it's also possible though. You can always get rushed, of course. There's all kinds of things that can happen, of course. But in general, this guide is meant to give you confidence at any point in the game. Move forward, no matter where you get stuck, if your friends aren't online or if you don't have access to people leveling because you can't get in the games. And you can do this on single player, of course. And if you turn up the player count and you stop at Beetle Burst and Battle Maid Serena and whatnot, you can get those levels very quickly.
Not enough mana.
And then you don't have to worry about killing monsters for a while. But because we're just moving through the game normally, we're just going to kill all the super uniques. And alright, here we go. Alright, so. Alright. Now we have all the pieces except for the flail, which we'll get from Travancore. And we are done. Okay.
I am overburdened.
Alright, sweet. So now, kill Travancore, and we'll move forward. In Act 4, it can be pretty hard to get experience in Act 4, so what I'd recommend in Act 4 is for the most part just to move through it. So we're still able to kill some like uniques and whatnot near some just normal monsters, but like flares and whatnot, but we're about to move to a point where we're going to just try to move through the game. Since we don't have a leveling area where we can just reload the same map over and over. Alright. And feeding the mercenary potions, you're able to keep them alive. That's good. Sweet. Alright, cool. So there's small charms. Charms are always good. Rings are always potentially good too. And what else is over here? There's no like class-specific items over there. Alright, you can even telekinesis with Kaleem's flail once you create it. And combine all the pieces. And now we can go find Mephisto. We're level 20. We don't care too much about leveling, so we're gonna get to the end of the game. And then we can go level in the cow level. So that's how we're gonna get to 25 for Nightmare. So the cow level has an item that we really want to progress through the game quickly and start getting onto our farming phases and to start turning from rags to riches. So, matter of fact, a lot of people play with their friends, or they get rushed, and then they don't know how to get any kind of basic items to get started. So even if you do get rushed, and you don't need this part of the guide of how to move forward through the game, that's fine. At least you'll understand how to get certain items and how to acquire your items, so that in case you're left naked or you have no gear, you know what to do. Currently in normal mode, of course, so farming these things in normal is currently optimal for all these pieces of gear we're currently wearing, including ones we're about to get. Anyway, once you get into endurance, so we have another situation here. You see this block here? This block is another instance of it's facing this way. So this whole block is facing in this direction as I'm dragging my cursor in this direction. So once again, it's left facing from entrance to endurance 1, and that's where we're going to find endurance 2. It's going to be up here to the left, or here to the left, or immediate to the left, somewhere to the left, maybe even behind and to the left, but it's actually right here, so it's to the left. So this block here is to the left. This whole area is facing to the left, so, or to the west. There we go. So we're endurance 2, and the waypoint is going to be to the left. But Endurance 3 itself is actually straight ahead, so it's facing in the same direction as this block. It could be facing the same direction way over here. It could be facing in this direction all the way over here. Relative to the waypoint, it's to the left as well. But the waypoint itself is to the left of this block, which is facing this way. So that means the waypoint's going to be over here. That means that Endurance 3 is probably somewhere over here. Let's go check it out. Ah, well, the waypoint's immediately to the left. Okay. Well, I mean, that happens. Nice map. Okay. And then Endurance 3 is somewhere over here, probably. And there it is. You know. So, there's Endurance 3. And now the goal is to go find Mephisto. Now, we can go kill these other monsters if we want. Mercenary is going to get wrecked no matter what against Mephisto, so I wouldn't worry about that. There's really no way to keep the Mercenary alive against Mephisto. You can try, but it's challenging. Alright, sweet. Alright, so Joe's staff can have Sorceress skills on it. It did not, though. That's unfortunate. I think it might still sell for something, though. It's an upper level staff base. Okay. Alright, so... Actually, no, it didn't. Wow, 500. Ugh. At this point in the game, it's pretty bad. Alright, sweet. Oh, did it again, man. I did it again. Alright, so... Mephisto does a lot of cold damage, and he does a lot of lightning damage. Once again, we can go glug some thawing potions before we get to Mephisto. It is for sure. The game is making it easy. Indeed, we found FCR gear. We don't always find FCR gear. I've had it a lot tougher for sure, but you know, it's still the same thing no matter what. It just makes it a little bit difficult to play the game, more difficult to actually use your abilities and whatnot. The game is being pretty nice to us today, it's true. Like, overall. Countess wasn't very mean to us either. Could have been worse for sure, by far. So Mephisto, if I use Frost Nova, I slow him down, I can static him down really low. I have a lot of cold res, so he's not going to do too much damage. And then I can just finish him off with fireballs. Now notice how much damage that lightning did there. We only have 17 lightning res right now because of our gloves. In hardcore, he can destroy you. I would definitely recommend maybe finding like another piece of light res gear or something. Or at the very least, dodge. Like, definitely dodge that. Don't face tank that. I was face tanking the ice ball because I just drank a bunch of potions, but yeah, and that's actually some decent stuff looking like here. Yeah, that's a nice skill for selling, so that's gonna sell pretty nice. That's gonna sell really nice because that is a molten boulder, also not bad. That is gonna sell really nice here because that is a rare armor. That is a higher level armor. It's gonna sell like for 20,000, maybe. And wow, that's really nice actually. So that's faster hit recovery with cold resistance. That's better than our boots. We can't use it though. We need 5 more strength. So guess next level we know what we're doing. I think that's gonna be a nice use of our strength. We need strength anyway soon for spirit, so that's not even a bad thing to put strength in. Excellent. How'd the druid do last night? The druid lost, unfortunately. The druid did, you know, as well as you think, as well as he could. Damn, jeez. Just want to kill Matt for dragon. For no reason at all. Good. Okay, whatever. Anyway,
Not enough mana.
you can also get the Mephisto's soul stone if you want. So one thing to notice, if you kill Mephisto above the steps, you can actually use telekinesis on the red portal, and you can skip the whole phase of waiting for the bridge to appear. That's kind of nice. So yeah, 15,000 gold for that. That's pretty nice. Something to note there. Yep, 10,000 gold. And this one's also going to sell pretty good because it has molten. Well, no, I guess molten boulder's not a high level skill. Okay, well, anyway. GG. Alright, so we are in the clear. It's looking up from us. For the most part, we're still going to want to buy regular mana potions. Because, once again, we don't want our mana bar to refill faster than we can teleport or use it by teleporting, because then it's not going to be regenerating as we're teleporting, and that's going to make poor use of our potions. Alright, mercenary. Get out of the mercenary. You can always rebuy him too if he's not leveling up and whatnot, so you can always rebuy him at a higher level. I think he's fine though. Sweet. And we're good. Alright, so we killed Mephisto. Now we are at the end of the game, sort of. Here, finding Diablo. Before we get to Diablo, we did all the important quests in Act 3. Alright, so yeah, you can level up pretty well in Act 4 if you want to. I'll level up along the way, but I'm not going to put a huge emphasis on it. If I see any elite packs, I'll probably pop them in the face though. And one thing to note about Outer Steppes is there's 3 configurations. So Plains of Despair, where Izual is, which is your first quest, and that's the most important skill quest in the game, is always going to be it's always going to be either on this wall, like over here, on this wall, like right next to the entrance almost, or it's going to be over here, kind of like in the top left area. In this case, it's over here. So you had to go all the way around. Alright, here we go. So I'm just gonna teleport around. Souls are pretty nasty, but normal they're not that dangerous. I mean, I don't even have that much light res, and they're not doing that much damage. I'm gonna refresh my Frozen Murmur. Now, Izuwal's a pain because he can be almost anywhere in here. Actually, he can be anywhere in here. So you have to go looking for him. While you're looking for him, you can kind of scout the edge of the map and see where the entrance to the next area is, which is City of the Damned, which is right there.
Not enough mana.
Old res, nice. Ah, rip.
I need mana.
Mercenary's kind of just getting wrecked now, but that's okay. That's gonna happen. It's very hard to keep him alive early game, as I said before, and in this case... Alright, so Sorceress does a lot of damage, so we don't have to worry about killing him. There is other stuff in the way. Has a lot of fire resistance. So it's actually tanking pretty well here. I can use a static field.
Not enough mana.
And pop him the face.
Not enough mana.
Just really have to use one more mana potion. Alright, well, there you go.
Stay a while. Thank you.
Yeah, man, Reptar, we're actually doing a extended guide today. Hope you guys learned something, or you guys enjoy it. Why are we buying? Okay. Pay attention, Dark. All right, that's fine. It's okay. It's just gonna be less efficient uses of the potions for a bit. All right, so we just got 2 skills. Now we can put those into Fireball or whatnot, but I think in general, since we're going fire, we can put them in a static field, maybe to increase our range on static field. That's definitely a way we can play this here. We can also put them in a firebolt just to increase their fireball damage. Since we have a staff that has static field on it, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to increase static field's range once. And then I'm going to go put once in a firebolt, so our fireball's a little bit stronger. Doesn't really matter too much though. I like the range on static field though for Diablo, so we're gonna get a maybe to about level 5. Alright,
Not intact.
alright, so what we're gonna do now is, so plate mail, we can sell that for gold. That's a nice armor there. Once again, those blue armors, very nice. Okay. Sweet. Actually, it looks like the greater mana potions are fine now that we're in Act 4. Sweet.
I need mana.
But, you know. Not the supers though. Supers are crazy. Yeah, okay, we're fine. Alright, we're good. Alright, so I actually found the waypoint in City of the Damned. It's somewhere random, but it was actually really close to the entrance that time, which is very fortunate. Damn, we're getting a lot of good luck, honestly. Like, this is not always how this goes. Map-wise, freaking one-way arcane too. Easy runes, easy FCR gear. Not always how it goes, but you know. Hey, no, that's not a bad thing. Need more adversity. That's pretty solid res.
Not enough mana.
The problem with that though is that it has a 60 strength requirement.
I need mana.
We're probably not gonna want to sacrifice that much of the strength to wear that, so we're probably not gonna want it. We can sell it for gold though. Too much strength is not good, because then you don't have any life. You die. All the time, even on softcore. Okay, well, Mercenary's having a tough time though. That's true. I mean, they take bad RNG all the time, so you know. I'll take good RNG. Yeah, I guess we can use the graders now. I think that's fine, actually, now. Whatever. Guess in Act 3 it's not good, though. Okay, here we go.
I need mana.
Alright, so we want to find the Forge and the River of Flame waypoint. The River of Flame waypoint, you just follow the River of Flame all the way in this direction, always. So you see how the River of Flame is? We went to the entrance. It's always like somewhere up here. Just follow the River of Flame and get to the top. As for Forge, which is actually pretty important at this point in the game, it's always in one of these offshoots. So in this case, it's next to the waypoint. Let's make some use of our experience shrine, though. It's always a nice thing to use.
Not enough mana.
Stack field's amazing. Mercenary almost died. That's okay, we healed him. Alright. Yeah, having him with you when you're teleporting he definitely tanks a lot of hits. Alright, here we go. So normal Forge can drop between L rune and Am rune, and it drops flawless gems, a perfect gem, and a regular gem. And in this case, it dropped a Ral rune. Okay, that's not terrible, but it's also not one of the runes that would have been super lucky. Fool or Am or Wort would actually be a bit luckier, because then we'd be on our way to Spirit a little bit faster and a little easier. That being said, though, Ral is nice for insight, and having more Ral runes is always a good idea. You can also use it to craft a caster Ami too, so could be worse. Could be an L rune or something. Alright, here we go. It's definitely not horrible RNG. You can even cube up an Ort rune if you're desperate for one. With Ral runes. Alright, so we found the River of Flame waypoint, and now we're in Chaos. Chaos is, lack of a better term, pain in the ass. It is by far the most stacked area in the game for this point in the game. Meaning that, like, it's really dangerous. So, like, everything else seems pretty harmless up to this point, and then you get to Chaos and you're like, oh god, the monsters do a billion damage. And they tank really well, especially against Fireball. And overall, this place is just kind of a bad time. It's a little bit easier, I'd say, with Nova, but that's okay. It's one of those cases where Fireball is actually not easier. But we'll get through it. Get through it. Also don't have to kill the random monsters. We have pretty good stuff going. Yeah, we're pretty good. What's up, Asawo? How you doing? Stormlash Saint Grey? Congrats, man. What is the item you'll be looking for on the cow level? Patience, my son. It's very important. It's actually the thing that might be the most important for anyone that's getting rushed. So, anyone's like, oh, I don't care about moving through the game, I'm just gonna get rushed, or I'm gonna join games and get levels. So, this is not very important, Dark Humility. Okay. We'll get to a more important thing maybe soon. You know, it's a guide for everyone though, right? You know, it's whatever you want to do. Alright, so I like clearing out some of the density in here to have space to breathe, because things in here just do a ton of damage. You don't have to though, you can just rush the seals. Control over here. Yeah, you see how much damage that does? Yeah, this is players 1 chaos, man. This is chaos is just ridiculous. So much damage in here. Trying to save my my juice a bit more too for later. Alright. Alright, let's pop that seal. Pop that one, that's the one that's gonna spawn them. There's different configurations, but you can figure out. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? He actually died from that. Oh man. And these dudes do mana drains, so it's actually really annoying to like sustain your attacks against them. Alright, so we actually need the mercenary for this though, because he's fire immune. This is actually the only thing you really need the mercenary for at this point. So here you go. Here you go. This is your shining moment. Ah, so that's a flawless amethyst. Nice. So we haven't found another gem anyway, so we're gonna actually keep this in our cube. So maybe we can use a gem shrine on it. It's gonna be nice. And then we can get a perfect amethyst. So that lack of keeping the amethyst earlier had no effect. What do you know? Doesn't always have an impact, unfortunately. Sometimes it does, though. Alright, so let's see. We got another skill. And, oh yeah, at this point I'm actually going to put some points into strength so that we can wear these boots, which give us even more res. Nice. Okay, so yeah, res in general is going to be, wow, our res is looking pretty solid except for lightning res. That's going to be bad against Diablo potential. Let's see. So we can pound him down with static and the mercenary can finish him off. But we actually need the mercenary to finish him off. I cannot. I have nothing to kill him with. Actually, no, wait, that's not true. I only have, well, 3 to 5 charge bullets. I guess it's debatable whether or not we actually have something to kill him with. Kind of do. Kind of don't. Alright, so mercenary. General does not like this. Doesn't like this part of the game, really. He's meant to tank, really. Okay, so if we want to go a bit faster, you know, I can just teleport to the seal, clear out the area, and see if we can pop the Stace in the mouth. And we'll be good to go. Alright, let's see. Alright, so yeah, don't get hit, especially when you're amped. Nasus and Aura is no joke. This is actually one of those times you just don't want to get hit. Which is why you slow him down. Oh, okay. Just as I was saying that, okay, well, we, almost died there. What the hell? Feel for speedrunners, man. They have to deal with this every time. Every single time. Every time, man. Is this a sufficient item level broadsword? It might be, actually. Keep it just in case. Don't find one. I can check that, actually. I know that they can drop in Chaos potentially, the spirit-based swords, but it's a lot easier to get them in Cows, and in Cows you can also level up, so even in Players 1. It's really the best way to do it if you're doing Players 1. And you don't have static maps, so if you had normal maps, that could just, if you had saved maps, totally different, but you sit right there, buddy. sit right there. Yeah, we should have died there, I think, actually. That's what I meant by don't take damage. Don't get hit! Almost got hit anyway. Yep. Alright, so... your sacrifice is not in vain, sir. Alright, some combination of static field and everything else, and Frost Nova, and be good. Now this is where the 75 fire res really comes in handy. Yeah, I would have died if we didn't have fire res there. So we get to play a bit more aggressively. Oh, we should have used a fire shrine. I didn't even see that. We could actually use that against the monsters. Well, it's okay. Just chunk them down to half HP. Alright. So they're all good experience, so I'm gonna go kill them all. And... level 21. Wonder if we can actually chunk Diablo. Let's see if we can get Diablo down here. I don't know. We have to debate him though, that's the problem. Alright, so now it's time to kill Diablo. Finally through that horrible area for Fireball Sork. And Diablo can just kill us. We don't... I would say in hardcore you should maybe try to get like a extra piece of lightning res gear before you attempt this, because you can get hosed very easily. Now we're gonna try to avoid getting hosed, but if we die, we die. It's okay. Purposes of this guide, I definitely left room for death, because otherwise it would have been bad if we died. Also, we want to make it to where it's software friendly as well, so it's okay. Yeah, we could die, but you know, it's not the end of the world. For the most part, he does lightning and physical damage and fire damage, so you want to shore up your res for him if you care. This is the most dangerous boss in normal period, so don't underestimate him. Let's see if I can actually get him pretty close to this fire shriner. I got him! Nice. AdvancedStrats.com, let's go. Alright, so in general, slowing him down with Frost Nova, getting him down with Static Field is nice. Make a TP on softcore in case you die. And... let's finish him off with Fireball. Alright, and there it is. Hardest boss in the game until you get to hell, basically. But, as you see, he was destroying my HP, so you don't want to tank that at all if you can avoid it. Sweet, he's dead! I know. Picking up the rare items to sell is always a good idea. Once again, rare items are pretty strong, even if they're not the best bases, even if they're not like chest armors or whatnot. Alright, so we're level 21.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend.
Once you get to Act 5, you need to get to 25 in order to get experience from monsters in Act 5 normal and beyond. So we're not high enough level for that. Because once again, we can't power farm like Beetle. We can't power farm Battle Maid Serena to 25 or Flare and Players 8. Because we can't turn the player count up, and also because we can't, because we're just doing a solo playthrough just to demo it. And because it's BattleNet map generation and we can't like reload the map over and over, the best strategy is to just move through Act 5 and then kill the cows to get to level 25. The cows will also drop an item and possibly other stuff that we can use as well. So, we're not going to worry about leveling right now, but we're going to worry about this. What's up, OG Kelbo? How you doing? So yeah, you know, Frost Nova, Static Field, Fireball's pretty good stuff. Fireball's also pretty safe against Diablo. One thing to notice, if you use the Nova build, it's actually pretty dangerous against him because you have to sit there and Nova him once you get him low with Static. It's pretty bad. That's also why I put an extra point into Static Field, by the way. You can see I was kind of just trying to skirt the outside of his range. So I wasn't trying to get vaporized. In general, like on hardcore, you definitely... Like on hardcore, I'd put maybe even more points into Static, to be honest. I'm sure you can really get on the outside of his range. Alright, anyway. I don't mess with that shit. He'll kill you. Okay. Now! In general, you're just gonna teleport through Act 5. Because we want to get to Ancients. And we want to complete the game so we can get to the Hell. You can kill the super uniques here if you want. But you're not going to get a lot of experience off of them. You can do it though. No. Yeah, greater mana potions are GOAT right now, GG. Mana regeneration on mana potions not high enough. Okay. Well, we can buy them, that's fine. Once you kill Shank, you can lower the cost of potions, so killing Shank is important. Kill him as soon as you find him, and then you can also put a socket in an item. That's going to be important very soon here. Not immediately, but it's going to be important. Okay, Dead Mercenary. Okay, there we go. Let's go. Scale mail. I don't remember if a rare glaive can sell for anything. Maybe not. Actually, a couple items I don't even know myself, really, but it is a rare item, so it might be decent. Alright, so notice how we're getting, like, no experience. Well, that's what I was talking about. There's an insane experience penalty unless, it's like 95% unless you're level 25. So we're not going to worry about that much at all right now. No experience. Just trying to get to the end now, so we can start leveling up and finding our item that we need. That's going to make a huge difference very soon. The most important item, some might say, for making a powerful sorceress early on to start farming. Alright, so here we go. We get this one, Frigid Highlands. I can kill him for fun, but he's not going to get any much experience. Or just for items, so you can kill him for gold. There you go. And a Flawless Amethyst, wow. Very nice. I'm sure Frozen Armor was on. Alright, so you do want to save the Barbarians. We need those runes. Those are going to help make our Ancients pledge. I have no stats at all on my belt. Maybe that actually has something on it. Oh, that's really nice, actually. Oh man, that was such a good call to pick up that. So that didn't necessarily was a good call, but my other belt had no stats on it, so I was like, okay, it's a white belt. And I picked up a belt that just gave me 20 lightning res. That's huge. That's the res we're really suffering on right now. So now we have 37. That's really big. Very good find. See how exciting early game is? You get excited about a 20 lightning res blue belt. Just normal stuff, you know? Okay. But believe it or not, this belt can actually carry us like through hell potentially too. That's a really nice belt. Okay. We're gonna do... Yeah, we can kill this super unique too, just to get some items, but he didn't really drop anything I want to pick up. I mean, I could pick up the Gothic shield, I guess. I guess that might sell decently. Still want to maintain our gold, of course. And save the barbarians. Got that belt, so now we can go pick up some runes from Quellkick, which will help us make a very key rune word.
Not enough mana.
And then we move on. Once again, don't kill any elites at all unless you just want to pop some super uniques, the ones that drop 2 items for some items if you want. There we go. This is another super unique Thresh Socket. It's pretty dangerous. Hey, what do you know? Too bad there's no champ bot in our game, right, chat? Ravenclaw, let's go. It's gonna sell for nothing though, so we're not even gonna want to pick it up. But it's a cool item.
Not enough mana.
Alright, so we're now at the Crystalline Passage. Teleport's amazing, right? That's why we can do this too. It's why. Oh yeah, nice upgrade for the mercenary. Tri-res, poison length reduction. Damage reduction even by 1. Mercenary's ballin'. He is good to go. That's even better than the other armor he's wearing with other ones. Sweet. Alright, so yeah, keep in mind you can always upgrade the mercenary with rare items like that. You can always use upgrades because you can see how easy he dies, especially when he doesn't have upper end gear and life leech and things like that, so there we go. Alright, so actually no. Oh wait, that's his fire is, yeah. That's the only thing giving him fire is right now. We could actually stack the Brandis stock if we want. I don't know though. Maybe this is better. I can actually give him a lot of damage though if I want to. I'm gonna keep the flawless topazes and amethysts for crafting and for stacking our gear with magic fun. So I'm not really gonna focus on using those. We can use some like basic stuff if we want. Maybe we can put like some of these in there.
I'll put that to good use.
Yeah, so now he actually does some more damage. Sweet, yeah, okay. Now he has some freeze on it too. Alright, that's good. Just used up one of those, gave him some upgrades. That always helps. Where's this? You know, considering... nah, that's fine. You know, we're okay. Cheaping out on the potions, man. Oh wait, oh wow, damn, if we can get the upgrade recipe for that, that's actually amazing. But too bad this isn't a mod either, because we could put that on the mercenary, and then the mercenary becomes invincible, basically. Oh well. We want to keep our 3-slot belt. This is only a 2-slot belt, otherwise we'd probably use that. Of course, we also want light res more than the other 2 res at the moment, so this belt's still better in like every way imaginable. So we have enough of the other res. And we have... and we can almost make a perfect amethyst straight up. Alright, we're gonna look for a gem shrine though. Maybe we can find one. Alright, here we go. We're gonna upgrade the gem, baby. Skill shrine, nice. Helps our teleport mana cost too a bit. So one thing to note about these ice caves is that, as you saw throughout all of Act 5, you just move straight ahead pretty much and you get to Crystalline Passage no matter what. Once we get into these ice caves though, this whole area here is pointing to this way. So this whole block here is pointing this way. Following my cursor, you can kind of tell by the direction the block is going. So to the east is going to be the waypoint normally. Straight ahead is normally going to be the Frozen River, which is a quest that we're going to want to get bonus resistances on, so it's pretty nice. Yeah, it's Ravenclaw, yeah. Ravenclaw you could use for You could just do 1,000,000,000 damage if an enchant sword gets you, and you can just move throughout the game and level up using Ravenclaw, which gives any character explosive arrow. You can just use that with a crazy amount of fire damage added. That's pretty neat. Alright, anyways, so stop dying, mercenary. Alright, so we're gonna want to go straight ahead, at least first things first. So we're gonna want to follow this logic and go up here.
Not enough mana.
And sure enough, it's here. This is the frozen river.
I need mana.
We could, if we wanted to, we can wait until we get 25 in cows and then do this quest. We can do that if we want. And then we can still get some experience doing that, but you can also just get it now if you want. I don't know, it's kind of hard to say which is actually a better approach here, because this does save some time doing it like this as well. But if you're still level 21 like me, there's things you can think about. Alright, super potions are amazing in Act 5 now. Sweet. Alright, so we're gonna teleport all the way down, and if you just go all the way down the map and to the left, there's different configurations, but usually all the way down will get you to the to where Anya is, and then you can just save her.
I need mana.
And Frozenstein. Wow. How did that kill him? Don't get hit if possible. He's got mana burn, so you're gonna have to chug mana potions if you start getting hit by him. And that's not as good as his other armor now. But he's dead! So who cares? A dirty snack! Did I make stealth? Yep. Got stealth and leaf and row.
What is it?
Yep. We are using the elite tier gear, man. This is elite tier gear for this point in the game. But we'll get better gear. Let's get better. So right there we just picked up our runes from Qual Kick, and I just revived the mercenary. Because he's a doofus and likes to die. And I think I should blame myself, but yeah. Notice how I'm only keeping like charms that give us like FHR, res, things like that. Those are in life. Those are the only things that would really help us at this point. I haven't seen any charms of life though. It's a little unfortunate. Low life this entire run, man. Feels bad. Telekinesis her with the potion. It's great. Then click this and you get 10 more all res.
Follow me.
Free. Alright, sweet. Now our res is looking really solid. And then you can even pick up a free orb from Anya. That's never gonna be, almost never gonna be like Spirit or Leaf, of course, but it's a good thing to pick up just to sell. It's 20,000 gold. We do enchant, wow. Let's enchant the mercenary. Okay. Alright, so that's pretty cool stuff, right? Oh yeah, always want stealth, of course.
Not enough mana.
Of course. Stealth is so ridiculous, man. Like, if you don't get stealth, you're just kneecapping yourself.
Not enough mana.
Means that you have way less teleport frames and everything else. Alright, so notice that I just teleported in this direction because, like I said before, Frozen River is straight ahead from the starting area in Crystalline. Waypoint is to the east or to the right of the starting direction. And then guess what's to the left? Glacial Trail. Alright, so that's pretty much all these ice caves.
I need mana.
And once again, this is pointing this way this time, so now we're going to go to the right to go find the waypoint.
Not enough.
You don't have to find the waypoint though, we can actually just teleport straight to Ancient's Way if we want at this point. Oh, it looks like we found the straight ahead first, actually. Cool. Once again, we're not getting experience because we're still level 21.
I need mana.
Okay, you need mama. So, it looks like everything's to the right, actually. Well, that's to the right and up, just like you would expect for the Drifter Cavern, the side area. But, oh wow, the waypoint's actually, like, all the way to the right here. Very nice. Interesting. Where is... So, Frozen Tundra should be to the left. Is there a left over here? Oh, there is a left over here. Okay. I'm gonna say. Where else could it be? Can't go all around the back there, man. That's Bone Saw Breaker over there. It's a super unique. You can see his little area over there. Alright, anyway. Alright, sweet. So now we're all the way at the Ancients. This is where we want to be. We even did a couple of pit stops to finish some quests. And now we can go pop Bale and the Ancients in the mouth, and then we can do cows, which is where we want to be. To find one item in particular, and then we'll be good. Not enough mana, she says. Never enough mana.
I need mana.
Alright, so yeah, Ancient's Way. Sweet. So, once again, if you want the Ancient's Way waypoint, this whole area here is pointing this way. This is the entrance. Once again, to the east or to the right is the waypoint, and to the left is, you guessed it, Ancients. Maybe over here somewhere.
I need mana.
Yeah, no, you don't need mana. Quiet. So nice. I have 37 FCR with Leaf Staff.
Not enough mana.
I want more FCR at some point soon, but somewhere to the left. Where is it? Okay, it's over here. Sweet. Alright, I was immediately to the left. Went a little bit too high up. That's okay. Alright, so
The ancients must be close.
they're not close. They're right here. So we're gonna want to make sure we definitely stock up on our potions before we do this, just in case. For the most part, though, it's not that bad. This is just normal ancients. We're not even doing Hell Ancients in this guide because it's not instrumental to going from rags to riches. That's not even important. Getting to the very end of the game is not the goal of this. This is not a speedrunning guide. This is a rags to riches sorceress guide for D2R. Of course, you know, there's definitely strats for that. It's gonna be very frustrating to do with no gear, but softcore it's at least very doable. On hardcore, you know, you can only do it like once or twice. You're lucky, and sometimes you die anyway. Alright, Alter, let's go. Alright, so we got the Ancients here. In general, just Frost Nova, Static Field, and on the bosses. He has a lot of fire res, as you can see. Fireball is like tickling him. Jesus. Okay. So, there we go. They're dead. Now we are level 22, which is fine. A couple levels and the one item we're searching for in the cow level, and we're good to start pumping Nightmare. Alright, so what I want to do here is... Alright, so we're at the level where... I guess... Yeah, I guess we just put some points into Vitality for... I rushed up 30 strength because of these boots, but it's not a big. Normally you just stay at 25. So what we're gonna want is we're gonna want somewhere between 43 to 48 strength to wear a particular item. But then again, we're gonna have to farm runes for it anyway, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. So for now, we're gonna still put points into vitality. It's likely that we find the runes for this item like around in the 30s, like low 30s. We'll talk about it in a second. So we can keep putting points into vitality. Definitely need health. This character, we don't even have any life charms in this run, so we're gonna get smashed. Alright, so we're gonna keep putting points in a fireball.
I need mana.
Ow. Alright, so there's no pattern for Worldstone 1, by the way. It's just somewhere on the edge. Worldstone 2, there is a pattern, but only from the waypoint, so we gotta find the waypoint in order to see the pattern. Just like with Catacombs 2 and Andy in Act 1. So there's the waypoint. So the way this is gonna work is if we go straight ahead, so you see this entrance block is pointing this way. We're gonna want to go to the east or to the right to find Worldstone 3. Or could be directly over the wall. Okay, it's not. It could be an east-facing block that is to the left as well, but usually it's just going to be to the east, like with all facing blocks. Alright, there it is. See, what do you know? It's to the east. East-facing block. Let's go. Alright, there's also no pattern for Throne of Destruction, so just like with Catacombs 3 and Catacombs 1, Worldstone works the same way in some way, but it's on the edge somewhere. We got pretty lucky there, we didn't have to teleport the whole area. Alright, watch out for these monsters, these are very dangerous, and these dudes can't be frozen, so don't bother trying to use Frost Nova. I try to do it just to show you guys. Okay.
Not enough mana.
So in order to start spawning the Bale Weaves and kill Bale, I gotta clear the room. There's no monsters in here. Excellent. Let's go get some potions. Looks like we ran out of potions again. That's gonna happen a lot. That is why we're constantly selling stuff, so that we have gold. So we can actually do this, and we don't. Once we do the cow level, that's another nice objective of the cow level here, is to get our gold up. There's definitely a number of objectives we can accomplish there, and wow, damn, that's lucky, man. No life charms, that we have one of each res small charm. That's actually really good. Those res are gonna help us out a bit here. Especially later, once we get to hell mode, we really need those res charms. It's gonna make a difference. Gonna make it a little bit easier for us. Alright, so Mercenary has to finish him off. It's another one of those, Colenso's the same as like Vizier, he's fire immune always. Right, this is a solo guide, so this is a guide that is supposed to give people confidence at any point in the game. If they don't want to play with others, if they can't play with others, or... And it's primarily meant for Battle.net. So it's primarily a Battle.net guide. So it's not, it's for Battle.net map generation too. So you can't reload the game either. So we're actually making it pretty tough just to show you guys like how to get through the game and start farming items. TMCK, 2 months as a member of Xana's Attack Squad, the Ghost of the Machine, the Arcane Disciples. What's up, man? Thank you so much for Xanifying yourself, man. Let's go. Let's get some hype in the chat. Beautiful. Color me Xanified. That's right, man. Thank you, sir. Thank you. What's the item he's talking about in the cow level? Yeah, we'll get to it. Okay, here we go. Everyone wants to know what the cow level's all about. Why is the cow level so important when you're trying to get through the game solo? Well, we'll talk about it in a second. Even if you get rushed, even if you have access to single-player maps and you're level 25, the cow level becomes important. So once we kill Bale, no matter what here, this is important stuff. Okay, so these dudes are pretty fire resistant. Just go through the waves, kill them all. You can lead these dudes outside if you want, and you can just go back into the room, and then it'll be good to go. Jesus. Ah! Okay. Ugh. Okay, you know what? Gonna lead him outside. Firebolt is like nothing. They're so fire resistant. Now these dudes are like fire resistant to the core, so killing these dudes is never a good idea. I'm just gonna walk the dog. That's what we do. We take them outside and go do their business somewhere else. Alright, here we go. So you want... Getting these dudes farther away from the entrance is preferable, actually. Scuffed. Well, that's okay.
Not enough mana.
Alright, so if you teleport away and you don't drag him back into the room, Bale will detect there's no monsters in the room, and he'll laugh, and then you can go and kill him. Pretty easy stuff, right? And since we have static field bosses once again, no problem. Just gonna go Frost Nova him and gonna stack him down, and he's gonna die. Then on to something that's pretty important.
I can't carry anymore.
Okay, here we go. Alright, so level 22, we're gonna go kill Bale. Can be even lower level than this, wouldn't really matter too much. So at this point, we just want to get to the cow level. Down. Alright, sweet. So as you can see, sorceresses are fast, furious. Oh man, he did not drop a lot of good items, did he? He dropped some garbage. I can't even sell this crap, man. Just some rare weapons. Oh man. Oh, okay, that rolled a barbarian skill. We got lucky on that one. Okay, well, that's okay. Doesn't need to sell crap anyway. We're about to go somewhere where it's a lot better. Okay. So, oh wow, 2 Amazon skill levels too. Nice. Yeah, that's actually some nice rolls. Never mind. It looked like trash, but upon further identification, it's actually pretty nice. Alright, so. What's up, Druss? How you doing, man?
Good afternoon.
Jeremy only. Alright, so now what we're gonna do is... I'm actually gonna check something real quick here. Just to make sure I can... What is the exact item level that you can get 4 sockets on a sword? Okay, 26. Okay, so that's not gonna work. Yeah, this is 24. Okay, so... apparently it needs to be from like an elite monster, an elite pack in Chaos. This is why we do cows. Okay, so... Cows. Alright, so there are some other areas you can get a broadsword or a crystal sword, but what you're looking for is a white broadsword or a white crystal sword. You can also get like a white Volge or something if you want to use a socket quest for that later as well, for insight. But in general, you're looking for white ones that have no sockets in them. You can't get 4 socket ones in Cal level, but if you get a white one and you bring it to Larzek, it is guaranteed 4 sockets. What that means is we can make Spirit Runeword, which is the most overpowered runeword in the entire game by a lot of people's accounts. Even considering Enigma, simply because of how powerful it is given the runes. The runes are very cheap. Enigma actually has expensive runes. So, like, it's pretty absurd. And what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to get this base. Now, this base, if you get it in other places in the game, the item level might not be high enough to get 4 sockets. It's only going to get 3 sockets. You can't get a 4-socket one directly from cows, but you can Larzek socket it for 4 sockets. So we want a white base. There are places in Chaos and Worldstone where this can also drop. However, it's not as reliable to get a base at that item level. And I don't know if you'll be able to actually see the item level of the items on D2R. I know you can't on normal Battle.net. You can on single player, and you can on Pluggy and things like that. Pluggy allows you to see the item level of items. But if you want the safest and the most reliable way to get your 4-socket base, this is how to do it. So let's see. Did we actually grab the Wurtzlig? Oh no! Okay, I did not grab the Wurtzlig. So when I did, one of the reasons we were doing Tristram very early on in the game wasn't just to give us some more levels and some more experience or maybe some items. It was also to provide us with the Wurtzlig so we can do the Cal level. But apparently I forgot to grab it because I was in a different mode of thinking. RIP. Well, that's okay. So we were supposed to get the Wurtzlig, but it's something that totally slipped my brain.
I need mana. Not enough mana.
That's okay. Slipped my mind, man. Yes, a white longsword will work too, but I'm gonna kind of explain why it's a bad idea.
Good day.
So someone in chat just mentioned that a white longsword also works, and this is correct. It does work. It can get 4 sockets from the Cal level. However, the problem with this is that the longsword has very nasty item requirements. It has, I think, 55 strength, I think even 39 dex. That's a lot of points you have to take away from vitality, and it's going to make your overall push a lot more painful. I would personally never recommend settling for a longsword. At minimum, broadsword. Broadsword's 48 strength. It's not too bad. Same strength requirement or close to it as other items you might find, so it's not too bad. Crystal Sword's only 43 strength requirement though, which makes Crystal Sword the GOAT. Alright. Now that that's out of the way,
Not in town.
we're going to be looking for in here gold generating items and a white Crystal Sword and maybe a white broadsword if we having trouble finding the white Crystal Sword. Found in the secret Cal level, it is guaranteed to have, once again, an item level that you can get 4 sockets from. Another thing to note is that if you find a white Crystal Sword too late in the game, it's going to get too many sockets. White Crystal Sword, like in Nightmare for instance, will likely get 6 sockets, not 4 sockets. This is why this is a great pit stop. Otherwise, I might just advance to Nightmare and hope we find a white sword somewhere, but that's not going to work. It's pretty unforgiving. Those area levels in Nightmare are just too high. It's a very small window where... Oh god, that's not what I wanted to do. Teleporting into the cows... Not a good idea. Matter of fact, if you're on hardcore, just unbind your teleport key. Just walk in here. You don't need to teleport in the Cal level. You just don't need to do it. We're gonna go pick up some items. Notice how a lot of white items are dropping in general. Remember what we're looking for. white crystal sword. We're also going to level up doing this too. So this is how we get to level 25. If you haven't already gotten to 25, do some other means on single player or by being rushed or whatever else. Or just, you know, leveling up with a group. Kind of done some group cow farming anyway, but they took all the crystal swords and now you have to go do it by yourself. Alright, here we go. This feels like home right here. This is good stuff. Might note that Fireball is so powerful that, you know, using your other skills here is not really going to be very useful. Yeah, you know what? You can just die because we actually don't need you right now. Ah, you know what? We actually want that. So we can actually attempt to greet our imbue quest that we got from the Malice earlier. Another thing we can look for in cows is a white circlet. A white circlet has high potential for faster cast rate, Sorceress skill, resistances that are different from fire, and overall just something that can be useful for moving through the game. There's other white items you can, you know, imbue if you want. I think since our belt's pretty good and giving us res and whatnot, I think we're actually going to want to go for the circlet. Now in normal BattleNet, you don't want to kill the Cow King. I should emphasize this. Since we're on Pluggy though, we can just kill him as much as we want. So that's a little unrealistic, I suppose. Wow, it's really trashy actually. We could use better gloves, but not those gloves! Yeah, anyway. You can also get some nice amulets. You can get some, like, res amulets. This white circlet, I'm actually going to imbue it once I get to a higher level. The higher your character level, the more likely the circlet will imbue something good. So we're not going to imbue it immediately. Need more potions, man. Okay, so yeah, notice that how much money these items that generate like class skills have. Like, it's crazy. 5 MF? It's not great. We can do better than that. Hello, hello, hello. Sci-Fi, how we doing? Alright, so this is leveled up. I'm still gonna put points into Vitality because once again, we don't have to quite prepare to use the Spirit Sword yet, which is gonna require that strength. We don't have the runes, so sometimes you get really lucky on the forge and maybe pushing, and you already have the runes. In that case, start getting the strength right away. But since it looks like we're gonna have to farm Nightmare Countess for the runes, you can also find them in the cow level, to be fair, so it's kind of hard to say when to put that strength in, but you can always level up a Nightmare and wear it if you're a little bit behind. It's not a big deal. Nightmare will level you up pretty fast, so. Not through hell. We are going to various points in hell so that we can start farming. At least that's the idea. You can use Frost Nova here. I'll give you some more time to pound them with Fireball. And that Frost Nova skill that we got really early on at level 6, you know, pays dividends for sure. It's really overpowered for 1 point. Just like Frozen Armor. And telekinesis, and everything else we put 1 point into, including teleport.
I need mana.
We're actually not prepping for that. We're prepping for D2R in general, but we will be doing that with a group. So we're going to be doing a group push, and group pushes work very differently than a solo push for sure. We'll show that off when the ladder resets on the ladder, right? The east ladder. What's up, Gary? How you doing? At this point, rings don't give you a lot of gold, so if they're not useful, they're not useful. Okay, okay. Longsword. Now note that it's gray. It could be ethereal. Now, ethereal longsword would actually not be terrible. It's the non-ethereal one. Yeah, see, that's a non-ethereal one. And non-ethereal of any of the kinds have no chance to roll 3 sockets, even if they're gray, indicating that they might have sockets. So that's a no-go for us here. You're leveling up nice and quickly, though.
I need mana.
Definitely one of the goals of this. Ooh, Bone Helm. No. Okay, okay. Don't have any mana.
Not enough mana.
I think we critted that potion. Nice. I don't think we saw a crystal sword anywhere on the ground, chat, did we?
Not enough mana.
Did I miss something? Sometimes my brain's not like used to looking for these because it's been a while. Damn it. You know what, whatever, we can just pick them up. Minimum MF to start getting good items. Well, we'll talk about all that nonsense, but, you know, it's not as important as you might think. At least for getting started. Yeah, so... Your party took all the CS again? Damn. F. F. I don't think so.
I need mana.
Alright, so we want a crystal sword, man.
Not enough mana.
Ugh, I have no mana. This is painful. Alright, we're gonna go into a new cow game.
I need mana.
So the goal here is to keep killing cows until we can actually get a crystal sword.
I need mana.
Or level up, or at least a broadsword.
Not enough.
I'll take a broadsword if it becomes too cumbersome to find a crystal sword. I didn't see a broadsword in here either, though, so... Well, that's how she goes sometimes. Sometimes you get really lucky, though.
I need mana.
No! Alright. Alright, so we are Slayer, Sorceress. Okay. So, we're gonna stick in normal. We can go to Nightmare, of course, but we also can't even level up in Nightmares, so don't worry about that at all. Can't even level up, so... Yeah. Can't even level up. Yeah, right. Right, that's, well, you know, that's kind of what we're gonna go over here. So we're gonna go over that kind of stuff here. How much MF do you need to find items? The question is 0. You actually don't need MF to find good items. It's not required. That's your short answer right there. There's your short answer. It's actually not required. You can find the rarest item in the game without magic fund. Oh. Facts. Now, what that means is... Yeah, Wraith Vector, there you go. You tell them how it is, you know? Tell them how it is. You don't need it. MF helps, but it's not ever required, which means sometimes it's just best to start farming bosses with whatever MF you can cobble together, but we'll talk about how to get MF that you can cobble together. We're not at that point in the game yet, so yeah, just hold your horses. Okay. Alright. So we're gonna go pop another word slig. This means we're gonna go find the cairn stones, which are always next to the path there. Stony field. Okay, so alright. So just keep in mind, if they don't allow you to kill the Cow King over and over, avoid them at all costs, because this will totally screw it up, and then you won't be able to farm this in cows, and then you're gonna have to like farm nightmare bosses to trade for a freaking crystal sword. That's what's gonna happen. And that's not good. Just wasting your time and wasting your wealth. Alright, so that's a scythe. We could actually use the scythe there. But not yet. Potentially. We might not need the scythe, but we might need the scythe, we'll see. Remember I said you could pick up the white polearms for insight as well to also socket it with 4 sockets? Well, you can. The only problem now is that we only have 1 socket quest from Larzek, which means you'd have to get to the end of Nightmare. But if you pick up a scythe in the cow level, it will also roll 4 sockets. I think so will a Volge, so will a polearm, as long as it's a white one. So we are looking for bases for sure. And these bases are instrumental to the bare minimum of what we need to farm hell. This is how you go from rags to riches. Without taking a billion years. I'm so glad we have some FHR. I mean, you don't need it necessarily, but it just means that... Alright, let's get it. Alright, once again... So what we really want more than a scythe in our life is a broadsword. Oh, there it is, a broadsword. Okay, so we got the bare minimum. Now we're gonna see if we can find the better one. Alright, alright. If it takes too long to find the better one, then I'm gonna go and use the broadsword. Not ideal. Broadsword's not super ideal, but it's okay. You can even find even more ideal bases. You can find an F crystal sword, but I wouldn't go looking for that because it could actually take a pretty long time. You can get lucky though. Very lucky, very, very lucky. Ooh, fine polar mastery is nice. F means it actually will require 10 less strength. You can have a 33 strength requirement spirit, which would be insane. But I wouldn't go looking for it once again. Problems, man. Problems. Picking up gems, picking up class-specific items to get skills on them. And if you see any runes, definitely make sure to pick those up. Especially, you can even get up to... I think you can even get dual rune in here. You can get some high-level runes. You can get all the runes you need for that basic gear as well. But it's not as efficient as farming Countess, so... we will... You know, we're not going to count on getting those necessarily in here. That's something we can just get in here, potentially. It's not something we're counting on, though. Only in 8-man runs, but never solo. Solo, it's pretty nice, because it makes the mercenary have a decent weapon. And then it does help your teleporting a bit. I don't make insight at this point in the game, but if you want to start farming hell, it's not a bad thing to have on hand. Okay, that's actually a superior scythe. So, let's see. I can actually, it's actually a little bit better. You can also socket, ooh, that is a perfect superior scythe, wow. It's still just a level 1 base though, so it's nothing crazy, but
Not enough mana.
you want an insight, You're not looking for the bases right now. You don't care. Alright. I don't know if anyone sees a crystal sword. I don't know if my eyes are adjusted for this. My brain. Oh, you're gonna pick up all the juves too. Anything that can give us a heavy amount of gold.
Mana.
Yellow mace doesn't have a good chance, to be honest. Yellow weapons are not as good as yellow armor pieces, and armor pieces are much better than weapons in general when it comes to selling.
I need mana.
And so we've actually accomplished some things here. We're almost 25, which is something we have to accomplish. Otherwise, we're not going to get any experience in Nightmare. And we've found 2 bases that could work for Insight and Spirit. That one could work for Spirit, I mean, but we could potentially find a better one. I might try to greed for the better one, but if it doesn't happen, it's okay. Some extra strength points. This means your health is going to be a little worse.
Good afternoon.
But, you know. And I can't believe this belt. We just randomly picked up a blue belt and it ended up being good. Bit of a gamble and it worked out. So, we'll put another point of fireball. Yeah, it doesn't work on that portal. Okay.
Not enough mana.
Unbind the teleport. We also found a white circlet for imbuing. So in general, on all fronts, it's looking pretty good right now. See, on hardcore, I'd probably greed for the crystal sword no matter what, because 5 life can definitely, 5 vitality can save your life. But you don't have to. Also, picking up some of these gems, you can cube them up and make some flawless gems, which can be huge. Not just the chip gems. Chip gems are also very possible to be valuable for different reasons. There we go. Chip gems and then regular gems plus you can cube up to perfect gems. And those are going to be very useful for sure. Alright. Well, Cow King's dropping garbage anyway. That's Arcana's. That's never going to be good, really. Got no chance. And now we are level 25. Yeah, I think it's 20... Oh, so I think Soul Rune is the highest. Okay, so Soul Rune is the highest rune that can drop in here. Yeah, that makes sense. And Soul Rune is also a rune that you would really want, so that'd be nice for sure. That's where distant players won, though, because they're just playing by ourselves. Yeah, can't increase the player count. Increasing the player count would be nice in here, at least to players 3 if you can. Because they'll drop a lot more stuff, runes, bases. Definitely increase the rate of your farming.
Not enough mana.
Alright, so it's another cow level down. We are now the minimum level that we need to be. We can move on, of course. We do have at least the bare minimum. But that is going to require extra strength. At this point, since we're 25, now at any point we can get all our runes. I'm going to start putting points into strength for spirit. I can also hold the points, so I don't have to put them in. Let's say I was thinking I could find an Eth Crystal Sword. I didn't have to do that. Maybe I don't have to put in 33. I'm actually going to start holding the points beyond this just to kind of show that, but at this point I'm going to start holding points. I'm going to start holding my points in anticipation of being able to use a spirit. Oh yeah, you can definitely greed for more levels in here. 100%. So, cows can level you up all the way to 30, actually, pretty comfortably, but we're not trying to get to 30. 25 is the bare minimum, though. At least with 25, we can start leveling up in Nightmare as we're looking for the runes, which can accomplish 2 things at once.
Hello.
So, not that yet, though. Battle.net map generation is brutal, guys. You're all alone in Battle.net. It's a brutal world out there. That's all I gotta say. But you can always make it work.
Not enough mana.
Oh shoot.
I need mana.
My staff does damage. This leaf is beautiful. Now, one thing to note is that we don't necessarily have to transition out of fire very quickly. Oh, 1 to Blizzard, very nice. We're gonna sell that in a moment. Blizzard, though, is the best transition period once you get to 24. We're already 25 and we're still using Fireball. That's because Fireball is still really good against cows. Once we go into Nightmare, we can already, if we want, commit to transitioning to Blizzard, which is our next skill we're going to want to use. But we're not going to want to do that until I get Spirit. Because until then, the Leaf is giving us so much power in Fireball. To a large extent, it's not super worth it. You can, if you want, just to wear Ancient's Pledge for more res. There it is. Alright, chat. That's all we wanted in life. And there she is, the White Crystal Sword. Most important item you can get in normal cows. Glad we could demo it on video. Always a lot better to see. Hey look, I'm not full of crap. It drops here. Dark Humility, I did 20 cow runs and didn't see a single one. It clearly doesn't drop here. You don't know what you're talking about. I can see it happen, but as you can see, I have video proof. We've covered our bases.
I can't play anymore.
Alright, White Crystal Sword. So this White Crystal Sword here is way better than the Broadsword. However, we're going to keep the Broadsword. Just in case. I'm going to put it in our shared stash for D2R here. We're actually going to finish this cow run and see if maybe we can pick up some more gold, maybe some more stuff, maybe even get another level, which wouldn't be bad. And then we're going to move on. So now that we have that item, I've got the green light. There's no other reason I necessarily have to stick around here. We need to start farming some of our runes, or higher tier rune words. We need to get out of the low-level Runeward Doldrum. And we're gonna stick with Fireball though for now, because I have Leaf. I can justify it. We could switch to Blizzard now if you wanted to though, but I'm not going to. If we switch to Blizzard, I could actually try to farm for a 20 FCR wand instead, and then use Ancient's Pledge, and then we can get our FCR to 63 and have even faster teleport. So we could do that if we want. I'm just gonna keep playing with Fireball though. It's to show that you can still play with Fireball if you want. Let me see this. Is this an F1? Even if it's an F1, it doesn't beat a White Crystal Sword, unfortunately. That's a Lawless Skull. Okay. I don't need perfect skulls for anything. Well, actually, I could use a Flawless Skull for something, actually. We could show the world what we can do with a Flawless Skull at this point in the game. Fireball is fine until Act 4 Nightmare. Right, exactly. So Fireball, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with sticking with Fireball. That being said, once I acquire my Spirit Rune Word, I am going to switch to Blizzard because it makes better use of the damage frames and what. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter too much, does it? Guys, we just found a Night Smoke. Wow. This is an item I usually use in a twink to run. So normally when I twink out my character to level them up as fast as possible, that is an item you actually normally want to use at this point in the game. Wow, that's amazing. That is, well, we can use it because we found it. This is not a twink to run, this is untwinked, so, I mean, we can use it as long as we find it. But let me tell you, that's a... that's an amazing find. 10 all res, 2 damage reduction, mana taken, damage taken goes to mana. Yeah, that is, yeah, that's, yeah, that's amazing right there. Whoosh. Rigged! Look at this, chat. Look how rigged that is. You find out Night Smoke. Normal cows. With what? 0 MF? Yeah, 0 MF. Hey, there you go. See, chat was asking me earlier, how much MF do you need to find good stuff? Hey, look, the answer truly is 0. Hey, what do you know? What do you know? What do you know? What do you know? Hey, you know. Alright, so that is amazing. That is literally one of the best belts you can find at this point in the game for a sorceress. Alright, well, that belt can carry you all the way through hell pretty easy too. Like that belt, 10 all res, like, you don't even need life if you get all that, plus some damage reduction, yeah, you're fine. That's not as good as a String of Ears, but String of Ears would be broken, so I don't know. That's pretty crazy, actually. You're not always gonna get that good of luck farming normal cows, at least on that particular item. You might get a different item. By this point, you might have gotten Blood Fist, so you might have gotten better RNG on some items. Sell the CS. No. Alright, so this is what I was talking about. So, Crystal Sword. Into the Larzik area. What did I say about Crystal Sword from cows? It will roll 4 sockets no matter what. And dun 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 dun. What do you know? It's a 4-socketed Crystal Sword. Now, what does that mean? Spirit requires 4 sockets in a shield or a weapon. Got it. That is all we wanted in life, and that is why we farm normal cows, to ensure that we can get that fairly easily and fairly early. Alright. Oh yeah, you can get Skin of the Viper Magi. I could have gotten Viper Magi by now. Of course, if you're really lucky, you can get Blood Fist, Skin of the Viper Magi. Honestly, most speedrunners, you'll notice when they finish their speedrun even, typically have at least some kind of a set item or unique item, because they get some kind of RNG. And maybe this is our RNG, Night Smoke. So, you know, just playing through the game, you can find things. Well, you will notice this. You will notice it. I gotta say that other belt is really nice for light res, but this belt's gonna be huge just overall. There's nothing that's gonna beat this for sure. Not the mana too, that's giving us extra mana. Oh yeah. I thought that lightning belt res belt was lucky too. Little did I know we were gonna find an even better belt. Not even that long from then. It's pretty cool. It's also gonna help us continue to use Leaf actually. Because what that means is we don't need Ancient's Pledge as much because we actually just got a huge res boost. So we can just use, we can continue to use Leaf pretty comfortably. Night Smoke. Hell yeah. Alright, that's one a Meteor. Ooh, Meteor is a level 24 skill, so that's gonna sell very well. I don't want that Bones Shield. Alright, so you can see I'm picking up items that I can sell as well. Get all that gold up. Alright, so now that we have our 4-socketed crystal sword, all that's left now is to farm up the runes for spirit pretty soon, but we're not quite there yet. Right, and GG. Lawless Skull, we're actually going to keep that, because we could potentially use it. Oh, that was an accident, did not mean to use that. 10 all res is greater than 20 light, yeah, I would say so. It's gonna be, it's even better for like hell once you need even more resistances, you know? So with Spirit, you lose one, I'm actually gonna lose 2 skills to Fireball anyway, but Spirit's gonna be so much more quality of life with faster hit recovery and everything. So once we can make Spirit, it makes more sense to actually switch to Blizzard. So what we're gonna do is the most easy strat. We're gonna switch to Blizzard once we get Spirit. And once we can do Blizzard, well, it's all history from there. It's easy stuff. Oh, Blizzard has everything, man. I mean, Spirit has everything. That is the plan, sir. That is the plan. You know, we've been taking our time trying to explain everything, and one thing to note is you can't open the cow portal if it wasn't already stated in the video anywhere until you kill Bale, which is why we had to kill Bale. You actually cannot open the cow portal. And if they keep it the way it is, don't kill the Cow King. I've been killing him, but that's because we're on Pluggy. You do not want to kill him because then you can't reopen the cow portal. That's the most important stuff to note about this. Besides that, I think I'm not going to bother imbuing my circlet yet, but I'm going to keep it for later. Let's see if we can get like a nasty imbue, get maybe a higher level. Alright, so now we're level 26, which is even better. Don't need 26 though. Just need at least 25 to move on. Alright, so I'm gonna hold my stats like I was talking about. Since we have a crystal sword though, I pretty much know it's gonna be 43 strength. But I will hold the stats for now. Ah, Ort rune. We actually need that rune for Spirit. Finally, they actually drop a rune. I was wondering where the rune drops were at. It's like, come on, we're killing cows. Where are the runes?
Not enough mana.
Alright, well, here's a rune. Alright, so... No, we're doing a guide, Splix. We're not doing a speedrun. You don't even do this in a speedrun. You don't search for a white crystal sword or anything from cows. Like, that's just the best way to get one. If you find one along the way somewhere, you could potentially use one, but no. How close am I to 58 strength? Oh, are you saying for upgrading the Night Smoke? That's not a bad idea, right? Upgrading the Night Smoke. Need Talon Shale, though, and Perfect Diamond. Well, we could do that. I don't know if I'm going to prioritize that, but that's not a bad idea. Yeah, I knew exactly what you were thinking, Mirage, when you said that. I was like, yeah, Mesh Belt requires 58 strength. You see how I played this game too much, Mirage? The fact that I knew what you were talking about when you asked how close are you to 58 strength. I think that's very sad, actually, that I know that much, that I knew exactly what you were talking about there. Yeah, you get 4 rows of pots, so you only get 3 rows with a belt. If you upgrade it to mesh belt, you can get 4 rows of pots. I think it also increases the level requirement on it, though, so we're not going to do that yet. Not even close. We're not concerned about that. All right, so now let's go to Nightmare. Let's go. We have the base we need. We have another base we can use later on if we want to make Insight. We got something to imbue. Even have... Honestly, this belt's never going to get used now. We have Night Smoke, rip. And, alright. This is the point where we could have respected Blizzard if we wanted to. Just use Ancient's Pledge and a 20 FCR wand, and then we could have started farming for Spirit that way. You can do that, but you can also just stay Fireball. There's no reason why you can't. And Fireball does a ton of damage, so in general, it's not a bad idea. So what we're gonna do is... What level's the Mercenary, by the way? He's still like level 17. No, he's level 18. Oh, God. He's gonna die. Alright, well... That's okay. Alright, so we're gonna kill elite packs again, just like we were doing before. We interact 5. And, couldn't get experience. Since we killed the cows, we got our level 25. So now we can kill everything. So we have teleport. It's not as big of a deal to drop TPs and go for cold plains anymore as well. So I'm just gonna go and enter the Den of Evil and complete the quest again. Get a free skill. Okay. 2 strength, interesting. That could be useful. 2 strength small charm. Doesn't have a large chance of being useful. Alright, I'm only really gonna pick up chip gems and regular and above so I can cube them. And at some point really only want to focus on like flawless gems. But for now it's fine, you know. So as you can see, Fireball... I would actually say Fireball is actually stronger still than Blizzard at this point in the game. Like, if you're level 26, your Blizzard's really not going to be that impressive. That's why it's kind of a wash. If you're still using Nova, though, you almost certainly want to switch to Blizzard by this point, though. Because Nova starts feeling pretty painful. Ah, 11 to life. Okay, well that's actually useful for sure. Nice, we got some HP. Use that. So on ladder, you can get all the ladder inwards. That includes Spirit. Spirit you cannot get on standard single player though without Pluggy. Oh no. Alright, so he is really fire resistant. So much so that I can't really kill him. Yikes. That's unfortunate. There's a reason to go Blizzard right there, Kappa. Alright. Looks like he got fire, fire enchant. That's an unfortunate spawn. Yeah. Jesus. Alright. Well, That's gonna happen, I suppose. It's unfortunate that we have to kill every monster in here. You know how it goes. Alright, so I ran out of mana pots, but that's okay. Hey, that's a nice item. Alright. Gold, gold. Wow, that's a lot of gold. Sweet. Money! Might notice we're actually sitting on almost 300k now from cows. It's pretty nice. We're gonna need that money because we're gonna be chugging mana potions just to move around. Until we get Spirit, and then once we get Spirit and Insight, it's not gonna be as chuggy anymore. Which will be a bit better actually, which will be nice. Then potions are more optional. Alright, so... one monster left. You know, we actually avoided this problem in normal. We actually did pretty good. Now, here we are. Classic Den of Evil problem. Luckily, we have teleport, so it's not that bad anymore. Normal's when it's really bad. Alright, here we go. Let's see, I guess... we could put another point into static if we want, but it doesn't really matter at this point yet. Still wearing our staff, so... let's just put another point, just level up Fireball a bit more. Fireball's getting a lot of stuff. A lot of juice from that. Alright. Now we're gonna go follow the path. Kill some super uniques. I think the mercenary just vanished. I think he's just too low level now. We're gonna have to rehire him if we even want one. In Act 2, I think, at this point. So at this point, you don't really need a mercenary, so it's okay. Or we're kind of at a point where it's hard to keep a mercenary alive, because we don't really have... he's too low of a level, and we don't really have the gear for him yet. So it's okay, we don't need him. He doesn't have anything we need at the moment. Go kill some elite packs, and we can just move through the game. Alright, so we found Cold Plains. Now we're gonna go... sweet. Go find some elite packs. Our fire res is still 66 a Nightmare. Oh yeah, so our res are actually not bad. Yeah, so we got 66, 43, 10, and that's without Ancient's Pledge, so that's really good, actually. It's nature's that's the help of some small terms and Night Smoke. And a boots and gloves with res. It's not as important to get faster run walk on your boots on a sorceress because you teleport, so prioritize the res everywhere if you can. Ooh. Okay, he's fire immune and he's got Might Auras, so we're gonna keep away from that. Ow. Alright, sweet. Might notice our HP feels pretty bad in here at this point. Ugh. So, I can kill Rock and Iju. He also still gets a ton of experience in Nightmare. I'll kill the minion archers. We're gonna just level up this way. All the minions die. Sweet. Okay, no, that's all we want. It's just potion chugging universe. This hardcore? No. It's a guide. I'm not gonna do hardcore here because I could die. I've only died once though, which is pretty good. So far. Let's check the mask for 3 sockets. I think we can get... oh, we're gonna die though. We're almost certainly gonna die again though. I've gotten really close so many times. We died once in, two-socketed mask? No. We died once in, normal Tristram, because I died on purpose. I could have actually saved and exited, but it would have been slower, so I just died on purpose. So our only death so far is actually just, dying for speed, basically. Because it would have been slower to save and exit because I got myself caught up. I got trapped. Anyway. Speed for the sake of the guide, I suppose. I already have two-socketed, like... I mean, I guess I could use a two-socketed, lore. We can make a more, like, classy lore than a skull cap. That could be nice, right? Sure, I'll keep it to be classy. One thumb up, you know? When you drink that, whatever. Okay. Experience Shrine. It's always gonna be your best friend. Rings at this point can be very nice, even blue ones. They'll pick up those blue rings. I'm gonna try to find the Stony Field waypoint. So I can get a free ring.
Good luck finding those riches.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the good luck on the riches. Rags to riches, baby. Arthro, thank you so much for 10 months as a member of Xana's Attack Squad, the Ghost of the Machine, the Ark and Disciples. Chat adds incredible meta support. Chat, let's spam some Eyes of Xana in the chat for our man Carthro. Okay, so where is the waypoint? This happens sometimes. It's sitting on like one tile, you know? That one tile. So the reason why I want to do Canaan Nightmare is because I can of course get the I can get the cow portal. Okay, yeah, there we go. I can get the cow portal for Nightmare Cows, which is really important. But also because we can get another ring, so we can get a chance at a rare ring. Those rare rings can be very good for starting to farm hell. I totally recommend getting that quest. When you still need experience, it definitely makes even more sense to get it. Alright, so we have more. We can pump Fireball again. Alright, so once again, we're gonna go straight ahead. Let's see if we can talk about... So this whole area here is actually moving this way. Kind of where this path is going here. So we're gonna want to go straight ahead as much as possible. Oh god. I need to use Frost Nova there. Bad Dark Humility. Alright, straight ahead, as much as possible. Lead packs. Nope. I went too far south, and also that's not straight ahead, that's to the left there. Yeah, see, that's not correct. No. Okay, so Fire Enchant is insanely nasty. Oh god, amped. We're gonna die. Trying to get experience though. Yeah, be careful of Fire Nightmare. The damage is crazy in Nightmare.
I can already tell that I'll be your best.
One thing to note is we do have 66 Fire Res still, which is another reason to still wear that Ral cap, because Nightmare Fire Enchant is really scary. If you're playing hardcore, make sure you keep mind of that one. Because, yeah, you get wrecked. Alright.
Not enough mana.
Alright, so yeah, I was pretty straight ahead. But you had to go like down here and straight ahead, but it's facing straight ahead from the entrance block. Alright, well we found it. It's fine. Alright, so... Wow. Alright, if you can slow him down, do it. Pop him in the face. Multi-shot, that's always painful. Okay. Yeah. Alright, so we're leveling up. You know, we're level 27 now. It's one of our goals here. Okay, this is why we need frozen armor. Alright. Let's go find Treehead Woodfist and the Inifis Scroll now. Then go get our ring. Now the ring could be good. Could be bad. It could be useless. Okay, so I ran out of mana. Rip. Happens. What's up, Firetainment? How you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the cult of Xana. Stay. Firetainment. Wow, dude, this RNG with the 10 FCR pieces of gear has been pretty nuts this run. There's too many FCR. That almost never happens. You almost never get too many. Usually the problem is not enough. Anyone in chat interested in PD2 Cold Sorg? Oh, a little too easy giving away a PD2 Sorg. Nice. Well, let's put the gold away in case we die. Yeah, that's fine. I don't know how I got stuck there. What the heck? Game. Oh, yes. Looks like we're getting bad map RNG right now. Have to like run all the way around the map just to find what we're looking for. Oh man. Okay, no. Now in Nightmare. Okay, well maybe I shouldn't say anything yet. I think we're dying. Okay. You can get monsters down to 25% health. A static field. %25 health. So you can no longer get them down to 1 HP anymore.
This ancient tree has an aura of magic about it.
And we killed them for experience. Look at all that, look at that juicy experience. Even in Players 1. So nice. Right, now we're good to go. I got a light now. Let's throw it out. Ah, very good. Alright. Time to go back to the Cairn Stones and save Kane again. Gonna be a lot of elite packs in here, so we can also get some experience in here if we want.
Not enough mana.
Oh, you've been playing yeah, PD2 is awesome, man. 110%. We're actually gonna go back to playing that tomorrow. At least that's the plan. Hey, we got Murder and Murphy. 4 months as a member of Xana's attack squad, the Ghost in the Machine, the Arcane Disciples. Yeah, let's give it up for Murder and Murphy. I think we can get 4 sockets potentially. Oh my god, that is whew. Yes, it's players 1 only, right? So this is simulating playing alone essentially. Let's say you have like, I don't know, maybe you don't have any friends, maybe your friends aren't on it. Maybe your friends all quit and you just want to get through the game. Dude, we just got really good RNG right there. We just found a 4-socketed site. So like I said, you can start finding 4-socketed ones. Now that will sell for 30,000. That's 2 to Decrepify, which is a level, I think it's like 24 skill, right? Yeah. That's really good.
The order welcomes you.
Yeah, well, 21,000. Okay, never mind. I could have sworn that was a 30,000. Well, it's close. Not a big deal. Alright.
I can't carry anymore. Deckard.
You do not have to play this aggressively, of course, but... Can I pick something up, please? Really? You gonna do this to me?
Impossible.
How have we not died, like, constantly in this run? I don't know. Alright. Hey, thank you so much, Murder Murphy. Hope you're having a great day. So there's the ring. And it was trash! Oh my goodness. Well, not as good as our FCR ring luck, I suppose. Yeah, it's got nothing we want on it. It's got stats for melee characters, but not even a lot of them. Dude, this would be trash for any character. That's rough. Oh, hey, look at that one. So this is actually a piece of Magic Find gear we can keep for later if we want. We now have a Magic Find ring and a Magic Find Ami. These can help to stack our Magic Find later for farming bosses. So keep any kind of pieces of Magic Find you get. That's what I was saying earlier. Definitely going to want to make use of those if possible. Yeah, you know what? Let's put that there. I don't know if that sells for anything. Alright, so that's good and all. Alright, so now we can move on. And we can put this Wurt's leg in our shared stash or stash, whatever. Whatever you want to do. Alright, so next up is Black Marsh. Now this, we're actually going to stay here for a bit. This is a farm. So we got the base... Ooh, well, there's the death. Okay. We did it. We died. Okay. Oh man. Rip. I knew that was coming. What is this? Extra strong lightning enchanted. Oh yeah. Oh, extra strong, man. Yeah, that's why we died. Okay. Well, this teaches you that if you're playing hardcore, chat or YouTube, one, make sure to check the stats, but two, don't play this aggressively at Nightmare. Matter of fact, if you can, once you get to level 25, level up more normal if you can. Just get some more HP. And then also, don't try to fight archers straight up like that. It's not usually going to be a good idea. You could try to fight them better with like Frost Nova like this, but you're gonna biff it. Like, you don't have a lot of HP, so like, of course, you know, we're not doing that anyway. It's okay though. Hey Mirage, do you know if Static Field gets them down to 33% or 25%? I can never tell with this. It looks like 25%, I don't know. It feels like you can get them lower than that. I thought the limit was 25% on it. Does anyone know? I want to correct myself if I said something wrong. Someone research it fast.
I need mana.
Help out, Dark Humility. I don't remember. I could have sworn it was 25. I thought it was 25% too, but I don't know. I thought it was 25%.
Mana.
I don't know. That's what I thought. I don't remember if it's 33% or 25 though. Like, I don't play Nightmare enough. Like, I know it's 50% in Hell, 100%. Well, I know in Hell it's 50%, yes. Yeah, this isn't Hell though, so I want to know the Nightmare percentage for Static Field. That's what I want. I could have sworn it was twice. It's either 33% or 25, which is pretty apparent. Looks like 25 to me, but pretty sure it's 33% Nightmare. That looks like 25 though. I don't know. Oh, whatever. Alright, anyway. Well, if you guys can research that real quick, that'd be nice. I don't know if you guys are feeling that or not. I'm sure many of you guys just want to relax, but just takes a quick Google search might get you there. I don't know. I'm sure there's a thread somewhere in the world. I thought it was 33 too, but it looks like 25. I don't know. I don't know. Alright, anyways, so alright, well, I don't have time to click that. It says 33%. Okay. Interesting. Alright, so this is what we want. We want a waypoint in the Black Marsh, which will usually be somewhere on the edge. And once again, Forgotten Tower is also usually on the edge of the map somewhere. Nightmare Countess can drop runes up through Io rune, or Io. Okay. That means we can get our soul runes, am runes, fool runes, ort runes, and any other runes we're actually going to want for lore, for spirit, for all kinds of rune words. So this is the best way to get them, period. So this is a stopping point. This is where we start farming. And as for I think honestly I think we can safely put in the rest. Yeah, you know what? Let's get it to 40. And just put the rest into life. Okay, that's gonna be a lot better. Okay. Stop dying, dude. Yes. Alright, so we talked about how to navigate this map at normal. We're going to the left. There we go. Now we have teleport, though. It's a lot better. Once again, archers are very dangerous, as you just saw a second ago. And, we're fine, though.
I need mana.
Okay, here we go. Log water, sweet! Oh my goodness, I don't know how I even got stuck there, but yeah. Mana burn. Awful.
I can't carry anymore.
So I already got a sight, so I'm pretty good on my mercenary's insight, but oh, what do you know? Another four-socketed one. Wow, we were getting really lucky in four-socketed polearms. You could actually trade these if you have too many on BattleNet, so that's never a bad idea. Early on, at least. People are going to be looking for those. Okay, we got some nasty aura. That sucks. That's gonna happen, though. Alright, so let's see what she drops us on our first round here. Yeah, it looks like 33%, yeah. Alright, whoa, hey, that's pretty good.
I can't.
We're actually just missing one rune now for Spirit, that's it. And that rune is Amrune. Okay.
I need mana.
So G. Alright, so we already got our full rune. And we even have an Ort rune for Ancient's Pledge, for Lore, and an Ort rune for Spirit. So we have all three of our Ort runes we need too. So that's really good. That is no res. Okay, res is more important on the body armor for the mercenary. You can sell that though. Big money. Okay. By the way, if we have some players like Asmongold, you know, or I don't know, Quinn, and any of them want to play D2R when it comes out, I'm not saying they should watch my guide here, but if they watch my guide or like someone else's guide and learn how to like go through the game and like learn about what kinds of things to pick up and whatnot, that could be huge for them. So, so that, because I remember they play the alpha too, and it's like, what is Diablo 2? You know, it's pretty rough. I don't know if they have time to sit down and do that, but man, it would help a lot. Alright, here we go. They could look like professionals, man.
I can't carry anymore.
Like, oh, I know what to do here. Here we go. Let's do this.
Not enough mana.
Alright, so going to the left. And we're gonna try to pop these monsters in the face. He's fire enchanted, so we're actually gonna leave that one alone. Pop some minions though, at least.
I need mana.
Why are we only getting why are we only getting archers, man? Aren't there other monsters in there? Jesus. Alright, well, I don't know. Maybe there's not other monsters in there. But we're trying to level up off of the archers, and it's,
Not enough mana.
as you can see, very painful. But it works. Jesus. My goodness. We're not gonna die. Okay, See, the way you can know that I started out as a softcore player is I know how to get a body.
I need mana.
Do that crap. There we go. Freaking archers, dude. Oh my goodness, man. Jesus. Wow, dude. Well, I know Blizzard is stronger and safer. Well, I mean, it's not stronger necessarily, but it is a little safer. That's one disadvantage of Fireball, but I mean, Fireball's just fine though. Dude, I only have 300 HP, man. It's showing. Ugh. Okay, we're struggling a little bit here. Finally starting to die. A lot. But, you know, we're trying to get our runes so that we stop dying. See, now in softcore, the good news about softcore, if you guys are playing softcore, you can literally just do this. Like, you don't have to worry about anything. The whole point is just to go, 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 push. Now, this is one of the reasons why I kind of prefer to get slightly higher level. But also one of the reasons that I would have already respected into Blizzard or something, probably. Because you really need to kite out a lot more. And, yeah, kiting is, let's just say, very challenging in these scenarios.
Good day.
Jeez, I'm even got frozen armor on. Well, the other problem, the other reason we're dying is we don't have 63 FCR, so with Blizzard, we can get 63 FCR, and we don't use Leaf. So Leaf is actually the problem right now, because we can't put FCR in our weapon slot. So we're actually getting kind of wrecked by lack of FHR, lack of FCR. We just kind of don't move very fast right now in general. And being able to move quicker is definitely pretty instrumental to this. So here you go. Now you're starting to see some disadvantages of sticking with Leaf and Fireball and Nightmare. That's not a bad thing to see some of the disadvantages of that approach. Wait, was that really... I guess I don't have any res, do I? No, it's cold enchant, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it is what it is. You don't have her body. You don't have any res or anything. Jeez. My God. Alright, you know what? Alright, I'm reloading this Countess, dude. Oh man, what a disaster. Okay. Well, that happens. I'm reloading the Countess. That was bad. Alright, so we didn't actually get to the Countess on that one. But we're starting to see some of the weaknesses of this build approach here, where we don't have our Ancient's Pledge, and we don't have an extra 20 FCR on our wand, and we're not using Blizzard. Fireball can work just fine, it's just, with Fireball, like, you are really, really squishy, and you don't have any FCR. So there's definitely some severe weaknesses here. Also, we don't have a mercenary that can survive yet, which means that we don't have something that can tank any damage for us. I haven't done Fireball Sorc Nightmare Countess in like 4 years, even though I know this is like the approach. Normally I do Blizzard, so not gonna lie, I'm a little bit out of my element here, but that's okay. I thought it would be fun. Guess we're struggling a bit though. Oh my god, dude. See, I don't even want to waste the juves, man. We're getting wrecked. Oh my god. Ouch. Yeah, and I also don't have Ancient's Pledge, which means my res is also trash. So this is why you go Blizzard usually as soon as possible. But that's not to say you can't stay Fireball.
Not enough mana.
Fireball does a lot of damage, it's just... Yikes, man. Yikes, man. Okay.
Impossible.
Alright, trying to stay Fireball, I'm trying. Wanted to wait till we transition to Spirit, but, well, as you can see, this is maybe a good reason not to. Hey, look at that, though. That's lucky. 15 life Small Charm. That's actually huge. We need that extra HP. Especially when we don't have res right now. Yeah, that's another thing we don't have. We don't have res because we don't have Ancient's Pledge. Yeah, it's all contributing in a very bad way. Yeah, if you guys are playing hardcore, don't do this at all. Like you can get away with Fireball on softcore, but I should emphasize 100% right now. Ancient's Pledge 100 all the way. Get as much res as you possibly can once you enter Nightmare, and make sure you at least have like 350 to 400 HP. Make sure to get some more levels maybe as well. And then make sure to put on some more FCR. Or even start farming for spirit. This is the approach you can do because it's softcore, basically. Blizzard will save your life. Okay. That's cute. Soul! Okay. That's actually pretty nice. Soul Rune.
Yes.
Alright, so Soul Rune can either make our insight or our lore. That's definitely one of the runes we're looking for here, so that's really good. 100% really, really good. There we go. No, you can't make insight. Well, actually, I can make insight right away. Because I found a 4-socketed scythe. But you're right. I'm probably gonna make lore because I don't know, at least first, but we'll see. We'll see what runes we keep getting from Countess here. See what happens. Okay. Our HP is going up, which is good, and we're getting closer to level 30. Yikes. Ugh. Yeah, this 37 FCR with trash res is just... Gotta say, man. It works 110%, but... You are going to die sometimes with this, 100%. Not safe. Not safe for hardcore.
I need mana.
Okay. Wait, what is this? Oh, no. Alright, so... These dudes...
I can't carry anymore.
Leads, let's just kill them for experience. Okay.
Not enough mana.
Yeah, we're still gonna transition into Blizzard though.
I need mana.
So this janky FCR and res is gonna disappear very soon. Still plan to once we get spirit. But, you know, like I said, you know, playing hardcore, you definitely gotta consider that this is probably never gonna be the approach.
I need
Oh, I don't have any mana potions there.
impossible.
Damn, man. Ugh. Yep, that's fun.
Not enough mana.
Okay, archers.
I need
They're still gonna level us up if we can actually kill them without dying. You know, that's always good. But, you know. Damn. Oh, God. Oh. Yeah, it's just... Against archers, it's pretty challenging to stay alive like this. Yeah, it's okay.
enough mana.
Hey, you know, what is a good guide without bloopers, you know? That's what I always say. Bloopers and,
I need mana.
pushing things to the limit and dying anyway. Alright, here we go. Yeah, this is software. mean, oh wow, that's gonna be nice gold, but I don't know. 2 to offensive skills, okay. Hey, that also could sell pretty good. Wow, Alder's weapon. It's pretty nice in this point in the game for sure. Mana burn everywhere.
Not enough mana.
No. Oh god, I didn't. It's mana burn. I have no mana potions. Just wanted to finish her off and then reload. Doesn't look like it's gonna work. Yep, no mana for me. I've learned that right now. That's for sure. I don't think I need that, do I? No. No mana. This is a world with no mana.
I can't carry anymore.
Can't leave, can't live, can't breathe, no mana. No, 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 no. You don't... If I wasn't putting this many points into Vitality... So what would happen, Pterodactyl, if you go max block, you could do that with like a rhyme or something pretty early on, but then you'd have no health. So if you ever go max block and put all your points in a block, then you die the second you encounter some elemental damage, basically.
Hi there. Greetings.
Or something that actually got through your block. So, yeah, I'm gonna say no. Nope, 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 nope.
I need mana.
Oh my god. Okay, Nephrune. Yikes. Okay. Well, that's gonna happen too. 29. We're just still leveling up. It's not a big deal. Oh god. Yeah, teleport speed also makes a huge difference to getting caught. That's why most of the time you'd probably suggest no matter what. Unless you're really attached to Fireball, probably to move to Blizzard no matter what. Which, you know, that's what I normally do. But, hey, Fireball works. No matter what you decide to do, though. Spirit's gonna be a huge power spike for Blizzard anyway, so...
I need mana.
Alright. Oh, another Ort rune, okay. You know, it doesn't hurt to have spare Ort runes as well. There are things we can do with those. Okay. Oh, the experience is really good here.
Not enough mana.
Okay. Ort rune, let's go. Yeah.
I need mana. Not enough mana.
Oh, hello. Maelstrom, what? Oh man. Maelstrom. That item really makes me want to just go... I could do it, man. Just... I mean, I like Fireball, don't get me wrong. Given this is a guide and all, like, I feel like I should just tell people to go Blizzard no matter what.
I need
Just switch. And that's a Maelstrom. That's like, you don't have Spirit yet, but it's gonna make it so much easier to like use Blizzard at this point.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this fuss.
Oh man. I don't know. I don't know. Like how we just found a Maelstrom, dude.
impossible. Not enough mana.
Okay, ran out of... I am deeply considering. You can farm Eldritch to 30 once you're 25. Yeah, exactly. That's what I would probably do actually if I was on hardcore. You could even farm him to like 35, believe it or not. But that being said, that's not the main issue here. The main issue is that Fireball, I think, is just softcore basically only. And even then, I think, you know, unless I mean, Fireball is a bit more simple of a skill to use, which is why I tried to stay with Fireball for a bit longer. But I don't know. It's also not simple to die constantly, so using Maelstrom, solid idea. We could use the Maelstrom and I could just say goodbye to the Leaf. Let's see what Blizzard can do before Spirit. Yeah, you know what? That's a good point. You know, let's do that for the guide for sure, so people can see how strong Blizzard is as well. All right, you know what? Let's. Yeah, you know what? Let's. Okay, we're done with Fireball. We're done with Fireball. Fireball was fun, but I like this FCR, man. I like the. Yeah, this is gonna be nice. This is going to be nice. Matter of fact, I don't even think I need. Let's see, what do we have here? 30, 10. Oh yeah, 63 FCR. With just Maelstrom alone. See, no, normally you would just buy a 20 FCR one from a car or something. And then you'd go, you know, just use another 10 FCR ring or something. But we actually don't even have to do that. Only need one piece of 10 FCR and Maelstrom. Yeah, you know, let's switch to Blizzard because let's show what Maelstrom can do. That's kind of neat.
Good day.
Let's go put on Ancient's Pledge. For hardcore leveling, definitely Blizzard. Always Blizzard, man. Blizzard, you can kite out anything. Alright. Ral or Tal, right? Yeah. Ancient's Pledge. Okay, there we go. Alright, so Ancient's Pledge. So now our res is... Dude, our res is almost max now, yeah. See, this is... Oh man, it's gonna be so much better. Alright, we're gonna use a respec. Okay, here we go. Alright, so... I guess for Blizzard we stick with... I guess we can put some more points in a static, but in general... We're gonna want to put 1 point to telekinesis, 1 point to teleport. So let's say we are gonna respec to Blizzard. Let's say that's what we want to do no matter what. And we can actually simulate it right now. Chad has a good point. Let's simulate this right now. What do? We get Blizzard, of course. And let's do Frozen Armor. And I don't think we have... Yeah, we don't do any points into the Fire Tree anymore. Still have Static Field, and actually we're gonna want to put at least a few points into that. It's usually recommended actually to put like 5 points into that. Blizzard's pretty solid though at this point. It's not like Blizzard isn't strong. That's not why we weren't doing it. What level? Oh, we're level 29. Holy crap. Okay, we could put 6 points into Blizzard. Ow. Alright, and then Ice Blast. Yeah, so this is the way. The way and the life. Blizzard. Don't need Frost Nova anymore. Yeah. See, I feel a lot more at home now. To be fair, Fireball has issues if you continue to use Leaf Staff that late, once you start farming Nightmare Countess for runes. So it's inevitable that that's going to happen to a degree. Alright, so we do need some strength, but that's about it. And now we can wear all of our gear, at least temporarily. I'm going to hold an additional points, so I'm not going to max at everything here. And I'm actually not going to level up energy. So once we do our first respec, we actually don't have to put additional points into energy anymore because we have enough mana. And you can just focus on putting points into health. In the very beginning of the game, that helps you with, you know, it helps your quality of life with potions and whatnot, but don't need it anymore. I'm gonna hold 9 points for now, yeah. Okay. Sweet. Now we have Ancient's Pledge, and yeah, this is definitely what I'd recommend doing almost all the time, unless you want to stay with Fireball until, of course, getting a Spirit, which is a perfectly valid thing to do, but it's also dangerous, and you can end up being very frustrated. And on Hardcore, I wouldn't do it at all, so. Alright, you know what? I think I'm going to stack 5 points in a static field. That's a pretty healthy amount. Just like we had before. And then just put the rest of the points into Ice Blast. But for level 30, I'm actually going to start holding points. So I'm actually going to hold points so I can start staggering Cold Mastery, which is not a bad strat to increase your damage. Alright, at least early on. Then you can just max Blizzard. Alright, so we got 230 damage. We have almost 300 Blizzard damage. Okay. Sweet. You see how strong Blizzard is? Blizzard is nuts. Oh, he's cold enchanted. That's why he's not dying. Gotcha. That's why I need Cold Mastery. I need one more level. Oh wait, I just got one more level. Suck it! Now you're gonna die. Where is he? Yeah. See how it's a lot less of a straightforward approach though, which is why Fireball is preferred by some people, even though you die with it. There we go. See? Cold Mastery's OP. Alright. Okay. Alright, so fun stuff, right? We got Blizzard now. And we also have 65 FCR. So you can see that our teleport speed is increased as well, which is also advantageous for farming Nightmare Countess. So get all the way down there. Wow, I can't even kill us with Cold Lightning enchant anymore because we have too much res. Ha! Suck it! Yeah. I think for the sake of the guide, this is a good move to do at this point to show you guys the difference at least. And how, like, you know, now that we're wearing Ancient's Pledge from the Barbarians we saved earlier, and the shield that we farmed off of Charcy in the very beginning, we're good to go. Now you can use Glacial Spike too. Glacial Spike is really nice, because you can stop the monsters in front of you and freeze them. Amrune! Hey! All we had to do is switch to Blizzard and everything would solve itself. What do you know? Alright, chat, guess on the faster cast rate on the Spirit. 25 to 35. So now we're actually going to roll a Spirit. That is the rune we were looking for. Ooh. That 40 fire res. I don't know if we need it right now, but we might need it later. And a 7 cold res small charm. Look at those resistances. Oh baby. I guess our light res is not gonna be maxed when we switch to spirit. That's okay. It's gonna be good enough. Alright. Well, GG. Now we want to put enough points in to wear Spirit. And I'm actually going to hold 5 points just in case you find something. I like holding points. You don't have to, though. And we're level 30, which means you want to at least put 1 point of Cold Mastery, which is huge. And yeah, we're good. We're golden now. Pony Boy in the Golden Lands. Put the rest of the points into Ice Blast, max out Blizzard. 1 point into Frozen Armor, get some Static Field for bosses. A pretty sizable amount of that, and then you're set to go. And now once we get Spirit, we'll have level 7 Static Field, which is actually going to feel really good. So, that's what we're going to want to start farming bosses with, so that's good stuff. Alright, so we want Tau, Thul, Ort, Am, 27. Okay. That's not ideal, especially with like requirements for 63 FCR. So you might notice that we're hitting 62 FCR. That's right below the breakpoint. So when you roll a Spirit, you're usually looking for 28 plus on your Sorceress, but that's okay. Is what it is. We can. So that means we need to put an extra 10 FCR somewhere, which it's not a big deal. We have rings to do it. It's just. Actually, I guess we have our fire as maxed out, so it's pretty obvious what to do. I guess it doesn't really hurt our build right now. Okay, sweet. So, that'll hit 72 faster cast rate. We'll be. It doesn't mean we need an extra piece of FCR gear, though. So that's not ideal. It's more ideal to roll at least 28 FCR on that. But as you can see, the stats on this thing are bonkers. Tons of mana, tons of vitality, FCR, skills. It's just out of control. It's an out of control item in general. And once we start farming bosses, I think we're going to take this off. But for now, we're going to keep it for Fire Res. We don't really need that much damage. It's up to you whether or not to swap to Lore, though. Of course, you can also use a ring that grants Fire Res instead. Or you can, of course, swap this out and use this kind of ring. And use the other rings. Yeah, I could just use 2 10 FCR rings. That works too. Actually, you know what? I can switch to Lore. Put on 2 10 FCR rings with what we found today. Use a 40 Fire Res amulet that we just found. And then we can use Lore. So, Ort Soul. Yeah. Ort Soul. Alright, 1 to all skills, 2 mana after each kill, 30 light res, and damage reduction. So, this is your solid build now, chat. This is kind of what you're looking for in general. Maybe a Blood Fist, maybe a Sanders, maybe a Night Smoke if you get really lucky. But if not, just some kind of life or res build, life or res gloves. Enough FCR to hit at least the 63 FCR breakpoint. You're not going to be hitting 105 like this. And honestly, you shouldn't expect to until you can farm up a Spirit Monarch usually in Hell, which is fine. And then you're looking for res on the boots, maybe FHR, I mean, or something else, you know, faster and walk. Res Ami is really nice, and then we have Lore, Stealth, Ancient's Pledge, and Spirit. This is the quadrangle right here of power. This is once you get these items, you can do whatever you want. You can start farming Hell even. It becomes possible. With better res and maybe better res charms and maybe better res on gloves and boots, you can even start farming Hell like this. You can already tell that our resistances are pretty strong in Nightmare, and with the Anya quest, you can see that even with Hell negative res, that we will actually have positive res in Hell already. However, another thing you can do, of course, is you can get more FCR elsewhere. Maybe get FCR on the Lore Mask, wear Smoke instead of Stealth, or to get your res up for Hell. Smoke is definitely going to be the approach for Hell overall. But overall, it's really important to note that This is why we farm Nightmare Countess. This is why we farm the cows for the base. This is why we farm normal Charcy for the Ancient's Pledge base. Now we have a really strong setup. We just found this in cows. I mean, you can just farm a 2-socketed Skull Cap from Charcy as well. And you're going to be set. If you're missing FCR gear and you roll a low spirit, that's unfortunate. You can try to re-roll it with a Hell later on in other runes. Or you can just find another piece of FCR gear. We got an unfortunate roll there, but at least we have more FCR gear, so it's kind of goes both ways sometimes, right? You know, it's like the RNG is just all over the place. But in general, the static field range is looking really spicy, and we're going to be able to farm bosses with that pretty comfortably, and we have Blizzard to farm them, of course, as well. And with 2 skills on Spirit and 1 skill on Lore, we just got a massive damage boost. We're looking to get 63 FCR, sorry. Our faster hit recovery is also insane right now. I think we actually have too much. So much that we actually don't even need to wear this charm right now because of the boots that we're wearing and the stealth. So I'm actually going to put that charm away because it's taking up space. The breakpoint for FHR is actually 86 right now. At minimum, we usually want to hit at least 60 with Spirit. We can hit 55 by itself, so getting a 5 FHR small charm, wearing stealth or wearing a pair of boots will usually do the trick. But we're actually hitting a breakpoint above that. We're actually hitting 86, so that's really good. So we're hitting a nice FHR breakpoint now. We're hitting a nice FCR breakpoint. Our res is looking insanely solid for Nightmare. And we even have prospects for positive resistances in Hell already. So with this gear, you can already start to do some very good things. Obviously, you know, for hardcore you play it even safer, but that's in general the goal. Alright, so since we have a base for an insight, I don't know. There's definitely some ways we can play this at this point. We don't have another soul rune. I use the soul rune on Lore because I'm simulating not getting lucky enough to find a 4-socketed insight base. But if you do find insight, and you rehire your mercenary, you can actually start using insight too, which is going to also be really huge as well. So at this point though, now we are a monster. So you can see the damage is actually pretty nutty now. Like, yeah, like we're just slaughtering the game. This is when Nightmare becomes easy. Whether you're playing Fireball and it's a little bit harder than starting out as Blizzard, or you go directly into Blizzard as we swap to in the end there. Once you get Spirit, Ancient's Pledge. Oh wow, look at that. You know what's funny about that? We actually don't need Sorceress's belt, but the stats on it are really nice. 20 life and 20 cold res. I have found so many good belts this run. This is another good belt you could use, honestly. Like, I know it's only 3 slots, but you can use it, so it's an option. So yeah. Alright. Of course, we can also upgrade our Night Smoke, but we're not going to worry about that just yet. Alright, so now I'm not saying dying isn't possible anymore, but it's definitely going to be a lot harder. Ooh. You know what? I think the Mercenary might like that. What is that one? Oh yeah, Life Leech. Bone Flesh. That's really good, actually. We can use that in combination with Insight, and the Mercenary has Life Leech. That's pretty good. I think we might actually use that. Then he just needs res from his helm. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna teleport around. We're gonna kill the elite still. We can still get lots of levels farming Countess. And I'm gonna attempt to get an insight actually. If we can get that going. May as well. We have a 4-socketed base already. Now, if you don't find the 4-socketed base, just wait until you get to the end of Nightmare and then get a 4-socketed polearm from a white one that you found in the cow level. But we didn't have to do that, which means we get to save a socket quest, which is also really good. In general, this run's been pretty lucky. I may have had some bloopers, but that's okay. You know, it's understandable considering the approach we tried to take in some cases here. But it's okay. Oh! Greedy, man. Super greedy. Oh, wait, that's the wrong attack. Rip. No. What's up? How you doing, man? My own skills. Yeah, it's been a pretty long stream. I've been sitting here just explaining stuff. There's a lot of stuff to explain potentially.
I need mana.
Alright, sweet. Oh yeah, ladder reset's gonna be good. Alright. So with Blizzard, you can kite anything. Like, you can see that pretty nice overall, right? So there's a Ral rune. I don't think we're gonna need another Eth rune, but you know, I think we already have an extra Eth rune actually. I think we're fine. And selling those at this point is not very good. Alright. Yeah, it's extremely useful info for sure. At least I think for a lot of people. I don't know how many. I mean, some of you guys already know what you're doing, so it's like, oh, I know all this stuff already. But I'm sure a lot of you guys know that all your stuff already. But those that don't, at least everyone knows all the different approaches they can take. They can kind of see them in action, even when I die from them.
Not here.
And they get good stuff. Alright, wondering if I should just continue to hold strength. You know what, I'm gonna hold strength after that. Okay, so we're gonna actually level up our cold mastery a bit and then level up blizzard. Okay, so there we go. So our cold mastery, we got 40% to negative enemy cold res already, which is pretty solid for nightmares, so we're pretty good there. And now we're just gonna level up blizzard. There, we got a staff with 2 to blizzard. Nice. So in general, you know, you can teleport, hit him from afar at blizzard, and bam. And if you hotkey both your ice blast and your glacial spike, you can freeze stuff directly in front of you. So it's pretty safe. The only worry, of course, is teleporting directly into the middle of stuff, but that's a pretty typical worry. Let's say I have 86 FHR at this point, though. It's not quite as big of a deal. We can usually get out of things. Spiritus is so broken. But it's a fun power spike. Everyone loves it. Everyone loves the power spike. No, I'm looking for staves to sell for gold. I'm in. There is no staff in the universe that is better than Ancient's Pledge and Spirit. No. We're making gold. So staves are items with skills on them. Something we've been mentioning throughout the guide. And skills sell very well. So items with skills sell insanely well. In general. So, making money. Since we died a whole bunch of times when we were playing Fireball back there, well, doesn't hurt. So, with all this extra mana, you might notice our We have a lot of pretty solid amount of mana now. Pretty solid amount. Yeah, as you can see, you can plow through the game very, very quickly for the Sorceress. Just overall. Making her a very amazing starting character. I mean, we can already start farming bosses like this, but... Let's see if we can get some mana regen quality of life. Oh man, an Io rune? Well... An Io is a third of a Lum rune, potentially, so... And we also found another Am for potentially re-rolling a Spirit, so that's good. Since our Spirit rolled pretty bad, I would say, especially with the FCR, and is clogging up a slot. Stacking more runes is always a good thing. But in general, that's not what we're looking for. Oh, shoot. We're gonna have to manually move them. Even on D2R, that's not the case. Jeez. Gotta upgrade, man. Let's actually drop the flaweds. We don't need the flawed ones for any reason anymore. If we want to reroll wands, though, we can. For gold.
The order welcomes you.
There's also recipes that require chip gems as well. Flaw diamond is for pull. Yeah, it can be. So you can use these to upgrade runes, of course, but
I am overburdened.
Actually, wait, don't you need a flawed topaz to upgrade to a Lum rune? I think you do. Okay, never mind. Let's not drop that one. Yeah, I think we're good. We're not gonna mess with pull, so... Well... Actually, you know what? Let's just keep everything. May as well. Let's... You know, we're on D2R. We have a shared stash. You know, whatever. Who knows? Who knows? Maybe we can show some more interesting stuff if we get, You never know. Another thing we can get here would be a shale to upgrade our belt. That wouldn't be bad. I haven't found a shale rune yet. Alright, speed baby. Speed demon. 63 FCR. Yeah, 63 FCR is the target in general for Nightmare if you can get it. If you don't have FCR rings though, it's impossible pretty much. So you're gonna have to settle for the 37 FCR frame. Once you can hit the 63 frame though, like this, posting.
Not enough mana.
Blood demons, let's go. Alright, so... Farming the count is still killing some elites. Still leveling up pretty fast, which is good. Level 32 now. Okay, raising the skeleton mage probably isn't going to sell for much. Oh wow, 3 to revive, 3 to lower resist. Yeah. Now look at all these class-specific items we picked up that have skills. Gold's gonna be super OP. Which we're gonna want it to. case the mercenary dies, we die. Whatever you're trying to do. Full rune, okay. Well, going in the right direction. We could also just move forward without an insight at some point if this gets tiresome, really. But once we have that, we can literally just coast through the game. And, well, I can show you guys what kinds of things you can do to actually farm up from this point. And then, well, there you have it. Ladder reset, 2 Fridays from now. You have D2R coming up. Hopefully you learned some things today. Of course, since you're not explaining this to an audience or anything, you don't have to stop to explain things. You can just do it. Just push. Right. So it's always on the outside here. That's where I always know how to find it. It's pretty bad aim. Ice Blast deals a lot more damage than Glacial Spike, so in general, that's going to be the one you're going to want to use unless there's like a ton of enemies right in front of you. The ghosts... What ghosts? Wow, that's an F Crystal Sword. Huh. That one's already going to roll 6 sockets, I think, though. Rip. Oh, King's Grace. Yeah, King's Grace is really good on a starting melee character. But you know, as for the ghosts, man, you just gotta skip them if possible. Yeah, you know, keeping regular gems of all kinds is pretty important because the gems plus the runes. With higher runes, it takes to cube up higher runes. We haven't done any rune cubing yet, but yeah. Gems plus runes get you higher runes. That was the point. That's what I was trying to say there. Alright. So, we can farm Nightmare Countess all we want. And you know, if you're doing BattleNet or whatnot, a lot of these runes are worth a lot in the beginning of ladders, so you can of course advance if you want, or you know, you can push with your friends. And then what you can do is you can farm like Nightmare Countess and just sell like Am runes and Soul runes. Believe it or not, those runes in the first day of ladder, even the second day of ladder, are actually worth a pretty decent amount. So just farming Nightmare Countess can actually get you a decent amount of tradable runes. One thing to note there, but yeah. I think I'm going to, let's see. Yeah, Blizzard's doing 600 damage now. Remember when Fireball was doing like 300, 350? Well, with Cold Pierce, which is something that Fireball doesn't even get, just lowering the monster's resistances to your damage. On top of 600 Blizzard damage, we're basically doing 1,000 damage in Nightmare. Yeah, people are looking for those Soul runes and Am runes early on for sure. You can always find those. Wow. Right, so yeah, keep all those runes. Heck, even like full runes and ort runes go for a decent amount day one. They want them, man. They want them. Old characters? No. So if you have any characters on old Battle.net, they're not going to be translated unless you're talking about single player. No. Battle.net's staying old Battle.net's staying old Battle.net.
Good day.
No, they're not doing that. You don't even have to argue about it. They're literally not doing that. They've already said they're not doing it. And it makes no sense too. There's our 20 FCR wand. Look at that gold. Holy moly. And once you have items like this too, like you're pretty darn safe in hardcore too, so it's like... And the only thing that hasn't gone smooth so far in this run, I guess, is the 27 FCR spirit, but, you know. That does happen. I don't know if we have any more of that that substance, Shuri. I might have to go get more.
Not enough mana.
Okay. Well, we'll get some more soon. So, I think she's not dropping another soul rune, at least not at the moment. We'll give it a few more runs. Keep leveling up a bit, you know, we're level 33 now. If she doesn't want to drop Shale or Soul, Shale would be nice too. We'll move on. We don't necessarily need them at the moment. Spirit's the big one. All the other ones are kind of optional. You can get Ancient's Pledge from the Barbarian's Quest. Ooh, Shale. Well, that's one of the ones you're looking for. What is the character level requirement of a mesh belt? Mirage, do you happen to know off the top of your head? We do have the perfect diamond. Can do it. Found that off of our forge. I just said I was. I'm out. I did.
I need mana.
Anyone want to type mesh belt into Google for me real quick? And look it up from the Diablo wiki. That's what I would do. See, there's some things I don't know off the top of my head, like for instance, like what is the character level requirement of a mesh belt base? I want to make sure when I upgrade my Night Smoke that I can use it. That would be helpful if any of you guys want to do that. Okay, here we go. Not, well, I could do it, potentially. Alright, so that's Ethereal, so that's usually going to kneecap the value of that. But it's, well, it's got, solid skills, so it might still sell for quite a bit. Mesh belt. So if you type mesh belt into the Google search bar, it should pull up mesh belt from the Diablo wiki. And I want to know the level requirement from it, which is something that should say at the very top. You think? 25? Okay. Yeah, I know the strength requirement, yeah. Okay. I don't know if that's worth it, but I mean, I think we're gonna go for it so I can at least have more potions in the belt. It's kind of nice. You know, slots in the belt, which is a theme, are really nice just in general. Sacrificing your survivability and sometimes your sanity for it can be worth it. Okay, okay. Thank you guys. 25, 25. Okay. Let me see, nah. I got a better helm. Wow. Holy crap. Well, if we want 70 strength, chat, which isn't even that much more, we can stack our res for hell quite a bit with these boots. What the heck? Damn. 40 cold res, 29 fire res. FHR. Woo! Some spicy meatball. The spicy meatball. Yeah, see, that's still sold for 8K. That's not too bad. Oh, man. Okay. But that's 70 strength, though. I mean, we're already going for 58. It's like a slippery slope, man. 70 strength on the Sorceress. So normally you don't want to go past the strength requirement of your spirit once you have your gear. That's normally... Well, I'll say that right now for the guide. But if you get some really nice items that give you a ton of res, you could justify it. It's just... Well, I don't know. Res is just so good as a stat. I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah, I know. Then I'll accept 90. I know. I know. Alright, so we have 58 strength now, though. So here's what we're going to do. Alright, we're going to use the recipe. So, towel, shale, perfect diamond. Alright, here we go. Bam. Night smoke mesh belt. And you know what that means? 4 slots, baby! 16 slot belt. And that is really good. So we already got our 4 slot belt, like a GG 4 slot belt. We didn't even have to farm it from vendors. Well, I mean, we'll go over that once we get to the end of Nightmare. But yeah, that's good stuff. That's good stuff right there. But it also means now I have no reason not to go for, I don't know. I guess even more res. We might actually go for it actually. We might go for the 70 strength because we're already getting 58 for this belt. This is not stuff you normally consider, because normally even if you find boots this good, you're like, well, I wouldn't want to get 70 strength because that costs too many points into vitality. But this is a solid pair of boots, and then this is a solid belt, and getting that 58 strength kind of changes our mindset a bit there. It's so much res we can get, and for starting that hell farm, it can be very nice. That's why it counts to pick up those rare items, man. Those rare boots, rare belts, rare gloves. Can get some really nice res combinations. Dole rune? The heck? Why can't I just get my soul rune that I want? I just need a soul rune in my life. That's okay, we don't need a soul rune. You don't necessarily need insight, but I would say you're gonna definitely want it before you enter hell, though. It really makes life a lot easier in hell mode. I don't need it though, at least not yet. But if we farm all our items now, we don't have to farm anything else really. We can just kind of demo what you can farm and move on. We get all our basic stuffs. Yeah. So as you can see, our damage is pretty ridiculous at this point. We have strong static field too. So we're already ready to farm some boss stuff if we want to. And since our res is so good, it'll be good. Why no Merc? Because he's just gonna die. I could rehire if I wanted to, but honestly at this point when he doesn't have insight and you have fast teleport yourself, it's really not worth it at this point. Not usually. It can be worth it, but it's not really worth it at the moment. Now in hardcore, I'd try to have a Merc up almost the whole time if I could. But there's another thing you can do differently in hardcore. Oh man. Oh man, 2 Orts and a Dole. It's not bad stuff, but yeah, I don't know. Can you farm a gem shrine for that flawless amethyst in your chest? Not yet. We can, and we will, but not yet.
Good day.
It's not necessary yet. Alright, I think like we're gonna do 3 more runs of this and then I'm gonna call it for Countess, at least for now. It's all RNG. She gave us her soul rune for our lore, which is giving us a lot more damage. That's okay. Mana regeneration from insight. And having a mercenary that can stay alive though is nice. We have a pretty good armor for him too, so we've got options. But you know. No, no. You can use high-level static field and frozen orb, but it's also more dangerous. There's really no advantage of frozen orb over blizzard. Like blizzard just is overall better. Frozen orb arguably got slightly over-nerfed in the original game, and it's not. It's okay, but it's not great. Blizzard is going to be so much better, even from the very beginning. You can kite out anything. Ral F, okay. Dang, I thought I had Angelic. 20 life is an option. No, 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 no. Yeah, alright, you know, we're going for it. We're going for the boots. Oh, man. I can't believe we're going for those boots. Alright, 2 more kills. But yeah, one thing to note is you don't need insight at this point. We can actually find a soul rune along the way, so it's not necessary. It's just that we have a 4-socketed polearm already, so trying to see if maybe we can get lucky there. Oh, that's okay. Countess, be nice to us. We're also level 35, so now we're like really good level. This is like solid. And what do you know? Another what's I call it? Port rune. fire claws. That could sell decently. Well, I hope they did, because, yeah, Blizzard looks pretty pathetic for sure. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? What? Nani? So I can't get a soul rune, but I can get 2 shale runes. Not even 1 shale rune, 2 of them. I just used one too. Which means we can actually make a rhyme for an MF swap if we wanted to. Yikes. Fun. Okay, 1 to summon skills. Alright, we're gonna try one more time. If not, that's okay. We'll probably find one somewhere.
The order welcomes you.
Not, well... There's always Nightmare Countess. Also, there's Nightmare Cows, and at that point, you know, if we want to farm Nightmare Cows, which is a solid farm, solid rags to riches strategy, especially in hardcore when you need to farm up additional res. Can always get more runes. Nightmare Cows tends to drop soul runes pretty easily.
I am overburdened.
It's pretty loose with those runes. Not at all worried.
I need mana.
Okay. Rip. Okay, well, yeah, we tried on that front. Looks like we're fine though. I mean, we have a lot of runes. Like, we have a ton of runes now. Look how rich you can get just farming like runes off of Nightmare Countess early ladder when everyone wants one. Look at that. Look at all that stuff. Alright, so let's move on with that insight without a mercenary. It's fun.
Darkham Shana, Darkham Shana, Darkham Shana, Darkham Shana, Darkham Emergency Guide, Darkham Emergency Guide, Darkham Emergency Guide,
Wow!
Darkham Emergency Guide.
Dirty Wolf, 16 months as a member of Xana's Attack Squad, the Ghost of the Machine, the Arcane Disciples. Chat, let's spam some of Xana in the chat for Dirty Wolf! Let's get it, guys. Thank you so much, man, and I hope you're having a great night. Doing our scuffed Blizzard's rags to riches, starting from nothing to Sorceress guide today, and it's going okay. I don't think I anticipated how crazy vulnerable Fireball is, though.
Not enough mana.
We can definitely do it though. It's a bit vulnerable for sure. Whirlwind is terrible too. They took away the whoosh and it's just the barb spinning by himself. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, so we're gonna teleport along the path here. We don't have a...
Andariel
There's no fountain again, so we're just gonna go straight ahead. So you can see that once we have this level of gear and teleport, the game is your oyster. This is just find elite packs, pop them, level up. Since we're in Players 1 still, I think popping the lead packs here and there is going to be a better approach. Just gotta make sure you don't overlevel. It's gonna be smoother to level up, at least at this point, for most people. Find a lead pack, kill lead pack.
If there was magic here, it's long gone now.
Guys, spam some Eyes of Xana in the chat for Dirty Wolf. Where are those Eyes of Xana? Guys, where is Xana's attack squad? Where are you? Where? Oh, this makes me so jealous. Your pal is getting murked. Yeah, I don't know. Sorceresses, man, they got advantages. Straight ahead in the jail if possible.
Not enough mana.
This is why if you start with the Sorceress, you might have a better time. Not saying you can't start with anything else, you can. But it's gonna be more challenging to start out like that. Ooh, is that what I think it is? Oh man, you know what? You know what? We can actually get a mercenary at this thing. It's got 10 life leech. Oh, we just have to rehire. You know what? I'll rehire in Act 2. Even without insight. I can actually get a mercenary at that thing. Blood Thief. Yeah, I knew what it was too. I was like, huh. Can actually pull it with that thing. Getting some decent amount of uniques, which is surprising. You still have 0 MF. This is gear to get through the game still. There is no magical quality. Alright, let's go find jail 3. Oh, you know what? That's not jail 3. That's not straight. That's to the left. Straight ahead for jail 1 and jail 2. And jail 3, it can be to the left of the starting block, or west.
I need mana.
So yeah, our damage is Kurast. Okay.
Not enough mana.
Alright, so Lord Mask, OP. 2 more strength and we can wear this crazy boots. 70 strength Sorceress. Yeah, let's freaking go. Well, I mean, when you find Night Smoke and upgrade it for 4 slots, and you get crazy FHR dual res boots very early in the game, it might make sense. It might make sense. It's hard to justify it, but I think in this case you can.
What can I do for you?
A lot of the time you can't, though, for sure. Dude, Dirty Wolf, you've been killing it, though. You've been finding all kinds of crazy stuff. What I mean by D2R prep, I mean this is a guide that can help you out for starting with D2R. When D2R comes out, this is information that you're going to want to know. You guys saw me struggle with a fireball too, so I think most people know after watching this guide, maybe just go on to Blizzard, you know, if you don't have some kind of like special love affair of fireball. But you can do fireball though. That was funny though. Alright, so once you find the waypoint, yeah, I think we're fine. You know what? We have a pretty decent amount of gold now. When is it supposed to come out? No, I don't know anything you don't. I know people think I might, but I don't. There's no way they would let someone like me know that information. Are you kidding me? I don't know, maybe Mr. Llama knows, but, you know, Mr. Llama actually has known some things, but I think he's the only one that can get that information. And even then, he wouldn't tell it, otherwise he can't get that information anymore. So, barking up the wrong tree.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this
You are barking up the wrong tree, sir. Ice Matus, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xandria's Day. So you can see here that it's right facing or facing to the east compared to the Catacombs 2 warp. That's how Catacombs 3 always is, but it's all the way below it and to the right. So 3 lefts makes a right once again. And yeah, pretty good. Oh yeah, you gotta sign an NDA and whatnot. Oh yeah. No way, dude. No way. A dead set. How you doing? Don't worry, man. You're not falling behind. Matter of fact, you're getting ahead right now. Alright, so in general, yeah, 2 to meteor, that's gonna sell really good too. Plus to skills gear. Oh baby. So yeah, we're jamming. This is her jam right here when she gets this gear, and then of course Insight's just gonna make it even better, but well, we might actually be able to get a mercenary that actually survives somewhat decently. At this point it's feasible. We'll see. He's probably still gonna die though. Alright, so Nightmare Andy. Get her down to 33%. Walk her through the blizzard. Wow, she dropped pure garbage. Well, you know what's interesting is that oftentimes she actually drops some pretty nice stuff. I believe I am doing the botnet reset on hardcore, so if you guys want to make a new character with me, maybe we're gonna push together. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing yet, so we'll see.
Finally, yes.
I don't know. Okay. I think I'm gonna do it just for fun. I'm not gonna, like, do the reset. I'm just gonna get to Hell Bale and maybe, like, farm some shit. I don't know.
How do I know? Greetings.
I know much
Yeah.
to you.
Alright, guys. So, got to Act 3. Make sure to go to Act 3 once again. Sorry, Act 2. Make sure to get to Act 2 before you leave the game after killing Andariel if you want a quest bugger. Nightmare Andariel is actually the first farming area that's actually pretty solid. You can farm a lot of good stuff from her. We might even farm her a little bit. But I think we'll wait to do that until we get to that point there. Alright, so in general, yeah, you got better stuff than this now. Huh? What the? Oh, he's level 18, that's why. Forgot. I mean, that's why we're buying a new one, but... The other thing is you can actually get a mercenary with Holy Freeze, and early on, even with Blizzard, Holy Freeze is good because you can even freeze cold immunes. So I'd actually recommend getting a Holy Freeze mercenary. And that is Nightmare Defensive, so... Get Ills on, which is level 34. It's not a bad idea. It's a lot higher level than the other mercenaries. He actually has decent res. And his res will be even better once you put on some items that actually have some res.
I'll put that to good use.
Alright, yeah, his res are looking pretty solid. And now, with Blood Thief, he at least has some source of life leech. Okay. Yeah, he might be okay like this. We'll see. Maybe not. He's just gonna die. It's always an option, though. There we go. Okay, so
I can't carry anymore.
it's time to plow through the game. You know, drop games aren't that bad usually in the first week on Battle.net, like normal Battle.net. PD2, well,
I am overburdened.
that's kind of a... Can interweave static field with Blizzard, of course, as well. Okay, well... Still getting wrecked for the most part, but I blame archers there. Oh, man. Teleport is so nice. Yeah, Lucid for sure. You're betting October? I'm betting October or November, yeah.
I can't carry anymore.
Wow, what a charm. What? 52 mana?
I can't carry anymore.
Better believe I'm taking 52 mana straight to the bank. Wow. I'm using that charm for sure.
I am overburdened.
52 mana is such good quality of life at this point in the game. Yeah, it's so good. That's so good. It's actually so good, man. It's so good. Okay, alright, here we go. 70 strength. There we go, that's what we wanted. That is exactly what we wanted right there. 3-socketed crown. The 3-socketed crown, 3-socketed helm. There's a couple of different uses for that, but we'll go over that when that becomes necessary. Delirium, yeah. Alpha, yeah, no. That's not one of the uses I was referring to, but sure. We need an ist from our shared stash to do that one. Not gonna happen. Look at that range on the static field. Alright, so we got our Book of Skill from Radamant. The game just starts moving pretty fast at this point. See, once you have this gear, Nightmare becomes the easiest act, and you don't have to really worry much beyond that.
What a misguided monster.
Start leveling, putting more points into Cold Mastery as well, which is definitely effective. Yeah, Ral or Tal, or 3 perfect topazes if you want to put on an MF helm, right? Which is a great way to start magic finding. Yeah. Now if it's hardcore Rel or Fool is probably the way to go, but yeah. Two-socketed ghost armor. I'm actually gonna keep that. So if you look for like a two-socketed exceptional base, that's a pretty good armor for smoke. If you want to make it for either yourself or the mercenary, that is going to be very key to the mercenary's survival in hell mode or even just in late. No, this is not hardcore now. We're just making a new character from scratch, just kind of showing how it's done in general and what kind of options you have available to you for stats and skills and things like that. We didn't go actually demo every option, but you know, we went over a lot of them, so good stuff. Didn't demo Nova. Right, Dry Hills is on the edge. There it is. Wait, where are those crazy boots? I got 70 strength so I can wear the boots. There they are. Look at that. 40 cold res. 40 cold res. 29 fire res. FHR. Yeah, Dirty Wolf. We got lucky, but they cost 70 strength! I am a 70 strength sorceress right now. So that I can wear that plus the Night Smoke mesh belt. We found a Night Smoke in normal cows, which is interesting. 70 strength. I think it's worth it though because it's pretty yeah, I think it might be worth it, yeah. I don't know what you think, but I thought it was worth it. I was like, I don't know, man. Even on hardcore, that might be worth it, simply because you can stack your res sooner. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, what are we doing? Wow, yeah, well, Wheel, that's exactly what I was just thinking to myself, actually, before I even read that comment. Alright, so, we're just doing some extra leveling in Nightmare, you know? In the Halls of the Dead, you know? There's no real reason for us to be there, but you know, that's okay. Dude, there's been so many bloopers in this guide. It honestly makes me kind of want to redo it, but I don't know. I feel like I need a better script because there's so many things to go over, and I lose focus sometimes. So yeah, it might be better to, I don't know, like. There's definitely some improvements I can do to this here. There's some things I've done on accident that I shouldn't be doing. There might also be like a couple of like small things as well. We might redo it at some point. That's all I'm saying. We might redo it at some point. Alright, you don't need a second cube in Nightmares, so we're actually looking for the Far Oasis. But, hey, you know, you can get some levels. You know, there's a lot of good elites in there, so that's not a bad idea. I have no idea how you died in lava, or what game that is, but yeah. Oh, wow. Cold Enchant, Conviction, and Nightmare? That is dangerous. Too bad, too bad we have too much res for that. Okay, Terraria, nice. Can't you die the same way in Minecraft? I could have sworn. Yeah, I was getting a lot of experience in there. But yeah, I know what you're saying. Skeletons that don't give experience if they were revived. And then you kill them again. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is good stuff too. I think this guide has some stuff not to do as well in it. Oh man. I didn't write a script for it, and it kind of shows sometimes. Alright, anyway, so since we don't need a Horadric Cube, and we already have one, we can just go pop into... maybe. You know, some people think they know better than the guide, I guess, but I don't know. Anyway, all we really need is the staff and the amulet from the Maggot Lair and from Claw Viper Temple. And do so much damage. Never fun. Yeah, see, Blizzard's a no-brainer. We just put all the points into Blizzard. Put a couple points into Cold Mastery here and there, and voila. Oh no, can't kill that thing. Cold immune. Yeah. No, it's true, it's true.
Who would have thought that such primitive beings?
It's been, I'm not gonna lie, it's been a little bit too, so it's like, you know, there's things that I know I can talk about, and there's a lot of stuff I've talked about in this guide, including like map generation and things like that so far. But I think it could be a lot cleaner, for sure.
Need some help?
I think it could. It's a little janky execution here. Okay. Yeah, we could redo it at some point, maybe. I don't know. Do you guys mind? You know, watching a new character being created from scratch multiple times? You know what's funny though is we got pretty lucky in this one though, because we start now. Ha! Well, yeah, I mean, that's the life of a speedrunner. That's true. They do it all the time. That's literally how you speedrun. You create a new character. Indeed, indeed, indeed. I don't think it's a bad thing. Alright, we're gonna go navigate to the right, all the way to... wow, again? With the conviction aura. Holy moly. And... you can actually put points into vitality now, because we're not going for strength anymore. These boots are crazy, though. You have some... gloves, I guess. Oh, gloves are giving us light res, which is actually something we need, so... all in all, like, our gear's pretty solid. Maybe we can find some better ones, but yeah. Like, starting with nothing, we've done pretty good. Alright, Don't need to kill him. Mercenary can't even kill him anyway. Not really. There's no damage. Blood Thief is keeping him alive somewhat, though. Alright. So we have the staff and the amulet.
How may I help you?
Once you have a 63 F0 teleport and spirit, it's all pretty easy stuff. From here, we can kind of just like store juice if we need them for later. Even queue up some like full juice later. If we want. Storing juice isn't a bad idea for Hell. Same thing with storing gold, that's why we keep selling stuff. Alright, so our real damage is now like... True damage is probably like 1500 Blizzard now. It's pretty crazy. Alright, so... Yeah, I mean, we're doing 1000, but like with the Cold Mastery added in, yeah. It's pretty nuts. Alright. So now we're gonna just go straight to the end of Act 2. At this point, we're just gonna like blast through the game pretty quickly. And if we can't find a soul rune by the time we get into Hell, well, we can look for that soul rune again if we want. Or an Amrune at the very least. Do have a lot of runes from Countess. There we go.
I need mana.
Spirit Shrine. Now when you have teleport like this and you have this much mana, it becomes pretty easy. I can't guarantee you're always gonna find a 52 mana 5 life GC though in your run. Oh man. Okay. Mercenary is surviving some things, I suppose.
This place actually distorts reality. Fascinating.
We went over all the maps though. And normal, so now I'm kind of just gonna push past.
I need mana.
Push past and get experience wherever we can. Heading towards level 40 already now. Yeah, once you get this kind of gear, you're blasted. You can just farm. You don't even have to sit in public bail games necessarily. You can just farm items at the same time that you level up. That's how easy it is. Arcane Power Farm, hell yeah.
Not enough mana.
Honestly, at the quality of our boots and our belt now, we're already like blasting past some items. We've definitely gotten some pretty good item look though. I'll say the item look besides the spirit roll is pretty solid. The spirit roll is kind of sad. Arcane data. 25%? Wait, what do you mean 25%? No. 63 FC. It's 63% right now. No. Alright, so... Oh, the spirit. No, it's 27%. 27%. Which is just below the 63% Dirty Wolf. You know how that hurts. You really want 28%, yeah. So I have to wear an extra FCR ring that I found. Oof. It's not good. Alright. Yeah, we just got just below the threshold. Wow. Mercenary... Mercenary still doesn't have enough res, largely. That's the issue. Needs even more res, which... I can't guarantee him at the moment. Alright, circle. I cowed it. For the guide man, I gotta cow that shit. You're not. You can find it later for sure, but it's gonna slow you down.
I need mana.
Yeah. I cowed the CS. Wow. Well, it was to the left of the entrance tile, to the west. We found it. Cold damage GC. Shoot a mana. Alright, let's go kill Andariel. Andariel, I could pop some potions, but since I already have 75 cold res, I think we're okay. I'm just gonna kill him. As you can see, we can kind of just tank him because we have so much cold res. We run him around in circles and try to get him to run into the blizzard. That's pretty ideal. And bam, he's down. Dang, how many good belts have we found in this run? Jeez. So many belts, man.
I can't carry.
I don't know how many good belts we have found, but it's a lot. For sure.
Faye, I feel no. It is an honor to serve you.
6 crit on the insight, for the mercenary's life leeching? I guess, yeah. Not as important as the, well... I know, the meditation aura is also important, but then again, maybe it's not as important as it could be. It could be. See, one thing I can also do is put a point into warmth soon to get some more mana regen after we get insight.
Please state your business.
Since we have plus skills from the lore and the spirit. Alright, so as you can see, we just blasted through Act 2 and Act 1. Once we start moving, this is... we're gonna get to the end of the nightmare very quickly. And once we're at the end of the nightmare, that's where some of the fun can really start.
Welcome.
There's a lot of options at that point, and you can explore them. Once again, the point is to go from rags to riches, so... We had our rags, we went from nothing, honestly. Honestly, the guide should be called Naked to Riches, because that's really what it is. You don't even start with rags. Rags is generous. We could keep the broadsword just in case we want to try to roll another spirit that's not using a hell rune. Good. I'm trying to see even what items I need at this point. I don't need that. Better stuff on the mercenary. I could also use better stuff there. Yeah, I think we're doing okay though. Oh, we're not gonna do LK runs. I mean, we'll demo them, but we're not actually gonna... How many LK... runs I'm gonna do. I can demo how to like find the super chests in there, but that's about it. Runs? No. Oh yeah, but we could demo how to get to the riches, not actually getting the riches themselves. Silly. Obviously, you can do a guide that takes like 20 hours, and then you can't upload it to YouTube, and that's always fun. But I mean, like, we have to show how to get to riches, but not necessarily get the riches. I mean, that takes too long. You know, you actually have to farm that shit out. You know, you actually have to farm that shit out. Come on, man. All right. Anyway, I'm actually gonna take a small break, and I'll be right back. Yes, I have to guide them to how to get to the riches. Yes, and how to get the gear to actually make it possible. That's the point. Yes, a small break. I'll be right back, and I'll get some water too. Yeah. I'll solve it. All right, I'll be right back. All right, guys, we are back. All right, let's get it. All the water. Okay, so now we're in Act 3. Same thing as earlier. I teleport to those quest pieces that we described how to get in normal. Now, if you want like map tutorial guides, those are all in normal. And alright, Great Marsh. Could I have a marsh skip? Maybe not, maybe so. Waypoint.
I am overbooked.
Definitely want that jade figurine. The closer I can get to 500 health, the sooner the better. Right, Spider Cavern. Oh, oops. We got over here. All the elite packs, all in one spot. Wow. All the elite monsters, every single one. Alright. Alright, here we go. Dexterity. Alright, let's go turn that in for some extra life. Why not? And let's continue. So once we get to the end of Nightmare, it's where some of the magic starts to happen in general. Yeah, I might kind of describe, like, once we get to the end, it's kind of like, alright, this is what you can do before you get to Hell, and then we can push Hell and kind of describe what you can do from there as well. Lots of good farming options on the Sorceress. This is why we start with a Sorceress. We have a Blizzard Sorceress most specifically.
I need mana.
What act has the best music? I'd say Act 2, actually.
Not enough mana.
It's hard to beat too, yeah. Yeah, buddy. Oh wait, why do we have... I don't even know how that happened. Oh. I'm trying to see if we have a flare skip here. We do, nice. So another map where we don't have to go through the Great Marsh. Means Act 3 is gonna get blasted through. Well, all charms have a lot of potential at this point in the game, so even though large charms are rarely used in endgame builds, they're extremely good at this point in the game. Alright, this looks like the dud area.
I need mana.
I'm gonna have to imbue that white circlet, maybe. We can get like some GG FCR or something. Alright, so... Oh, mercenary. Yeah, if I'm paying attention to his health, it definitely seems like I can keep him alive in a lot of scenarios now, but it's a little tough. Just having life leech is huge. Not being said, he's still getting like vaporized though. He's more res. one, so or scythe is bad anyway. We level up very fast in here. Once again, the random flares, even in Nightmare, are gonna give you a ton of experience. Not just the elite packs that we've been killing along the way throughout the rest of this. I talked about quest bugging in Andariel. And all you have to do is make sure that you interact too after the first Andy kill. And then she always drops from her better quest loot table. Andariel. First kill, make sure to interact too before you leave the game. That is the key. All you gotta do. You're talking about quest bugging like other things, you need multiple characters for that. Not something we're going over here, that's for sure. I wonder if anyone's ever made a BattleNet guide that describes how to do that. Or someone has. Who knows, though? Well, yeah, that's the idea. You know, that's the idea, Andy Crow. Yeah, I think in Nightmare, it kind of slows down a bit, because, like, now that we've gotten the gear, you know, Andy... We got the gear. We switched to Blizzard. You know, we have the stats. We did our first respec. But you can just see how ridiculous this is. If you can get lore and spirit, your damage is just out of control. Yeah, it's crazy stuff for sure. We're not concerned about Magic Find yet, though. I'd like to emphasize that. We're still concerned about getting through the game and surviving for the most part. Magic Find will, you know, play a role later, but it's not going to be quite as insanely important. At least not super early on. Yep, mercenary, okay. To the left, to the left. Take it back now, y'all. Okay, you know. Alright, where's which doctor then do? Oh, I can't kill him. I got cold immune. That's okay, the chest is in the middle this time. That's nice. We'll sell the wand for gold. 1 to attract gives you 17,000 gold. You know, I thought I was going to use the flawless skull, but I actually might not because we have a different weapon now. Yeah, I don't think I'm actually going to end up using these. Damn. I was going to use them for leech on the mercenary. I was going to put them in a weapon or something, but ended up finding blood thief, so we didn't need it. Because I never updated. It's just been like this for a while. Pluggy for the longest time could only be played on 1.13. I know. Ancient history. That's why, yeah, I'm a noob lord. Yes. That's why. Yeah. I just haven't updated it. It's not really needed, really. I mean, it's... 1.14 has no new features. It doesn't change the game at all. The game play itself and the actual, like, balance of the game hasn't been updated since 1.13c. So yeah, you don't You don't actually need 1.14 for anything. Maybe it does improve some of the loading times, I don't know. Might do something. There's a couple of bugs it fixes too, which are not super invasive, just like mercenary bug where his aura is taken off of him. Basic stuff. Did we get the Gibden or no? No. Did not kill Mr. Gibden, dude. That's okay. One thing you can do before entering the Flare dungeon, I know we have faster teleport, but you can still put a TP there, just like in normal. Then you can go searching for a waypoint in Lower Kurast or Flare Jungle. In this case, though, I'm just gonna do it like that, and we're good. Once we get to the end of Nightmare, we'll describe the Nightmare farming areas, and we'll do them. We're not gonna farm them a ton. We're just gonna farm them, you know, a decent amount, so that we can, you know, go to hell. And we don't even need anything from Nightmare at this point because we actually have some pretty good stuff that we found. But even if you don't even need anything from Nightmare, even if you don't find good stuff, we'll kind of explain how to get prepared for hell, just overall in general. Well, they haven't updated D2 in a billion years, but yeah. 1.14 was like, what, 10 years ago? Alright, so Ruined Temple. So yeah, our damage is just ridiculous. Remember how low tech our gear is. Look how much damage we can do at this point. It's just absolutely phenomenal. Now we would have well over 500 health, but we're grading for res, so we're grading for res belts and boots. It requires strength at least to get the 4 slot, or the boots, in the case of the boots. All that res. Okay, so there's Travancore. We can go pop Travancore. And then we can go find the heart in the sewers too. Be pretty good. He is very cold resistant. Okay, let's use some Glacial Spike here. Oh man. Energy? Alright. I don't know if that sells for anything. I don't think it does because it doesn't have any skills, but yeah. Alright. So also done like every quest we need to as well. Act 3 just goes by in a breeze. Oh wow. Hey, see that's why we turn in the Gibden. That's why we do Cain quests, guys, right there. See that ring? That's why we do it. That's a solid ring. So what that is a 10 FCR ring, which we need. Mana and fire is. It doesn't have a ton of fire is. Heck, the ring could be better than this for sure, but it's definitely solid. It's better than what we had, and so that's an upgrade. So that ring, a ring like that is actually going to make it slightly easier to transition into hell because now with a 10 FCR ring I have res on top of it. It's going to be nice. I'm using both of them. I use Glacial there too. I use Glacial to freeze monsters in front of me so they don't kill me. Ice Blast does a lot more damage than Glacial Spike though. In general, you don't want to level Glacial Spike because it doesn't do as much damage and it freezes for a long amount of time anyway. The first synergy you're going to want to level up is Ice Blast. And Ice Blast does a lot of damage, so while this is on cooldown, Ice Blast does a lot of damage. That's a good question, actually. I like questions like that because it helps me. Yeah, it's just for the freeze, and I have it hotkeyed so that I can freeze monsters in case they try to bum rush me. But Ice Blast is actually pretty good damage. It's increasing our DPS a bit. All right, so just need to go into the sewers now. Alright, we're level 42. Yeah, we don't need to worry about keep holding points for strength anymore, that's for darn sure. This many points? I think we're good. The only time we'd have to respec now with this much strength is for Spirit Monarch. Is 156 strength, but you know, I'm not concerned about that right now. I want to do another respec. I like saving a respec for Spirit Monarch though. That's an important one.
I am overburdened. Impossible.
5 defense. Okay. We have some nice. You know what? Let's organize our charms a bit better here. Oh, we still have an 11 life brand charm. Well, that's I guess still okay for now. It's not like we have that many charms.
I can't carry anymore.
Charms we do have are very useful, so 11 life one's kind of mad, but it's giving us some life, you know. Alright, we're over 500 life now. In general, it's just good stuff. Put that in there. Alright. In general, you actually usually want to get the heart first, so that it's just you can just slap it on and put it in, but you know. You can kill Trap first, doesn't matter. Waste like a couple seconds. Ooh, here we go. Alright, so I'm gonna try to kill the dolls because they're elite. It's an elite pack. There's actually 2 elite packs, I think, here. And the explosions don't kill the mercenaries, so you can actually use the mercenary to tank them, which is pretty nice. You can get a mercenary decent res like mine has. You can actually do that pretty well. Oh, a full rune, nice. One thing to note is that my mercenary has res off of his armor right now, and he has res off his helm. So he does have res. It's not like he doesn't. And he has Blood Thief. He's not ready for hell yet, but he can survive Nightmare in a lot of cases. And if he dies, well, you can revive him here, and he might actually be okay right now. Source of Life Leech and some res will go a long way with the mercenary, just in general, up to this point in the game. Alright, so we're gonna want to go to the right. Sorry, to the left. To the left, to the west of the entrance block. In this case, you're going to want to go to the left to find the waypoint. Yep.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this fuss.
So that's pointing that way again. It's always to the left or to the west. The waypoint is always here. And Endurance 3 is always to the west or to the left of the waypoint itself. And of course, that is straight ahead from the entrance. So Endurance 3 will be in same direction as this entrance block, so it'll be in the same direction. Straight ahead. Straight ahead, or to the right or to the left, straight ahead. However you see it, straight ahead. So we actually have 3. If I can find another gem shrine, that could be kind of nice. But for now, we can always go gem shrine hunting if we want. We might not have to, depending on how many flawless gems we're able to pick up. Just here and there as we're moving through the game. Still don't have an insight on the mercenary, but you know, that's something we can do. I like to ensure I have one before hell at least, because it helps a lot. Something you don't have to worry about as much as your mana going down. You don't have to though. You can actually push hell and not even have an insight. Mercenary likes it though, with the crit as well. Helps him survive a little bit. Why is he dying? Andariel. 108. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the Cult of Xander's Day. Alright, so. Alright. By the way, if you guys just came in and are confused, we just started this character today. This is a rags to riches guide, so from no gear to a lot of gear potentially. Sit back, relax. Boy. Mephisto, get him down to 33%. We could use the moat trick. One thing I could show you guys, I guess, is the moat trick. You can do it in Nightmare if you want, but honestly, Nightmare's not too dangerous. Kind of sit here on the edge of his vision. Just use Blizzard and kill him. He'll aggro, he'll try to kill you, he'll move around, and he'll move through the Blizzard and die. And Hell is the same thing. But that being said, we can handle him just by teleporting around as well. So, you know, we got him pretty low as static field and we were fine. Mercenary doesn't like Mephisto, but that's about it. Nightmare Mephisto isn't the problem. Now, Hell Mephisto, we can't do that because we killed him to the orb, so we cannot. He did not die above the stairs, so we cannot telekinesis the portal. If Mephisto dies above the stairs, we can telekinesis the portal and skip the bridge scene once again. Look at all that gold. Almost 600,000 gold, which is good. I'm gonna continue to gather gold because it's gonna help provide gold for our mercenary and things like that. For our farming exploits. A crystal sword comes from normal cows, that is correct. Yep. Easy farms, Luffy. Easy farms, what's up, man? Alright, so now we're almost at the end of Nightmare. As you can see, Nightmare got... We can just breeze past Nightmare once we get this gear set up, which is why it's so important. We get it because it'll save us so much time later on. Alright. Yeah, lots of plus skill stuff. Good stuff to sell. Oh, this time we got a way better configuration. So this is the one where it's right next to the entrance, just immediately to technically to the right of the to the left of this, but compared to the entrance tile, though, it's technically... Actually, it is to the right, yeah. But it's to the left of... Okay, anyway, there's an entrance tile from the entrance, which is pointing this way to the right or to the east. But from this perspective, it's just to the left. Alright, let's go. Oh. Can't talk. Alright, so our res is actually stacked right now, which means we're actually getting pretty close to being ready for Hell. We're almost there. We can improve our res through a few means, though, I can explain. Even if you don't find something like Night Smoke or the boots, we'll explain, of course, how to get stuff that help you out. We definitely got lucky on some of these finds, though. It saves time, for sure. That's all it does, though. It doesn't make it too much easier. Alright, so let's go find Izual. Where are you, Izual? Where are you, sir? There you are. I'll ting for the mercenary, sure. Alright. He has a lot of cold resistance, but so long as you have some points in a cold master, you're set. At this point, we can start preparing for doing some hell boss farming. But for the most part, you don't need to lower monster res too much more. You can continue to, and that will make your blizzard a lot stronger. I think right now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to stagger Cold Mastery Ice Blast. You can just put the rest, you can just start leveling up Cold Mastery, which will be a lot better for killing bosses because they have a lot of res. Or you can just start finishing up Ice Blast. But since Ice Blast is almost finished, we'll do that first. Then I'll start pumping Cold Mastery, so. I have found the base.
I pity him.
I don't have Soul Rune. So I found one Soul Rune from Nightmare Countess. And we have not yet found the other one. We tried to farm Countess for it, but we don't have it. I have the base and everything though, and I have the rest of the runes. So I would need another Soul Rune, but you don't need it. Yeah, you don't need it. We have a decent amount of mana though, which tells me that once we do get it though, it's gonna be really effective. The higher your mana pool,
What do you need?
the more that mana regeneration from the Insight Rune Word is really gonna make a huge difference. So our mana pool is pretty impressive right now.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah. Alright, so it's always next to the City of the Damned warp, but this is always somewhere random in the City of the Damned, and River of Flame. We're good to go. Once again. Now let's go do our Nightmare Forge, which is going to give us some more gems, which is very useful, potentially.
I am overburdened.
And it could also give us a rune up from Rune. Now Rune would be insane. The lowest rune that Nightmare can drop is a Soul Rune though, and we could actually use that right now, so I wouldn't actually mind getting the worst possible rune. Because then I can make Insight. I shouldn't say worst, I should say lowest. It's the lowest rune you can get in Nightmare. Doesn't make it a bad rune though. Getting an Ire rune could help us make a Lum, of course. And getting a Lum straight up would be really nice for smoke, potentially. There's a lot of runes that could be very useful from the Nightmare Forge. Pull might be one of the more useless ones unless you get another pull, simply because you can't really make too much use of it until maybe make Hodo, or you can make Enlightenment. So you could make Enlightenment, that's an option. Something we haven't really talked about yet, but if I get a pull rune, maybe I'll do it, I don't know. Only problem with Enlightenment is it doesn't have faster cast rate. Also, I think it requires another Soul Rune. But Enlightenment's 2 to Sorceress skills, though. Give yourself a huge skill boost. Oh, nice. That's awesome, Swayze. GG. Alright, so here we go. Alright, chat. Here we go. Soul through let's get a Soul Rune. I don't even care. Okay. Well, what that means is I think we have enough Ire runes. Let me check here. 1. Do we have enough Ire runes? I only see 1. I think we need 1 more. And then we can make a Lum rune, yeah. Okay, so that's not too bad of a thing. So Io's cube up into a Lum rune, and I just talked about the Lum rune. Lum Rune is how you can make smoke, and smoke could be huge for increasing your survivability. Smoke is especially important for like hardcore for sure. Your res is really shitty beforehand. So Aya Rune. Aya Rune's not bad. Okay. I mean, it could be like a dual rune, and a dual rune would be actually really stupid, so that's actually a rune that maybe we could use in the future.
Hail to you, champion.
Could be solid. Could not. I don't know. Well, no matter how you think about it, it's
I am overburdened.
pretty good. It's pretty good. Right, yeah, you know what, I'm just gonna start pumping Ice Blast as a synergy for Blizzard, and also, of course, for more damage, single targets. And then I think I'm gonna focus Cold Mastery so we can really destroy those bosses, like, instantly. That's the dream there. We don't have to worry about it too much yet, though. We'll have to worry about it a bit later.
I am overburdened.
Okay, so you have one to Blizzard. Quarter staff. Oh, okay, that's some bad stuff. Alright, here we go. So we found the waypoint. Now let's go destroy Chaos. So Nightmare Chaos isn't nearly as hard as normal Chaos. Because you just have so much more damage. Also, when you start it as Fireball, which is a really easy start, the only real problem with Fireball is Chaos, at least early on. Now we have Blizzard, so all this fire immune in here. This is an area where if you're still using Fireball, which you definitely can do up to this point, you absolutely need to switch to Blizzard for this, unless you can buy a lower res one, you know, you can definitely make that happen. But it's going to be tougher for sure. One thing to note is that I haven't bought a lower res wand yet for this character. I could, and it can help. But on a Blizzard Sorceress, if you get a high degree of Cold Mastery, and you swap to MF, you actually never need like a lower res wand, but especially when you can't break cold immunes with it. That being said, though, it's definitely not a bad idea. If you don't know what a lower res wand is, I'll try to buy it so I can show you guys how it works. But in general, it's not as important on this build as it would be on a lot of other builds, for instance. Alright, so he's not cold immune to Nightmare. And he's dead. Yeah, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Ooh, yeah, 2 to Nova too. I'm sure, Mr. Kerr. But you have to prove it, man. I want to see the tables. Excel tables are right. Alright, so in general, we're just focusing our damage, though. Alright, more points in Ice Blast. Now, our level of Cold Mastery is solid. And alright, here we go.
I am overburdened.
Right, Nightmare Diablo, not super scary. Even with bad res, you can actually sit in his minimum range. He actually can't hit you with that hose attack. Well, he can hit you with his other attacks, of course, so I'm actually just gonna hit him from afar. Got the static him down, and he's dead. What? What? Wow. Alright,
Stalks hell no more.
that's a pretty darn good fat loots off Nightmare Diablo right there. Yeah, man, look at this. The heck? If I was a Javazon right now, I would be creaming, man. No joke. What the heck? Imagine killing him with the Javazon, like... At this point in the game, dude, just popping a Valkyrie wing, man. With 2 skills, nonetheless. I mean, I don't need this for any reason on this character, but it's time to trade, right? Time to sell it for a decent rune.
Greetings.
Holy crap. Alright, that's easy stuff. And F chances. 34%. F chances, chat. Interesting. So we're not going to use this yet, actually.
I can't.
So F. F means it can break, so that's not the best thing. But, to see this right here, we can use this, actually. We can use this. We can actually swap out our gloves. And it will also last a pretty long time on a sword. So when we start farming, like, bosses, we're going to want that. Sure. That's going to be some really nice magic use. For now, though, it's okay. We don't need it. I'll just keep the, I'll keep the light res. I'm going to keep that for boss farming right there. That's what I would do. If I find that ethereal, that's boss farming fodder.
Afternoon. Can I help you?
Yeah, yep. It is what it is. Alright, so now we're at the end of Nightmare. So this is where the fun really begins. This is where I get to describe to you guys like how to start farming a lot of shit. Alright, so we got our power, we got our gear, but we can get better gear, and there's ways to do this. Of course, there's also other improvements we can get. But we're not quite to that point yet. We have to actually finish Nightmare. So that once we kill Bale, we can do like Nightmare Cows, and of course we can move on to Hell Mode. We're gonna go kill some more elite packs. I'm level 45 right now. So after killing all those elite packs throughout the area, moving pretty fast, we actually leveled up quite a bit. Even in Players 1, the entire way, we definitely made a long way of levels. Oh, no, that's not good. One thing to note is you can actually find a skill GC past Great Marsh Nightmare from a random monster. So we can find skill GCs at this point too. Also, if we're short on levels, especially in hardcore, don't be afraid to just keep farming Eldritch over and over. It's a great technique. But we'll talk about the farming areas and techniques you can use and whatnot. You get more gear. If you feel like you're not ready for hell for whatever reason, maybe you're playing hardcore
Tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
and just can't do it. I can get another set of runes from them too. Another set of Ral or Tal. I don't necessarily need that, but you know, if you did need it, say you're down an Ort rune or something because you still need one for a lore or something, and you didn't make a lore, you just moved on without it.
Not enough mana.
Yeah. You notice we haven't died since we switched to 63 FCR and FHR off of Spirit. So yeah, that power spike is pretty crazy. It's not like our... And all that res off of Ancient's Pledge is just such a big deal. Gonna make it pretty easy. No dying for no reason. Rare gloves? Oh, okay. 2 lightning res improvement and half freeze duration and replenish life. Okay. Upgrade, let's go. It's not much of an upgrade, but yeah. Take it. It's a direct upgrade to the res that we actually need, so works. Ah, full juice from area plateau onwards. Alright. Zip hacks. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Cult of Xana Stay. In general, we're still gonna target the elite packs as we've been doing the whole way. I'm gonna max out the Ice Blast synergy. And then it's time to start putting more points into Cold Mastery. Whoa! And that scared me. Okay, well, so that is a lesson in that is a lesson in Fire Enchant Nightmare, actually. So I have maximum fire res, and I still died to it. So this is why fire res is so important, but it's also why jumping into Fire Enchant is really, really dangerous. I actually don't know if I can get that body. I can try. Let's see. I can open the character window, try to teleport a bit farther.
I need mana.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Wow. So, you know, while I've been making this guide, you know, I've definitely been getting into the softcore mentality. It really is a mentality. Once you start playing softcore, it's like, whatever. I'm just gonna kill shit. And look what it did to me. Now I'm dead. So, Mr. Thresh Socket has a ton of HP, and he's fire enchanted. So he just basically nuked me with his HP right there, and I died. Oh, you can do the other side. It doesn't actually matter, Dirty Wolf. You can use either one. The character screen or the inventory. It doesn't matter. You can use either one. What is this one? Extend the visible screen by opening it. Yeah, it's basically a corpse explosion, so yeah, it's corpse explosion has percentage of HP. And Nightmare is notorious for really powerful fire enchant because they nerfed it in Hell, but they never nerfed it in Nightmare. So Nightmare, that's how people die ripping Nightmare, by the way, on hardcore. It's pretty normal. Maybe that's a good thing to show there. So just what happens when we jump directly on top of a monster with fire enchant that has a lot of HP. And we only have 75, we only have 550 health. Of course, we have 75 fire res, so as you can see, that didn't matter. That is how much damage that does. Imagine if you had 0 fire res. You could die against that with like 1,500 HP. Yeah, it does a lot of physical damage too, but the fire res helps a lot. Just imagine how much damage it could do. Do even more damage. Alright, so that was just toasters. I already knew I was gonna die there though. So one thing you should do, of course, you know, obviously if you get stuck in hardcore, just save and exit. But I tried to pop that up and it didn't work. Alright, we're dying again. We're dying again! 116
Afternoon.
mana. That's true, you do learn something every day. You know, I wish I could use that, but I would need a slightly better spirit to actually be able to use that. 116 mana. I need the FCR down here though, man. I either need that or the res. Yeah, I don't know. Does anyone know how many stash pages we're gonna get on D2R? I don't think anyone knows that. I don't think they've announced that yet. Well, rip. Let's try again. We got stuck. It happens. Alright, he doesn't have fire enchant this time. Awesome. How to get slaughtered in Nightmare, yep. Hey, you know, it's important. Act 5 is particularly dangerous, actually. There's a lot of dangerous monster types. And there's a lot of stuns. They do a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, man. I think I'm trying too hard to, like, do shit. I want to get my... I want to kill some elite packs, man. I just wanted to click the freaking urn, man.
Good afternoon.
Oh, okay, I'm actually going to save an exit this time. That time, I can't move, man. All these stun locks, dude. Come on. You want to know what's really crazy about this, too? I have 90 FHR and I'm still getting stun locked. That's how crazy some of these stun locks are. From, like, snakes, drifters. Drifters actually stun, so. Yeah. Well. That's okay. Can we get through the Crystalline Passage? That's another good title for the guide. Guessing not enough, yeah. Oh, there it is. That was fire enchant again, but that time, I didn't check his stats again. Wow. That time, though, I had a bit more health, like, base, and I don't think I teleported directly in the middle of him, so he didn't hit me with, like, full measure of his damage. Or he got a low roll in the corpse explosion. Yeah, you see how much damage that does? Nutty.
Not enough mana.
Crazy damages. Alright, so... straight ahead, or at least a straight ahead block from the entrance tile, we have our frozen river. We are going to want to find the waypoint, though. I can go back to it. Especially in case I screw up and die again. That could happen. Let's see, glacial spike. Oh, nice. Fire or just get trapped. The two. There we go. Probably like 3. Well, you know, 3 shared stash pages isn't the worst thing in the world. I think most people would take that for sure. Just wanted experience, man. At least we didn't spawn snakes in this one.
I need mana.
Oh, we got cold immunes. This is actually... oh, man. This is a bad spawn, actually, in Nightmare. Double cold immune in Nightmare. Oh, we could have spawned so many things in here. Alright, sure. Let's get a bit of a challenge in here. Alright, well, that's it for the challenge. Oh,
I can
man.
already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Can't kill the monsters, man. Well, attempt has failed. Alright. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, so as you can see, teleporting through these areas can be very dangerous, even if you have good res and whatnot. But at the very least, we have a strong chance to survive, so long as we don't land directly into the middle of something.
I can't carry anymore.
Gotta say, this guide's been pretty fun. Okay.
Not enough mana.
Rags to wrecked. Yeah, it's true. Well, just remember to take it a bit more easy on hardcore and you'll have a good time, right? Good news for softcore is that, you know, deaths here and there, it doesn't matter. I said this guide would be softcore friendly in the beginning, and I meant it. I expected to die several times. The idea is to push. Problem though is that sometimes, ooh. Okay, so we still got more cold immunes, but this time I think we can actually kill more of the monsters. Alright, if we use our telekinesis to telepathically talk to her.
I need mana.
We can get the potion and we can save her. Alright, sweet. Yeah, Act 5 is a lot of fun. Act 5 Nightmare is a load of fun.
How may I be of help?
So much fun. Also, sometimes by this point I have more health, but it depends on my level. Like I'd say I'm a little under leveled actually, but also putting 70 to strength to get res for hell. It's a little greedy, but it's gonna make us survive more often than not in hell at the very least. Well, you know how it is. Okay, so we got more. 1500 Blizzard. Okay, we're doing pretty good. Alright, so I talked to Anya to get a free orb too. Okay. What's crazy is I can't even pot most of the time here. I'm just getting one shot. Jeez. Too squishy. Now I have 75 all res. Okay. Right, that was actually a waste of time. So we have another socket we can use. There's nothing I can use the socket quest in at the moment. We have our 4-socket pull arm as well, so we're good. Let's go.
I need mana.
Alright, so we got this. Yeah, if you guys have ever seen like a softcore speedrun before, usually in a softcore speedrun, if you're going fast enough, it's because you're willing to accept that you're going to die like half the time. You actually die a lot usually. That's just normal. Of course, we're not speedrunning, we're doing a guide, but, you know, it's a similar concept. Like, this stuff is like, you know, we don't have to push this fast, but this is how we get to our farms, man. There we go. Alright, so we're doing pretty good, I'd say, just overall. Good, dying for the cause. Alright, so we got all our main quests done. Now it's just to kill ancients and kill Bill. Then we can go over farm areas. Some farm areas. Then we can push hell a little bit and then go over the rest of the farm areas. And then we're good.
The ancients.
That's it. That's it. Okay, so here we go.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken camp.
Okay. Hey, what's up, kind of a nerd? Thanks so much for launching a Xana attack on the channel. Alright, so that was pretty easy. Easy mode. Easy mode. Alright. Blizzard damage. OP. Got this. Hey, thank you so much for launching a Xana attack on the channel. Let's go. I made a brand new character from scratch today. And we're just getting to the end of the game. Well, we're getting to the farms. We're getting to the GG farms. Showing how it's done, kinda. Kinda. Been a lot of bloopers, but you know, I think it's understandable. Be nice if maybe we do another one of these and I'm a bit more practiced as well. Haven't played early game from scratch in a while. A little rusty. It's okay. So we're just suffering. Oh, thank you, man. Spam some eyes and Xana in the chat for him. Also, what the heck is this thing? Oh, no. Okay. Alright, so we already talked about the maps in normal mode. We're already to the end of the game. Wow. Nightmare goes by in the blink of an eye. Truthfully, also haven't had to describe as many things, so that helps, but okay, snacks. Dangerous check. And all the players. Okay, so we should be at least level 50 here in a moment. And there it is. Alright. To the right of the warp. Waypoint. It's to the east. It's facing to the east. Good stuff. Mercenary's dead. Good stuff. I'm gonna start putting points into Cold Mastery so that we can break most of the monsters' resistances, especially the bosses, which will help us kill them very quickly.
Yes, warrior.
Also, in general, getting down to negative 100 is really nice, especially in Hell. Even if they have no cold resistance, it's gonna amplify our damage by a lot. Level up Cold Mastery. Even more so. Even more so. Yeah, man. And thank you so, thank you so. Alright, so there's some unfortunate spawns we can get in here. Luckily we didn't get them though. I think the witches, yeah, the witches are immune to cold, even in Nightmare. Don't think you can't die from Nightmare dolls. Think again. Think again. Oh my god. Wah! They're too close! Are you kidding me? I'm getting scared too because I don't expect it to happen, man. What's going on? Oh my god, these deaths, man. Dude, well I was amped to be fair, so like the amplified damage plus that is like toasters, but like really? That's okay, we can use some more experience. Let's go through it again. Ah, dude. Jesus. Alright. Oh man. I'm trying to I'm getting outplayed right now, man. I'm getting outplayed. I'm trying to play really dangerously and I'm getting outplayed. Oh man. How are they close? They weren't close enough to me. What the heck? That's BS, man. They weren't close enough to me. They were still like a couple tiles away, I swear. Okay. You could leave normal, the same experience would be much tankier. Oh yeah. I'm only level 49, so yeah, that is a point, you know. That is a point. See, speedrunners deal with this all the time, though. Like in a hardcore speedrun, normally you'd have a little bit more health because you wouldn't be so greedy with the belt and the boots, but that we found in pumping some strength. But besides that, like, similar health. We're trying to outplay it, man. It's just not working. I think our health is just still too dang low. But it's not the only thing that's going on. The other thing that's going on is I'm playing with fire. Ugh. Alright. Wait, can you... So how close was that doll to me, Dirty Wolf? Can you see that? Was there like some desync or something? I mean, I don't know what was going on. They run pretty fast. I wonder if dolls can desync somewhat. I don't know, I'd believe it if they could. I believe it, man. That looked like desync to me. Yeah, Blizzard's just so powerful. Just destroys the waves like they're nothing. Once again, we only have +3 skills, and that's just from stuff you can get off of Nightmare Countess. Easy mode. Probably can't freeze Bale with Glacial Spike, huh? Yes. Rip. Alright, there you go. Hammer Bale down. Technically we're in hell now, but we don't want to do hell yet. Well, we could do hell, but we'll see if we can demo some farm areas and maybe see if we can find some items. If not, we've at least demoed the farm areas so you guys know how to farm a Nightmare. Improve the strength of your character to move on to hell. That being said, though, we are level 50. At level 50 in softcore, you can totally move on to hell, but you'll be dying a lot potentially. The res isn't very good. You can level up to 80 from Nightmare Bailing in a group. Even solo, you can get up to like level 70. So we can get so many levels if we want them to, which is going to be pretty huge. We're going to start putting points into Cold Mastery so that we're ready for Hell Farming. So that's what we're going to do. And we'll be set to go. So we have 600 HP. Nice. Okay. Nightmare Veil is down. Alright, so here are your farm areas in Nightmare. We're going to do each one a couple times just to demo it. Maybe we'll get some good items. Maybe we won't. You can also make use of some MF gear that we picked up along the way. I don't think I'm going to bother with 8 MF, honestly. How about we go for bigger amounts? Yeah, so let's go like 22. Alright, so we were able to pick up some MF gear, so that's kind of nice. And there's also other ways to get more MF gear, but we'll go over that after we're done farming some of these areas first. Which I know is kind of the wrong order of things, but that's okay. Alright, so Nightmare Andy. Nightmare Andy is one of your best farm areas, period. One came running from the top and got hit by Blizzard, but one hit you at the same time, so he popped after you got hit from the dull ant. What? That's what happened? Jesus. Okay, well, whatever. I tried to outplay the dolls and it didn't work. Alright. We'll try again at some point. Alright, so Nightmare Andy drops a lot of really good items. She can drop really tanky items like Rock Stopper, String of Ears. She can drop all those things. She can drop Skin of the Viper Magi. They're all insanely good items for becoming a lot stronger. Now, that being said, obviously, you might have to run her many times to get them, but Nightmare Andy's pretty solid. She's also the best farm for a Stone of Jordan. Period. She just has the best odds for dropping Stone of Jordan in the game. Nightmare Andariel. So, that being said, you know, you can definitely go from rags to riches farming Nightmare Andariel. Viper Magi sell for a ton in the beginning of ladder. Even the first couple weeks, they're usually worth a ton, especially the first week. And you can get some Stone of Jordans and otherwise. One thing to note is that, well, if you have MF gear, swap it out and get some MF on her. I wouldn't bother with tiny amounts of MF though. Nice, so we got a rare ring out of that. So you can see from the MF we're actually getting more rares too. Increases our odds of rares, which is nice. Yeah, it's good stuff. So I got some MF swaps here in my inventory I can use, and so we'll go farm Nightmare Andariel a couple more times, and then we'll move on to a different farm. Just to show you guys how this all works. So that's okay. I mean, I might want to hold on to that actually, just in case we can reroll my spirit while I'm doing this here. I don't know, maybe not. We made sure to quest bug her too, so she's set to go. One thing to note about Andy though is that it's much better to do her at higher player count. Since we're in Pluggy, I can show you guys, you know, if you turned up the player count or if you had more players in your game on Battle.net, it's definitely going to be better to kill Andy because she'll actually drop more items. She doesn't drop that many items on average without higher player count. That being said, we're going to stay in Players 1, but I guess I don't know, I could show it. Yeah, I guess I could show it. So Andy gets a big boost from higher player count. Let's do Players 5 just to show it once. That being said though, for the most part, the idea is to simulate just like purely solo play, but you can do it of course. As long as you quest bugged her, so you went to Act 2 before leaving the game after killing her the first time on her character, be able to do some pretty good things with her here. Right, so you do a ton of damage, so even in Players 5, Doing pretty good. Right? Could have swapped to our MF there, of course, but doesn't look like it would have mattered much anyway for this one. But you can see she dropped a lot more items, right? So yeah, I mean, Mephisto isn't as bad. Mephisto tends to drop more items even in Players 1 than Andy. Andy's loot table is nice though, because of course you have the quest loot table. Because she is quest bugged, she doesn't drop gold, bolts, arrows, potions, or scrolls, whereas Mephisto can. So even though Mephisto will drop more items, you can drop more of those, and vice versa. Now if you get her, Andy, and high player count, that's where the real fun loot table comes in. She has a really strong loot table if you do that. Alright, sweet. It's not a big deal. Go kill her probably just one more time for good measure. And since we're level 51 still, like, this is a great farm at this level. Just a great farm. If you got to a slightly higher level, you're probably going to want to do something a bit more involved, but Nightmare Handy has good loot table, though. She can't drop Shaco, though, so that's hell handy, so that's where the real riches might come in. But then again, she drops Stone of Jordan, or Hyper Magi, or a bunch of other items, really. Find herself having a pretty good time in general. Alright, let's go swap her MF just to be a bit better about this here. Wow, so she dropped almost nothing. She dropped a flawless diamond. That's the danger of killing her in Players 1. That is why, right there, if you don't have increased player count, you're not maybe following pub games, which is what I'd probably recommend, killing Nightmare Andy or just Andy in general, is problematic in low player count. Because sometimes she just drops nothing. Alright. So that's it for Nightmare Andy, I would say. The next solid farm, as we move up the ladder in Nightmare, is going to be, of course, you can also farm Nightmare Countess. We were talking about that farm earlier, and you can get a lot from those runes early on, so don't underestimate Nightmare Countess for sure. But, oh dang, I didn't get the Durance Warp waypoint? Oh man, that was a mistake. Ah! Thought I got that. Man, I'm just skipping steps, man. Well, I confirmed Nightmare Trap. Just, let's not go near the fire enchant. Alright, that's okay. That's pretty easy to find again, it's not a big deal. So as I was saying, next Nightmare farm is Nightmare Mephisto. Now, Nightmare Mephisto can drop a lot of things. He can drop a lot of things that Nightmare Andy cannot. And he tends to drop more items in lower player count, which, even though he's not quest bugged, like Nightmare Andariel, he can drop items that are actually pretty impressive in general.
Not enough mana.
Doing good, man. How you doing? Pretty good. Alright, we got the waypoint this time. Alright, so Nightmare Mephisto can drop Oculus, can drop Herald of Zakarum, in addition to all the items Andy can drop. Andy likes jewelry though, so you're not going to see as good of odds for like Stone of Jordan from him though. He also drops all of those juicy 20 FCR gloves. Nightmare Andy can drop Mage Fists, but I don't... Can she drop Spring Gloves? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think she can drop the heavy bracers yet. Anyway, Nightmare Mephisto is pretty insane. No, they're gonna keep resetting Classic. They've confirmed it. I saw it yesterday. Yeah, you can get word traps off of Nightmare Mephisto too. That's a huge one. And he's got a nice loot table for it because he doesn't drop a lot of like garbage that you might find from like Hell Mephisto. So he doesn't drop like, you know, unique armament and things like that. Alright, so yeah, there you go. He drops 6 items in Players 1. That's much more typical for Mephisto. Of course, there we could have used our MF to maybe improve the bases a bit, but from these bases, it doesn't seem like it mattered much anyway. Once again, and you kill Mephisto up there, rewarded by being able to go straight to Act 4. If you want to keep pounding Nightmare Mephisto over and over, I recommend going to Act 4 first, so you don't do the walk of shame all the way down the bridge, which wastes a lot of time. It is faster to go to Act 4. Alright, to the left! It's to the left somewhere.
I need mana.
Oh. Ah, how was it debated?
I need mana.
This whole map is debated. Jeez. Okay, there it is.
Not enough mana.
You can even get some nice things from the Nightmare Council if you want. Obviously. You can drop some tasty runes too, though. But in general, you're just trying to kill Mephisto. Here we go. Amrune! What? Okay. That's a load of junk. $33? What the heck? What did I pick up? I feel like I'm dying to declone. Alright. Sweet. Yeah, Nightmare Council, yeah, you can get all those charms and whatnot. I like cows a bit better because you can also get experience at a high level. So since I'm 51, I can farm cows, but I'll talk about cows though in a moment. Cows really fixes a lot of problems, especially in solo play. It solves a lot of things. It solves a lot. And Nightmare Mephisto, though, is pretty solid stuff. I just realized, though, I found a charm with 33 life. But it's level 53 required. We're not even high enough level to wear the charm. So I guess we were pretty under-leveled when we found that charm. I think that might have been in Act 5. We were going towards Bale. Yeah. That's one sign you're under-leveled, by the way, is you're finding gear you can't use. It's not necessarily the only sign, but yeah. Alright. Alright, a couple more Mephisto farms. Mephisto's pretty nice to farm, so we'll farm him a few more times. This drops more items than Nightmare Andy in Players 1. He does, he does, he does. I mean, it's been going pretty good in general. I hope, even though yours didn't go so well, I hope it gets better, man. I have no idea what that even is, man. Why are we talking about red-headed people? Why? Alright, here we go. Alright, let's go for a meth. Let's do it. What the heck? Well, it's got a lot of defense at the very least. One thing we could do, I want to be greedier about res, or at least defense. I can do that, but it's not actually going to help him much. We really need res. Gets him a lot of life though. Almost good. It's too bad it's not. Although I am going to sell it though. It's not really what we're looking for. The mercenary needs more res, man. And one thing to note is I can do a weapon swap too at this point. There are more ways to access more magic find. So one thing I could do, I can even weapon swap to magic find. So I have a weapon swap open here, and we can start stacking magic find in there.
Welcome.
We could also farm a lower res one too, and increase our damage a bit. First thing we can do though is we can farm a 2-socketed bone shield for normal Drogden, something we didn't do in the beginning. Did farm a lot of bases, which definitely sped up the process, but we don't have to. In general, I'm looking for a 2-socketed shield, and we're going to use. I don't have Skull Collect. Skull Collect. Alright, 2-socketed spike shield, sure. Alright, so one thing we can do pretty early on, you can go jail F and make a rhyme. Rhyme has 25 magic find on it. It's a shield with magic find and it has res too. So when you swap to it, it doesn't make you too vulnerable. So we can actually improve our MF situation if we want to. That's one way to do it. Go back to Nightmare, of course, and let's see. Yeah, so we can also go here and farm a wand, but charges as well. We can actually improve how much damage we do some of these bosses. Lower their resistances even further. Now, ideally, you farm for this wand if you really want to go for it at level 36. I have amulets that say character level, and I'm level. No, you're not doing it correct. If it says 92 plus, you need to be 92 plus. Otherwise, it's gonna not roll 2 class skills. What am I doing? Where is that lower resist? We want lower resist charges. That's what we're looking for. I'm actually gonna farm it real quick. Let's see if we can farm.
Good day.
This is nice. Okay. Wrecked. Yeah, it just can't roll 2 barb, it's correct. You can roll 2 masteries, you can roll 2 cold. You just can't roll 2 sorceress. Yeah, you've gimped your amulets if you do that. If it says character level 92 plus, you need to be 92 plus to craft with that Ami. That means that the amulet eye level is high enough so we're at level 92 plus, you can get that stat. We have a lot of gold, so that shouldn't be the issue. It's another reason why you can farm gold, by the way. Farm some nice charge ones. Get them. Right, so yeah, it's too low of a level. So the average of your character level and the item level has to be at least 90 or higher. At least. No. So if you are 90 and the item is 88, that means it's going to average out to 89. That's never going to roll 2 class skills. There we go. That's what we want. Alright, so... You gotta...
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this fuss.
Alright, so lower resist charge 1. It's a one that gives lower resist charges. Lower resist is this necromancer skill that drastically lowers monster resistances, in this case by 31. So on top of our cold mastery now, we can actually lower monsters' resistances even more already at this point if you want to. And while swapping to this, we can also have more magic find as well. So I can stack more magic find here and here. And I can actually make our MF. Let's see, how high can our MF get at least at the moment? 81. That's not bad. That's way better than 0. First 100 MF is actually really consequential. So that's pretty huge. Now there's other ways to get more MF on my gear that I currently don't have, but you know, I'll explain that in a second. Sacrificing damage though is not usually that good of an idea unless you swap at the kill. But in general, you can swap there and we'll be good. Ah, no. Did I lose my static field? I lost my static field. What's up, Zoe Bears? So much for the follow. Welcome to Xana Day. Alright, so this is a lower res Mephisto, which makes it easier to static him down because he has lower lightning res. And then we can finish him off on my swap. And, oh, what do you know? Hey, it paid off. Check that out. Skin of the Flayed One. So we had 81 MF now. That's actually a pretty decent amount. And we were able to get an armor that has 400 defense, solid amount of replenished life, and life leech. So that's not bad. It's not bad. I don't know if we're going to want to use this in the long term, but that's pretty solid stuff. That's a good mercenary armor because it has life leech and a lot of defense. It's pretty decent. Dude, look, that's a pretty cool thing to find from Mephisto right there. Sweet. So yeah, there's all kinds of even better things you can find off Mephisto, but I think you can even find Andariel shell. You can find all kinds of good stuff. But I think we'll kill Mephisto like a couple more times. It just buffed my MF a bit, so that's fine. Just to show you guys a bit of the difference there. It's always nice. After you swap your gear, make sure to swap it back so you don't lose your FCR or something. Lose a bit of FCR, I think. Actually, I currently don't lose FCR. I can actually keep my swaps on my body. I lose res. No, I don't even lose that much res. Damn. What am I doing? As long as you swap just before you kill him, your MF will be applied. Full extent of it. Sweet, yeah, so our gloves, MF-wise, are doing pretty well. So, we just got a Graven Spine. It's a wand for a Necromancer. So yeah, we're finding a lot more uniques now. It's actually kind of apparent that our MF is a lot higher now. That's good stuff. So even from the beginning of the game, you can start finding some of those tasty unique items. You just gotta get lucky bases and unique combinations, and you get even more insane stuff. Nightmare Mephisto will always be a solid farm area. Even in Players 1. Because even in Players 1, he does tend to drop 5 or 6 items still. Always going to be a solid farm. Alright, got another unique item, but not a good base that time. So that was Death Spade Axe. It's not very useful. Alright, so I think we're gonna go farm him like one more time, and then I think you guys get the idea behind Mephisto farming a Nightmare. Ultimately, I mean, you know, it's all about repetition, you know, rinse and repeat. Eventually you get some really good gear. That isn't just shitty uniques, but like really good ones. You can get Viper Magic, you can get everything. I can actually leave the MF. I actually have enough res right now on Nightmare to where even on hardcore that wouldn't make much of a difference. You'd be fine. Okay. 765 runs to find a Viper Magic. Yep.
Not enough.
But that's just one item, so even though your odds for finding any one item in particular won't be necessarily amazing, we'll get good items. You know, we leveled up again. So 52 Sorceress. Alright. Okay.
Not enough mana.
Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? That's so frustrating. Okay, well, whatever. Mercenary.
I need mana.
This is death throws, man. I wanna go down.
Mana.
Come on, man, I want mana. Very fine.
Greetings.
But the chance we found Chances, yeah, from Nightmare Diablo. Kinda cool, right? You'll find things like that here and there. I don't know about that particularly, but yeah. Alright, so we kinda get the idea. So Nightmare Mephisto has a great loot table, even in Players 1. It's gonna be great to farm. And, as long as you have that 63 FCR, it's gonna feel pretty good as well. Alright, so next up on really good farms in general, we have Eldritch Shank and Pendleskin. So Eldritch Shank and Pendleskin all give an insane amount of experience, and they're all super unique, which means they can all drop 2 items of magic quality or higher. You can even farm them with MF, and yeah. Go. You can try to swap to your Rhyme Shield if you want, which gives you 25% MF. Very fast farms. And sometimes they drop some really good stuff. Drop a lot of items. Depending on how often the D2R servers allow you to save and exit and whatnot. Be good stuff in general.
This be a trap.
Bam. There you go.
Good afternoon.
So all 3 of those, very good farms indeed. I'm not really going to go beyond that, except just to say that you can kind of see my experience bar there, so extremely good farms. In higher player count, you can level up incredibly quickly on Eldritch or Pendleskin, and even Shank to a degree. So, that's good stuff. Oh boy, hey, longest running sub in our channel, guys. We need to spam some eyes of Xana in the chat. Give him that Xana salute for Rude Boy. 22 months as a member of Xana's attack squad. The Ghost of the Machine, the Arcane Disciples. Not yet, not yet. Okay, here we go. Alright, so.
Which
Now, those are all the really good farms. You can also farm Bale, of course, but Bale is really tough to get to. He's going to be better for experience, I'd say, than items because of how hard it is to get to him. But he can drop Shaco. He's actually the only boss in the game that can drop Shaco. In general, though, Nightmare Mephisto, Nightmare Andy, Eldritch Shank, and Pindleskin are definitely be better for items, I'd say, and at least the last three are really good for experience. Alright. And last but not least, Nightmare Cows. There's actually a couple things you can do at Nightmare Cows. And Nightmare Cows is just really good for runes, gems, charms, jewels, and even improving the rest of your gear. And there's a trick you can use to do that. Let's go. So you can make the cow portal a Nightmare once you kill Bale. And you can make it next to either Charcy or Geed. And if you make it next to them, you can actually go in and out, even on BattleNet. And you can farm them for boots and whatnot. So let's say your boots, your belt, or gloves still suck. Like, these gloves aren't that good, right? So maybe I can try to improve my survivability gloves. Good example. Since my belt's pretty solid though, and my boots are actually pretty solid, vendoring better boots or gloves might prove a little challenging. But there's another thing we can do is we can try to vendor MF items so that we can vendor MF swaps. So before I actually kill any cows, let's try to simulate some farming here. So let's see, we got. Alright, bye. Yeah, have a good day, man. See you later, man. Alright, so in general, to make the cow portal next to the vendor, you can just go in and out, in and out, in and out, and you can check gloves and boots and everything else. Colors will give away what kind of stats they tend to have. And yeah, so you can see there's some decent stuff that's on there, and if your gear is total trash, it's gonna be even easier. Imagine if we didn't have a belt that gave 10 all res. 76 life belt would not be bad. And shore up your resistance is pretty easy doing this. You can get MF gear once again. So this is actually kind of nice for MF swapping. So we don't have a pair of MF boots. So now we can actually swap to MF boots if we want for killing bosses too. We don't have MF boots, so that actually works. And we can actually look for better MF boots, or we can continue to do other things. Making that Nightmare Cow portal allows us to go in and out very quickly, so we don't have to use waypoints or anything. This is way faster than using the waypoint and going in and out from like Cold Plains or something.
What you need?
And it's very effective. Like, look at that life res belt. Yeah, see, that's the kind of stuff you'd be looking for if you didn't already have a Night Smoke.
What you need?
Just got lucky, man. We just got lucky, huh? Also, Demon Hide Sash. So that's a 4-slot build. You can get one with life and res, or even both.
Good to see you.
So yeah, they don't have any color. Usually they just have low stats, so usually you don't have to check them. See, there's another MF boot. There's one faster unlock. Ah, that's huge actually. So that's a pretty big upgrade. See this piece of garbage gloves with only 19 lightning res? Well, now we have one with 30 light res. See, we upgraded our gloves there, so now we have more res. Now we can get, if I didn't already have chances, I could try to get one with res and MF, or I can just go for res. In general, though, Charcy or Geed farming are really good specifically for upgrading your gloves, belts, and boots. Alright, so I think you guys kind of get the idea.
What you need?
You can get some impressive combinations. You can actually get like 25 MF, 30 single res gloves from farming these. There's 33 MF. You can get up to 35 MF in a single res, like 35 MF, 30 fire res boots as well. Those things are all going to be very helpful for farming bosses. And actually, what I'd recommend before you start farming any Nightmare bosses is make sure you get some MF swaps so you can start farming Nightmare Mephisto and Nightmare Andy. And then get them before you start farming Nightmare Andy, no matter what. That's why we went to the end of the game first. And we killed Bale so that you can do that. So yeah, this is like faster unlock res. Like you can see, there's nice stuff. And you can just farm this as long as you want. Yeah, I'd be really solid on Jabazon, for instance, attack speed, light res. Yeah, it's just really good stuff.
Good to see you.
Hardcore, shorting up your life and res this way is like, I would say essential. It's really good.
What can I do?
You don't need any name brand items. No uniques, nothing. I think we'll do this a few more times and then we're gonna go farm some cows. So cows are for, you can farm better bases for insight, you can farm better runes. I think you can even farm up to Ist in here. So yeah, 30 cold res, yeah, look, maximum faster run luck. Good stuff. Our boots are pretty solid though, so are belt, and we have chances, so, and now we even have 30 light res gloves, so it's pretty hard to upgrade our stuff at this point. We'd have to find like some really sick combos, so I'm not going to continue to do this too much longer, but I think you guys get the idea. Yeah, there's a 31 cold res in MF, like, so you can get that MF up to 35 and the cold res up to 40. Potentially. You can farm those from Nightmare, which is nuts. You can actually get like double ones. Your skill book? I don't have a skill book. I used it when I farmed Radamant. Unless you mean my skill tree. Skill tree. Got Max Blizzard and Ice Blast, which are our primary abilities for damage, and we're leveling up Cold Mastery now, so that our cold attacks pierce monster res even harder. Got our 1 point teleport, we got a bunch of points in a static field, which is going to help farming bosses as well. One thing to note is we actually don't need to respec again, unless we find like other GG items, or when we find them, I should say. So farming Nightmare cows and farming the vendors using the cow portal is insanely solid, insanely important. There's a cow specialty item, a small charm. Recent rumors. There's going to be a ladder reset for LOD Battle.net, not tomorrow, but next Friday. That's not a rumor, though. That's just true. Dems are facts, you know. One more level and we can use that charm, and we get 33 life, which is insane. Yeah, take care of those life res and FHR charms and mana charms. Those are gonna be really nice in general. Well, if you're not going to be specific about them, then rip. Doesn't involve me, I know that much. There's no rumors from me, my side, man. The rumors about the thing, man. The thing. The thing. You're the only one to even talk about rumors, so I don't know. Wow. Wow. So one thing to note about Nightmare Cows, let's kind of explain the strength of Nightmare Cows here, okay? Oh, okay. Gotcha. You trolled. Okay, good troll, good troll, good troll. Good stuff. Alright, so you can get up to 3 of a class skill from an amulet. That means you can get a 3 cold skill amulet, potentially, from cows. Some other things you can get. Really sick charms. Did you know that you can get a 20 life 5 all res small charm? The best tankage charm in the game from Nightmare Cows. Did you know that? Now you do. And this doesn't have the life on it, but it has the all res. That is huge. Getting all res or like life like that before you enter hell. So when I advise people all the time to farm charms for res before you enter hell, especially if you want to stack for hardcore. And that charm is definitely case in point. There's a lot of, I mean, you can farm single res charms, even ones that are just give up to like 11 light res or something, and even those are immensely helpful. And since we're in a high level area, so Nightmare Cows I think is level 64 or 61. Well, anyway, it's area level like 61, 64. It's a high level area. It can drop a lot of stuff. It can drop all the things that Nightmare Mephisto can drop if they really wanted to. And Blizzard destroys them very easily. With crap gear. So if you feel like you're not ready for hell, this is an awesome pit stop. Especially if you get bored of not finding anything off the bosses for a very extended period of time, which can happen. Because that's definitely a crapshoot. But yeah. Really good stuff overall here. That's really good. See, look at all the charms. You also have a lot of clickables, and those drop charms too. One thing to note is that you can also farm Nightmare Trav for charms, jewels, and whatnot, but Nightmare Trav isn't as high of an area level as Nightmare Cows, which means you can't get experience at the same time. You might notice we're actually leveling up pretty fast in here. So that makes Nightmare Cows a pretty top tier area in my opinion, because you can get a lot of items, you can get a ton of useful runes, and you can level up at the same time. You can get jewelry. Look at that, 18 life large charms. So we're just pumping out charms right now to make us tankier for hell mode. This is literally just our first run. One of the top strats, 100%. You can also go Nightmare Lower Kurast. That's not going to give you an experience though, but you can pop the chests in there. And then you can farm them for like, you know, charms. But Nightmare Cows is so much better, I feel like, than any of those other Nightmare farms. Once again, when it comes to the cows, that's the Cow King. If they don't allow you to kill it, if they don't change it in D2R, avoid him at all costs so you can continue making the cow portal with this character. Unless you have two characters and keep making it with the character that doesn't enter the cow portal. Keep making the cows and whatnot.
The order welcomes you.
So yeah, that's... Look at that. Also 3MF small charm. I wouldn't say 3MF is good, but did you know you could even get 7MF small charms from cows? That's right, you can. GG charms in general, except for really high tier skill lifers, don't require super high levels. And Nightmare Cows can drop all of them. So it's pretty amazing stuff, really, overall. Pretty incredible stuff. Yeah, you can get 7MF 5 all-res small charms in here. You can get some of the most incredible charms in the game in here. And we're not in Hell Cows. One weakness of Nightmare Cows versus Hell Cows, though, is that Hell Cows can drop like better bases, and they can drop better runes, of course, and they can drop better items. But like items like Shaco and things like that. We're not ever gonna get to Hell Cows on this character, but oh, there it is. There's the Soul Rune. That's what I was talking about earlier. I was like, does anyone remember me saying that Soul Rune will probably drop in Nightmare Cows, even if we don't find one before that point? Called this shit. You know why? Because Nightmare Cows are also amazing at dropping runes. And note that we're not even in a higher player count. You can do this solo, guys. Players 1. A higher player count, they get better, especially in players 3. The damage versus output ratio gets pretty high. And Nightmare Cows are just really good because they're very dense. You just pop them in general.
Good evening.
It's a solid farm. One thing I'll say about Hell Cows is that Blizzard Sword, it wouldn't be one of her strengths anyway. It's not one of her strongest areas for farming, even when you get really good gear. So I'd actually do things over Nightmare Cows on this character almost every time. But yeah. Let's actually use the slower base because it has more consistent damage. It's not that much slower anyway. Let's go with, so we're gonna make Insight. We just found our Soul Rune. This is an item that, by the time you complete Act 5 Nightmare, you should definitely be able to make. And if you don't have the runes for it yet, you can go back to Nightmare Countess, or you can farm Nightmare Cows, as I just did. And you can find your runes. Now, Insight is going to be the rune word you're going to want to make for Hell, Soral, Tur, Al, and Soul. Oh, I just found it. Duh. Okay. 5 critical strike, but lowest enhanced damage. Wow, 200. 14 meditation. Okay. Crit strike's good though, which is nice because that means he does double damage a lot, which is going to be really nice for his leech. And 14 meditation. I'd take it for sure. Yeah, it's pretty solid. So now we have Insight, which means we're not going to have as many mana issues, and he has Life Leech off of Skin of the Flayed Ones, so he's balling. He's balling. That being said, though, resistances might want to be prioritized. So, like, if we want to make our Mercenary pretty tanky, at least for Hell, we might want to make like a 3. I think we're going to want to prioritize like res on here and not life leech. So for that, can we even make Nephilim yet? I don't know. I think we're missing an Aya rune. I have 2 Aya runes. No, need another Aya rune. Okay. That's not going to work. Not yet anyway. I'm going to try to make a... I was gonna try to make smoke for him, but I can't make smoke yet. Guess not. Need a rock stopper ASAP. Well, you can get rock stopper from Nightmare Andy or Nightmare Mephisto. You can get it from here too, but it's gonna be a lot harder. Bosses tend to be much better at dropping like solid uniques and set items, whereas areas like cows tend to be a lot better at dropping like all kinds of stuff, including runes, charms, and whatnot. Like charms. The rune and charm farm, especially the charms and the bases from cows, tend to be very good. Like runes, charms, bases, that kind of stuff. And gems, but yeah. Well, yeah. So, it's looking pretty good so far. So notice how our life massively increased because we found that GC2. But notice how one cow run massively improved our charms just in general. So good for charms. If you're finding yourself lacking res or HP or anything, man, I'm telling you, you don't even have to run cows for too long. I'll give you like a maximum of 10 runs, and you're gonna be like swimming in this stuff because they drop a lot of them. We could even use, because cows don't require a lot of res, we could even use more magic find if we want, and improve our odds of finding some nice sets and uniques. You can even get Tal Rosh's mask, which would be huge for the mercenary, and you can find it inside of the cow level. So this would be a good place to stack MF, just like with the bosses, because there's not a lot of elemental damage in there. So right now we don't have a lot of res, but that's okay. And my main hand MF is almost 100%. That's really good. If I didn't have Chances, I would have farmed some MF gloves from the vendors, but we have Chances, so nice. You want to freeze them in place. Playful Spike's nice because they're so dense. So Grim Scythe is an exceptional base. We can find a better base for a future insight in case they make another one. So the mercenary does more damage with it. Mercenary is going to be doing pretty good with Life Leech though, and Insight at the moment though. Not gonna die super fast. Haven't even had to give him a potion yet, but I might have to at some point. Like right there. There's Saigon's boots, but not even those beat my current boots, unfortunately. There's not certain mods like PD2 where you can put belts and gloves under mercenary, so that would make it a lot easier. Unfortunately, you won't have that luxury of D2R either, so... I can just see if we're losing durability on the Chances. Okay, so yeah, Flawless Gems. Try to pick them up if you can. So, they're going to drop a lot of Flawless Gems. And that can actually help get some crafting started. It's no joke. Put them on a mule if you have to, if you run out of space. There's another charm. And all the charms are going to be good, of course, but... Oh, there's another useful charm. What do you know? Actually, that charm, I'm going to dump the 11 life grand charm, because that one's kind of taking up space. And now we have a 13 life large charm. So we got 2 life and gained 1 slot. Now we're not gonna make an enlightenment. It's crazy. Res anyway. If you're playing hardcore, I recommend unbinding your teleport once again so you don't accidentally jump into cows. Since I'm playing the software, I don't really care, but just right now. Oh, no durability lost yet. It's late. It is. It's very, very late. I think it's late, yeah. Okay. Alright, Alright, so what do we got here? Oh my goodness. So yeah, overall this is pretty good stuff. Now, we're not gonna stick around here too long, but I might do like one more cow run. But if you're on hardcore, stick around as long as you need to get tanky and make your mercenary pretty tanky. Otherwise, once you get sick of nightmare farming or you want to find a Shaco specifically, you're gonna have to move on to Hell. Everyone knows Shakos are amazing, so but notice that even in Players 1, we're leveling up pretty fast. Let's have 700 health now, too, from all those charms. Okay, so with the lower res one, 2 on swap, we're pretty ready to go. Alright. $1,600 damage.
I am overburdened.
Three to curses, yeah, see that's a +3 ammy there. Imagine if that was 3 to cold skills. You can find that here. It's possible. Might be easier to find it by gambling, but yeah. They drop a lot of amulets, so they're no stranger to jewelry. They could give it to you. Okay. Whoop. All right. So
What can I do for you?
I don't know what you can do for me, Charcy. Can you give me a nice pair of gloves? No. You already did that. It's fine. Alright, so gold generation is also really good in there. Matter of fact, if you ever need to retreat from hell and gather some gold again from reviving your mercenary constantly, that's a way to do it. Alright, then I'm gonna farm one more cow run. And then, you know what? We'll try to push hell to at least show you guys some hell stuff. Let's see here. Yeah. We do gotta get to the hell stuff. Now, we are really squishy. The resistances in hell probably won't be amazing. But if we put on our res gear, it might not be that bad. We do have res gear in all the right places for the most part. And we still have our FCR. We don't have an item like smoke though that would like make our res amazing, but that's okay. We still have our FCR, so that's the key. One thing to note is nightmare cows cannot drop elite bases, so they can only drop exceptional or normal bases. So you can't actually farm like a spirit monarch in nightmare cows, for instance. That would have to be hell cows or just somewhere in hell mode, including the catacombs. They're not farming that there. Don't even try. Spirit Manarch. Interesting pronunciation. Alright. No vendor farming. We don't care where you put the cow portal this time. False Swarm. 9 poison res, okay. Poison res is not a priority, but I mean, it's okay. Spirit Sonarch. Okay. Fire damage. Well, life, res, mana, FHR, primarily from charms. Or a skill. Could definitely find a cold skiller in here, that'd be insane, but not usually what you're going for. Possible though. I think it's possible, it should be said. Damn. This is why you should turn off teleport. Start going crazy in here. Set. Fence, yeah, that's not a good stat. Oh no. Oh my dear spirit. So we're leveling up very fast at level 54. I think you can you level up faster from Eldritch Shank or Piddleskin, but they also don't drop nearly as many charms or bases. They can drop nice runes though. Just like this area can. And there we go, we have a flawless amethyst. Let's see here. Crystal Sword. Another 10 FCR ring. Wow. Gotta say, we have a solid RNG on the 10 FCR pieces. Pretty nutty, actually. Oh wait, Assassin Claws can also be good with plus skills, but a lot of the times they don't have them. And Assassin Claws in general tend to be a little bit weaker than a lot of items that have plus skills for selling to the vendor. Nice. We have enough health to survive that now. We jump right in the middle of like 30 cows. Pretty good. They're certified tanky now. Ha! And normally I would probably want to stay around here, you know, until like it's 30 plus. Maybe find even more charms. Always hang around here for a bit.
D2R.
D2R! What's up, man? 14 months as a member of Xana's attack squad, the Ghost of the Machine. Hurricane Disciples. Chat, let's spam those eyes of Xana in the chat. For Night Paladin. Awesome support. Let's go. Arcane Disciples, man. It's true. Alright, so now we're level 55. Like I said, you can push hell as soon as like 50, honestly. On softcore if you really want to. You're just gonna have to accept that you're gonna die. Maybe a lot. But let's see. Technically, you could go even sooner on softcore. On hardcore, that's a little tough to do. You could do it, but it's gonna be rough. Need a lot of res. Okay.
Yes?
It's a good bunny. This is named Peter Cottontail. Nah. It's a bunny! Alright, so if we get enough res heater on here. Res. We might have decent res in hell. Level 55 now. And we can cube up a lot of these here. Let's see. Do you have any random jewels? Oh, we do have one random jewel. Should have been picking up more random jewels, so we have one. One thing you could do, of course, if you're lacking FCR gear, you're just lacking gear in general, like res gear, you can make a cast rammy. Cast rammy. That's absurd. Man. Make one cast rammy. So, might actually do here. Let's just buy it from Geeds so that my level on it's pretty high.
Good to see you again. Since the rogues have been moving back into their
That's expensive as crap. Alright, see what we get. Let's go. So, Perfect Amethyst, Rowel, Jewel, Amulet. It's item level 57. I'm 55. We're not going to be getting any 2+ class skills, but we can get some pretty solid things with this. So, let's check it out. What? Oh, man. Ah, that amulet kind of hurts my head. It hurts my head a little bit, because what if I was a Wind Druid right now? Oh, man. Wind Druid, man. Top tier, one and done craft right there. That would have been nuts. We're a sorceress, so it's okay. It is okay. What we can do though is if we wanted to, we could use this. We could shore up our other res a bit. And then we can use this to shore up our FCR. Now we have 71 FCR. So we're using FCR, we got mana, we got all res on there. Okay. Then we can use this, and this gives us some more mana too. And it shores up our cold res, mana, and light res, and we can take off the planes. So that's one reason to do that. Just get some more stats with some FCR, it can kind of help out your build. So yeah, if you gather those materials or you cube up some amethysts, you can also use those to socket items too. So amethysts are very valuable. Topazes can be put in a helm to increase your magic find. And yeah, now another thing we can do is we can get white bases to imbue them. Wow, what the... Dude, I'm not a druid, man. I'm not a freaking druid. Dude, it even has teleport charges on it. What? Dude, early game druid would be so ballin' right now. Look at this. Yeah. Dirty Wolf, look at this. Teleport charges? A skill? 296? Oh, man. Early game druid. Dude, if this was a druid start, man, this would be an amazing druid start. Look at those items. Don't even have to swap to a teleport staff, man. Oh, that's crazy. Level 27 teleport. Well, unfortunately, that's not very good on the Sorceress, but we can sell it for money. So, we can also look for another white base at some point if we wanted to use our normal imbue quest. There's definitely a lot of options here. But our FHR is looking good. We still have 63 FCR. I'd say it's kind of the minimum. And overall, it's just looking good in general for pretty much everything. Now, if you want... Of course, we can always put this stuff in the cube if you want to, and we can just swap them out. So now what we're going to do is we have 700 HP. It's not bad. For softcore, that's okay. I mean, for hardcore, I'd be going ham trying to get like all the lifer charms I possibly can. And I'd try to get maybe like closer to 900 or 1000 before attempting this, but whatever. In softcore, it's okay. So these are our res in hell. Okay. Maximum lightning res in hell. Okay, I'll take that. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. Fire res went down a little bit though, pretty significantly, but that's okay. I got cold res. Those are not bad res in hell, honestly. Like, you can definitely make do with that. Maximum light res for Catacombs is actually really nice. So we don't even have smoke because we never were able to get another IR rune. But if you get like a lum rune, you can make a smoke. You can swap out your FCR elsewhere if you want. There's a lot of things you can do, of course. If you get more soul runes, you can craft blood rings. I have a perfect ruby for that.
Evil beware.
Just gotta get some more jewels. I only had one jewel, so I didn't keep the rest of my jewels. Should have kept more jewels. Anyway, my res is pretty solid. I think you can kill the Den of Evil with a mercenary that's geared up to this level, but it's not going to be easy. Mercenary has really trashy res, so he's probably going to die. But that's why I want smoke, man. If mercenary has smoke, his res will actually be pretty decent. Oh well. You can always farm some more Nightmare Countess or some more cows, but... So as you can see, the mercenary can kill them, but it's going to be challenging. Air cold immune. As long as you have some kind of an insight, like with decent like damage, do something. The only problem though is that soloing the Hell Den of Evil is always going to be a little challenging on a cold sword because there's so many cold immunes. To be honest, like, I don't even think I'm gonna mess with this, but like, if I could get a better base, I'd kind of wait for a better base normally. Or you can just get more help, of course, but in general, this is what you're up against. And have fun with Corpse Fire, especially if he's immune, so let me see if I can kill Corpse Fire. Where's Corpse Fire at? Is he immune to physical? Oh, he's extra strong. Oh god. Yeah, that's gonna be a fun time. I don't think we're gonna bother doing that. Let's get to our farming areas. So, once your mercenary has a better polearm, you can definitely do that with the cold sort, no problem. It's just, it's gonna be tough with what he currently has, and he doesn't have res either, so he can't even survive really. So the mercenary's gear, as I thought, is probably a bit insufficient, but you could do it with the polearm he has. That's not only the issue. The issue is he's not strong enough. He doesn't have enough res. What's a good FCR baseline? 63 on a Sorceress. Archaic noise. Any advice for a Zealer going to hell?
Magic at work here.
Use an aura that's not fanaticism until you find like Oath or something. Don't need to kill Blood Raven ever in Diablo 2. So you just want an Act 1 mercenary early on. Continue to advance through hell and pop elite packs like so. Res are looking pretty good actually, so we definitely put in the work to shore up our res. We've got a lot of Ormus rings. Bit of shopping.
I can't carry anymore.
We found some cool items. And we got our rune words. Now to be honest, if my light res is even higher, we had light res on our boots too, we probably want different res elsewhere. Balancing that res out throughout your gear is important, and of course vendoring can definitely help with that. Notice I didn't even take much damage there. See, there's a Shaco, so you can see the base drop. Yeah, the real deal, the real Shaco can drop, the unique one can drop from Rock and Iju. So that's no joke. It could if it wanted to, but that's not really a solid farm for Shaco. However, amped. If you ever get amped in hardcore, by the way, that is the second that you need to go back to town and just heal yourself. Oh god. Can we kite this out? I don't know. Answer is no! We can't. Ow! No DR, some amped and it's might aura. Oh my goodness. Got him! Oh wow. The power of Blizzard coming through. Let's go. Also, we don't really need normal healing potions, but we can use those if we want. Upgrade to full Jews only. Let's go. The mercenary is actually surviving surprisingly a little bit. I guess the defense on the skin of the flayed one plus the life leech is doing okay. Plus at least an insight. Needs res though. Normally before I move into hell, at least especially on hardcore, I'm not messing with that, making sure he's really tanky too. We can get another ring from saving Cain again. You can do that if you want. Hell Countess is really bad on a Cold Circ. And you're not going to want to do that until you get better gear, at the very least on your Mercenary, like way better gear. So that's not one of your means for rags to riches. Not even close. That's just not gonna work, man. That's just not gonna cut it. Alright, so we leveled up. Let's see if we can level up very fast from clearing elites in hell mode here. And is there actually solid res not wearing smoke or anything? You just get enough charms from Nightmare Cows, you can still wear stealth and maintain some FHR and FCR as well. So that's nice stuff. I also have almost 400 mana, which is nuts at this point. I think I was wearing a Stone of Jordan or something. It says it's just a 52 mana GC. Some mana on a ring. And Night Smoke. That's a lot of mana. That's good though, because that plus Meditation Aura from the Mercenary can do things. Alright, so he died, but you know, that's expected. He's gonna die here and there. We can go save Kane if we want. Maybe get a better ring. Let's see. Oh, I didn't find the waypoint, man. He died again. What the heck? From what? Oh. Oh god, cold lightning enchant. Good thing I have decent cold res. One thing to note is when you enter hell, if you want to actually survive hell a bit better. Let's say your cold res is shit. There's actually a pretty easy solution. It's the same solution we used against Andariel. My cold res is actually okay, so I'm not too concerned about it, but I could also help the mercenaries survive using the same technique, of course. So let's see if we can get nice ring here. Let's see. Aw, boo. Some of the rings we got today are definitely not amazing, but that's normal. Usually you risk your life for a garbage ring. That's just the way it is. And so what we can do here, if I want to boost my cold res, I can't even further. It's already 42 though. It's not bad. We're okay, especially if you avoid a cold enchant. You can also feed the mercenaries some cold potions, so his cold res is actually trash, so that would actually help him out a bit. And I have 85 cold res now for about 5 minutes. It's all that cold enchant damage in hell, which is typically really dangerous stuff. It's actually not going to be that bad. And it looks like we forgot to get waypoints in later in the game as well. $50 cold res when you pop a potion, 30 seconds apiece. Once again, you can do that with poison res as well. Don't really want dark wood. Honestly, because we're not farming Countess, we don't really care about the Black Marsh waypoint either. Didn't I? Oh, I left before I hit the outer cloister. That's what happened. Oh, why'd I do that? I don't know. Right, so the left of the fountain. We actually have a fountain this time, which means the barracks is over here. Kite, kite, kite. That's the name of the game. Especially against cold enemies. Kite and pop him with Blizzard. Blizzard does so much damage. All that cold pierce we have on Cold Mastery now, it's gonna destroy. It only does 1600 damage right now. With all the cold pierce, it's doing close to like 3000. So it's not messing around. Oh, Jade Tandu, nice. We get another imbue quest if we want. Careful for the Guardian. The Guardian, man! You can kill him though if you want. Maybe get some class specific items with skills on them and sell them for gold.
If there was magic
Yeah,
here,
there you go.
it's long gone now.
Alright, sweet. Alright, so we just got here, guys. We're in hell now. We're in the hell part of the guide. We talked about the farming areas, did some incomplete farms. Like I said though, if you're feeling uncomfortable with your res, I'd say my res is pretty solid though. I'd say cold and lightning res are more important in hell than fire for the most part, so once you get into hell, nightmare fire res is more important, but once you get to hell it definitely reverses a bit. Our res is looking pretty solid in that regard, so I think we could actually farm some Andy if we want to here. Well, Astrins is also rare as F, but yeah. Store up some news. Feed them to the mercenary. He needs help. Yeah, keep moving in general, especially with such a weak mercenary. Try to not let die as much as possible. Keys to keep moving. Oh god, he's got multi-shot with cold enchant. I could probably get one shot popped right there if I actually take that to the face. Even with this much res too. Well, actually I don't know. I have 85 cold res. I could tank that? I don't know. 85 cold res plus 75 light res. The mercenary keeps dying and he's getting more expensive. 58 mana GC. Wow. So there you go. Have more mana. So now, with all that mana on these two GCs, we are like never gonna run out. I don't think I'm gonna have to pop mana potions soon enough here. Actually, I think with this much mana, we can actually take out the second row. We'll see, we'll see. See what happens with that. Wow, that's so much mana. I don't think I've ever had this much mana this early on in the game. That's pretty insane. That's a lot. Then again, in hardcore, it's more important to get like, health and one. That being said, though, mana could be nice too if you put like 1 point into energy shield. That's a good idea. It is certain. Certain. Get out of the jail. What's up, KMS? How you doing? This is Jail Strat Hell Edition. Kill those champion Delicans along with the regular ones, and the regular ones will be treated as minions. Level up like a boss! Just get stuck in the jail all day. Farming the game. Stuff. Dude, it's the second time I found a K-Boots. I mean, sorry, not K-Boots, Saigons. Don't need that. But if you find someone, if you trade that to someone, find someone that does. Okay, oh god. The ghosts stack on me, I'm dead. So. Okay, well, awesome. Alright, so this is one of your most important stops. Period. On your journey from rags to riches. Today we started with no gear whatsoever. Now we are in hell. And in hell and Andariel can definitely make you very rich. Easy to get your MF swaps ready. Be prepared to hit her with as much MF as possible. I still want the mana actually. Well, whatever. Now, one thing to know is that I am in the Catacombs right now. So, if you are a lower level, this is, so it's strange to say this. I'm taking her to like the farming edge, man. The farming edge, man. The edge of the farming power. The power to the elites. As farm as possible. But anyway, the Catacombs are one of the best farms for a Blizzard Stork. You might be wondering, the Catacombs? What? Why not just Andy? Well, the Catacombs are amazing. Catacombs have like no native cold immunes, except for the Banish in Catacombs 3, but you can ignore those. There's a lot of other cold immunes. There's not many other cold immunes. There's no cold immunes in Catacombs 4. None in 2. And it's a pretty solid high level area. Like Catacombs is not a super high level area, but it's pretty high. Catacombs, I believe, is area level 73. So notice how I'm 58 right now. If I just pop these elite packs in here, I'm gonna level up very fast, killing stuff in the Catacombs. Also, they can give me some really nice items, potentially, but, you know, it's definitely a lot more rare than farming good items from Andariel. What? If you feel like you're under-leveled, or if you went into hell quickly, very recommended farm, at least for me, is to farm the Catacombs along the path to killing Andariel. So, Andariel has the best potential for that insane loot, like Shaco and things like that. But you kill all the other monsters on the way there. You can maybe pick up some really nice charms. You can pick up all these nice levels. Oh my goodness, I shouldn't have even bothered. No, it's just good stuff in general. Now we're in Catacombs 2 though, we gotta make sure we get the waypoint. Definitely gonna want to farm her multiple times when you get to this point. And
The sisterhood welcomes you.
looking pretty good for this here, looking pretty good. Honestly though, I have so many Jews. I think I have too many.
Yes?
So many of them, too many of them. Still going. Yes, yes. Well, what can I say? It's been a long one. Alright, so once again, it's always to the right of the waypoint. The Catacombs 3. Yeah, let's... Yeah, so we got 100 Pierce now. Means against monsters, except for like bosses, are going to A lot of them, unless they have any kind of native cold res, are going to have 0 res now, or negative 100. We're doing maximum damage against a lot of monsters right now. Oh wow, Sky Strike. Oh, that's not a good unique, but the sign of life from the unique drops. Zombies, a really good experience. Notice how fast our experience bar is going up in here.
I can already tell that I'll be your best friend in this forsaken.
Level 58, and we just are boosting in here. So you can farm and level at the same time. Look at that experience, jeez. That's pretty crazy in here for a while until you get to like level 75, honestly. Then it starts to slow down a bit. Alright, so for killing Andy, we can min-max our MF a bit here. Now our res is utter trash. That's okay. Get her down to half with static, which we can do in hell mode. And bam. He didn't drop much though, rip. Alright, so you can just walk her around a bit and she'll die for sure. Alright, so once again, if you're gonna quest bug any Andy, make sure you quest bug Hell Andy for sure. And make sure you interact 2 before you leave the game, or to do so. Once again, interact 2 before you leave the game. Gonna drop from her standard loot table, and in Players 1, that's even worse than normal. So the only problem with Players 1, Andy, once again, is that she doesn't drop a lot of items. That's okay. We didn't rip the quest bug, we did fine. What are you talking about? Alright, so we're not messing with the Den of Evil, that's okay. We got to act it, so let's go back to Hell here.
Good day.
You killed him! You killed him! Good job, man. We do have a moderator here, yeah? We have a Mirage. So if I see an elite pack, just pop it, man. Pop the elite packs. Get experience. You can even say bye-bye to the mercenary for now, because honestly, he's gonna die a lot until I get him some res, especially in here. He needs some kind of a rune or something, but you know, he never. We're leveling up super fast in Catacombs, even in Players 1. Imagine how fast you could level up in here in a full game. So yeah, a lot of people think, oh, well, you should level in Ancient Tunnels because it's an 85 area. True. But it's also way more dangerous, and it can be harder to find. It's actually easier to access the Catacombs. And these monsters are on the way to Andariel, so this is an amazing loot pinata. So, Catacombs, solid method. Sometimes I get my Shaco from these guys in the Catacombs too, you know, you never know. Alright. Zombies hit really hard. Physical damage really strong.
I need mana.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Maya! Let's get it. Hold light enchanted. Look at that experience.
Already tell that I'll be your best
Look at that
friend in
experience.
this
I've gained almost a whole level in here already. So yeah, it's not a joke to kill the elites on the way to this. Instead of like joining a bail game, just start farming Andy and kill the elites at Catacombs. It's actually really fast. I'm gonna go kill Andy one more time after this. For the most part, this is the deal. Clearing the monsters makes it easier to run around. Have shitty MF gear too when you get to this point. The more levels we get, the tankier we get too, which is nice. One thing to note is I can use my lower res wand actually. Kill her even faster. Look how fast she dies and she has no resistances. Okay, we can actually swap out her MF there. And we can go and pop her in the face. My res is terrible right now. Yeah, I see how players 1, man. Players 1 Andy is so bad. Even with the quest bug. But that being said, as long as you've quest bugged her and the very first time you killed her, you went to Act 2 before leaving the game. If you enter a game with any more than one person, so three people, 5 people, players 5 Andy is actually really strong. So that's a very good loot pinata in general. But man, players 1 is awful. Sometimes it just she don't drop. Alright, so I'm gonna go kill Andy one more time and get on that for now. Then we gotta go make our way to some of the final farms here. At least attempt to. Alright, so yeah, 50 to 60, hell yeah. Pretty sure stuff. Let's see here. What am I doing? Wait, where are we in Nightmare? Oh, because I'm used to going in. I see. Well, we could come on, so we could farm. So. So Fireball would actually or Meteor would actually technically kill Andy faster, but it's fire damage, and there's a lot of fire enemies in the Catacombs. Full damage is definitely the best damage for the Catacombs period. So for the most part, you can farm Andy without constantly dying, as long as your res are at least decent. And strong lightning res is especially good. Those afflicted, because that's an easy way to die. How much MF do we have in the swap here? 114. Alright, not bad. Getting over 100 MF for some initial kills. Fortunately, she has to drop more than like one item. Okay, drop the unique. She actually dropped 6 items that time, surprisingly. Ow. There you go, you can see what she's capable of, kind of, but where she didn't drop any of the really tasty stuff, but you know how it is. You have to farm her many times. Many times. Alright, sweet. Act 2. Act 2. I can go clean Radamant for an additional skill, just like with Den of Evil. But I think at this point I should just kind of focus on getting to those farm areas. So, they're cold immune. The next area we're really going to want to talk about, besides Catacombs / Andariel, is Ancient Tunnels. Even Maggot Lair would be pretty decent, except when you have this level of gear, definitely not. But you could do it if you wanted to. How many cold immunes in there? High area level. Now, Ancient Tunnels is a max area level area. You can find any item in the game doing it. And the density is pretty decent, and there's no native cold immunes unless they have modifiers. Damn, those are actually cold immune. Forgot about that. So what we're gonna want to do here is literally just teleport to Ancient Tunnels for the most part. Law Vapor with a level 60 sword. Yep. Probably gonna die. You guys ready for death? It's coming. Nice. What movie? Okay. Because we're going to want to advance through Act 3, I'm going to want to do the main quests at least. Okay, so we have Maggot Lair. Found it already, which is nice. Lost City. Alright, so this is where the Ancient Tunnels are. The Ancient Tunnels are really good for leveling because it's a super high level area. There's no boss at the end of the road though. And honestly, it's pretty tough without good gear. It can be, at least. You really gotta kite most things in there. There's a lot of dangerous monsters in there. They're pretty jam-packed. But there's no cold immunes by any item in the game. Especially good, I would say, for base farming. So if you're looking for those better, like, Insight bases or Infinity bases, or for a Spirit Monarch base, which is a more immediate concern at this point, you can get it. And when you start farming Hell, of course, you're looking for, like, Spirit Monarch base. You're looking for Spirit Monarch will open up the door to having strong res while also getting to 105 FCR breakpoint, which could make boss farming even better. Obviously, if you find a Harlequin Crest to Shaco, it'd be insane. Let's get insane value out of that. Life, mana, and TR. And, you know, you can find all kinds of stuff. High runes, start getting your stuff going. Find Viper Magi. Get all kinds of upgrades. There's just all kinds that are possible. Go through all the items that are possible. There's so many. Alright, so one thing to know is that this is literally the toughest place in the game, at least for Hell, for a cold Sorceress. But you can get past it. And if you want to start farming Hell Mephisto, I wouldn't recommend messing around with this unless you had Barbo on hardcore. But on software, you can definitely. So let's see it. See if we're lucky. Oh god, my aura. Alright. Oh, it's not over there. Oh. Oh. Okay. So, we actually made it to Claw Viper 2. This is the same map as our normal map, I think, actually. Alright, so now what we do is we're gonna telekinesis the altar, and we're just gonna grab the Amy and get out. Oh! Everything's cold immune in there, so just get out.
I don't need.
You're gonna die. Alright, it's pretty smooth execution, actually.
Who would have thought that
Out of all the deaths we've had today, you know, the fact that we didn't die in the Claw Viper Temple actually makes me happy. That's not bad. Alright, here we go. One thing to note is you can actually break these dudes' cold immunity with lower resist. And then with Cold Master, you reduce the res enough to where you can actually kill them pretty fast. So you can even farm the Marauders if you want to. You're trying to farm the Ancient Tunnels. Yeah, so look how fast he dropped there when he dropped his immunity. Pretty nice, right? That dude's just cold enchanted though, so he's really immune. Not gonna drop that with a lower res wand. Okay. So Mercenary got roasted again, and there she is, the Ancient Tunnels. This is an 85 area. Any item in the game can drop in here. Super good for leveling because it's a very high level area. And it is dangerous though. And overall it's just nice stuff though. It's pretty good for all around items. I wouldn't say it's specialized in anything in particular, but because the density is decent. Okay. Calm down. It's okay. It's okay. This is why teleporting around in here can be very dangerous. Yeah, try to dodge attacks in here. The monsters here do crazy damage. I have maximum light res, and I am still getting wrecked. I don't have any magic find though. I wouldn't say that's a priority in here. At least not early on. I would try to get at least a couple of items from Andariel or something before messing around in here, but you can start farming in here early if you want levels. Even in Players 1. Or if you want to maybe find your Spirit Monarch. And that's like something you want to farm to start farming bosses like Andy faster. Still alive, baby. I don't know how, but we're still alive. I'm not gonna apologize. Oh no. Dun 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 dun. God damn.
I can't carry it.
That was like a Mirror's Edge survival there for sure. Yeah, I should have died. Alright, you can also farm like good charms and everything in here, but like I said, Nightmare Cows I'd say is even better for that. Once you get your gear up in general. Yeah, so, you know, you can get wrecked in here so easily. I mean, you've seen me almost get wrecked like 5 times already, and this is just one run. Recommend even shoring up your gear maybe a bit more before you play around in here, but Catacombs and I'd say Andy's a bit more suitable. But, you know, you can if you want. It's a very solid farm area for the Cold Sorceress. It's a very important area for rags to riches. 100%. Getting that Sorceress leveled up and finding some elite gear. You can find high runes in there too, so everything could drop in there. Find high runes in the Catacombs, but I mean you could find any high rune in the Ancient Tunnels. It's pretty insane. This hardcore? No, no, no.
It is an honor to serve.
No, 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 no. No, no, no. Okay. Definitely not. I would not be messing around like that in hardcore. Like, who do you think I am? What do you think I am, man? How crazy do you think I am? I don't know. I gotta be pretty damn crazy. Alright, anyway. for sure. If you do less teleporting, especially in hardcore, that's what I'd recommend. I'd recommend taking it very slowly and just kind of just like inching into the ancient tunnels and blizzarding, especially in hardcore. On softcore, you can do what I was doing. You're just gonna expect to die here and there. That's just normal, you know. Alright, let's try to advance through the game a bit more so we can get to the last two areas you want to talk about. And then, you know, this is a super long guide. It's been scuffed at times as well. No! Midor! Oh my god. Okay, well, let's just get out of here too. Luckily though, in here we can actually kill the monsters, unlike the Claw Viper Temple. But, well, in general, see, that's what speedrunners have to deal with, and you know, I don't envy them at all, you know, trying to teleport through this area. I have better res than they usually probably do too, at this point. I actually farms a little bit. Well, we have the strength for it, but that wasn't better than the ones we already have. I'll level up some more cold mastery. Get a faster kill on Andy and whatnot. And Mephisto. Ow! Bloodlord's skull! Oh my goodness. Okay, well that's amazing, but we can't use that. Alright, awesome. So sometimes that room is packed, so that's nice. That room was not packed that time. You can always kite around the corners if you want and the edges, but it's always gonna be a little bit dangerous. Look at that. Nice. Bloodlord skull giving us some money. Something like that, man. Something like that. What's up, Arunkatra? How you doing? Traded for Oculus? Easy. You want me to answer that honestly? Sure. Guess I am crazy enough in your eyes. Alright, here we go, here we go. So, that's all we basically needed is the staff, and now it's time to get through Andariel. Once again, we could always pop Radaman too if you want. I'd recommend doing that actually, but we're gonna skip them. We're just gonna go directly to the other ones. Yeah, imagine getting a Dark Force spawn. How useless would that be? How rare would it be, but how useless. I have 0 MF on me right now, so that'd be pretty impressive actually. It's the base chance for it to drop, which is garbage. Oh, alright, so we just want to get to Arcane. Not for farming though. That being said, if you get a lot stronger Blizzard, or you go Fireball, or even go Lightning eventually, Arcane is amazing. Alright, alright. Just gotta use our frames, you know. Oh my god. There's elites everywhere. Alright, I see how speedrunners do these things, but man, it's nutty. Also, they don't keep the amp light on. No! Alright, that's not fun. Alright, so let me get some shit. Alright, easy. So yeah, softcore, you can just plow through. Death do his part. unlock that elite pack too for experience. Why not? Level 61 now already. Damn. So yeah, you know, just advancing through the game, we can level up quite a bit. Oh, that is a kick her ass. Okay. Those are ghosties that can drop high runes. Not in players 1 though. This is a horrible farm in players 1. Ancient Tunnels is actually not bad. This is just trash. That being said, the only cold immunes though are the Ghoul Lords in here, so that's not too bad. Could be worse. No, I wanted it. I don't know why I want it. I just want it. Thank you. Alright, so dying is a way of life. Here this week, moving through hell. Dying or being dead, so yeah. That being said, you know, our res could be worse. If our res was worse, this would be next to impossible, so that's fine. Pretty bad. Well, it wouldn't be impossible. Dying even more, and we can't play as greedily. Alright, so look how powerful Blizzard is. Like, couldn't have been Horizon. He's a weakling. He just got hit by one blizzard and died. Horizon, I know, would survive that. At least once. Okay. Alright. So go kill Andariel in peace now, and once we get into Act 3, we have some very fun areas you can farm in the very beginning. Once again, remember on hardcore guys, make sure your res are even more shored up, make sure you have even more life, you have more levels, and be more careful too. If possible, maybe even get Barbo for some of these areas. Make sure you get some like battle orders or something. It's, stuff gets pretty rough. But, you know, if you're just playing solo, take it slower. No rush. Want your characters to survive. Dodge death only so many times before you'll accidentally teleport to something that will kill you. Ding! We're amped now, so this is actually very dangerous. Oh, nope, I'm not amped anymore. Sweet. Now I got experience. It's even better. Alright. Yeah, getting experience is better than being cursed. You're not gonna find this character's gear on that. We just made her today. No items from anything. She's untwinked, so yeah. Just anything that you see here is items that are brand new today. Alright, so here we go. Alright, cold immunes. Well, have fun with those, mercenary. We could shore up our cold res in case we're afraid of taking damage. In general, though, I'm just gonna try to kite him out. Okay. Circular motions with Blizzard. Oh! That's not what I wanted to do. Sweet. Alright, yeah, it's all trash, but we can sell it. Sell that one. I could have used my MF gear, actually, to, get some MF on him, but that's okay. Andariel is not really a farming area, unless you like torture. Unless you like doing arcane, or you do it without any gear on, so yeah, that's not good. Alright, we're gonna pretend, you know, we didn't even mention it. That's not a good idea. Okay, here we go. Act 3. Let's do it. Act 3 is dangerous as shit. Now we're level 62, so bad. Okay, so right, sounds good, Dirty Wolf. Yeah, it's really late, man.
Greetings. Good to see you.
I don't blame you at all. Hey, oops, didn't talk to Jaren. What the heck? You know why? Because I went over in that direction and then it actually. Okay. I mess with my other things. Alright, so now I'm gonna go plow through Act 3 to 2 more super important farming areas for your early game Blizzard Sorceress that you just made.
Well, yes.
Alright, so yeah, I started this work from scratch, yeah. Just kind of showing off how to, you know, do stuff. Do stuffs! Different hell, so we're doing pretty good. Look at all that res, man. So, in general... Oh, where are all the monsters? Oh, there they are. Jade figurine. Oh man, how we need that. Oh. Oh. Okay. Gotta say, there's nothing quite like plowing through hell with a Blizzard Sorceress.
Good day.
Have no gear. Did you know you could beat the game naked, theoretically, with this build? Well, one thing to note, though, is that it's gonna be rough. Even more dying in that scenario. However, you know, I haven't been dying very much, you know, it's not been bad. Honestly, Nightmare was some tough times before we had a Spirit. We didn't have Ancient's Pledge either. Okay, 799 life. Alright. Whoa! Wow. Well, this is what all the Jews are for, man. So we can push. That's why we keep Jews in the stash. I've been going for them, and we need them. Here we go. Alright, this is the Great Marsh, and there's souls. That's really bad. Let's see if we can actually get a skip on that. That'd be very nice. If not, I might even want to reload the game. We're at the point where souls will destroy you. I have 75 light res though. You know, I actually wonder if I can actually get through the Great Marsh with 75 light res and 800 HP. Yeah, I don't know. Say I'll take Vaporize in under 5 seconds for 800 bob. Vaporize in under 5 seconds for 800 bob. That's gonna be pretty bad. Even with 75 light res, it's gonna be pretty rough, I think. Alright, we found the waypoint. That's not what we're looking for. That's the wrong grotto. Ah, mercenary. Oh, we got a flare skip. Nice. Well, because we have a flare skip, let's take this a bit more seriously here. Mercenary will at least tank some hits, I think.
Greetings.
Yeah, it does have insight, yeah. Yeah, we'll do a hardcore push. And beyond that, I don't know. Okay, so these are all cold immune. This is actually a really bad flare jungle, because it actually has flares and not soul killers. Okay, so we popped him for the Gibdon, but everything else is cold immune. This is fun. Ah ho ho! Let me actually try to get the waypoint first. Or we mess around in the flare dungeon. Let's see, is it over here? It is. Sweet. Go for the other waypoint.
I need mana.
Oh god. Oh, that's right, pulled him in. No, 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 no. Alright, so we found it. Alright, chat. It's our next major farm area that's gonna make you rich. This is Lower Kurast. You don't need any kind of gear at all. Matter of fact, it's not really there aren't cold immune problems in here, which makes Blizzard Sorceress ideal for this kind of farm. Because you can kill the monsters even if they're surrounding the chests or blocking other things. Super chests in here. There's random clickables, and there's racks. Racks have a fixed chance, even with 0 MF, to drop uniques, which is always cool. And you can get 1 or 2 of these rings of torches across the map. Sometimes you only get 1. Oh, look at that, we found a waypoint. That's what we wanted. If you can get these super chests in single player next to the waypoint, that's ideal. There's always one in this house here above the ring of torches, and there's always 2 over here to the left of the ring of torches. There could be a second ring of torches in this Lower Kurast. That would signify more super chests. Super chests have the best odds for dropping charms. Wow, Centurion armor. We already have a Skin of the Flayed one on the mercenary.
I am overburdened.
So we have Centurion there. Kidding me? Move. Okay. And they can drop up to Burrune. They specialize in Sewer-rune, S-U-R, Sewer Rune, whatever you want to call it. I think it's a Sewer Rune, but you know, who's counting? And Sewer Runes make a Burrune. Burrunes make Infinity. Once you get Infinity or Enigma from Burrune, a Jaw Rune, which you can queue up Burrunes for, you can make whatever character you want in this game. One thing to note is that on Battle.net, which is how this whole run has been simulated, using Battle.net map generation, you don't know where the super chests are around the waypoint, which definitely makes it harder to farm. So you can also just farm the random clickables, which 4 of these random clickables about equals 1 super chest. So not terrible efficiency just to go around and click monsters, and they can drop high runes, drop all kinds of good stuff. And if you have a Meph on yourself too, and you have even faster FCR, you can do this very fast. Normally before you do this kind of a farm, I actually recommend farming your spirit first, because FCR helps, especially with getting to the super chests. It also helps in general with just the cast speed. You're farming the random clickables, it doesn't affect it. It doesn't affect you as much though. Overall, it's just good stuff. Okay. Googity googity goggity. Alright, looks like there was only one ring of torches, so this is not a good map for farming those super chests. But even in any map on Battle.net, like I said, these random skeletons, these chests, these stashes everywhere, use telekinesis and just pop them all. You'll find stuff. You'll find a lot of good stuff, a lot of good charms. Clickable farms, just in general, specialize in runes, charms, gems, jewels, and jewelry. Of course, from the random clickables, not the super chests, you can even find super insane uniques. Like even Mars you can drop in here. Just Mars Kaleidoscope. But yeah, we're not counting on that. So that was a pretty trashy map, but that's okay. So now we're going to advance towards the last farm area. The last one that really matters for rags to riches. One that really makes all the difference. Getting past this farm is not necessary under any circumstances until your gear is much better or you just want to do it. But even if your gear is much better, you never have to get past here to get rich. So we're going to get to the final destination in a moment here. Well... Balls are insanely strong in hell. Stand back. Bill? Incendiary improvement? Oh no. Probably not. Ooh. F build. I mean, I could try socketing. I don't think it's worth it. It's just an elite base, to be honest. I would actually get 4 sockets though. If I socket quested it, but that's a waste of a socket. Ah! Okay. So in general with the Flare dungeon, you can pop some elites if you want, but the general idea is to get past it. Just like the Viper Temple, and there can be a lot of cold immunes in here, and there's just dangerous auras and all kinds of fun stuff you just don't want to deal with. Checking the flails to see if I can get a flail with whatchamacallit, or sockets. That's what it is. Yeah. I don't know, Stone Free. You tell me. I don't know. Well, normally the idea is to put somewhere between 3 and 5 hard points in a static field. Hey, that rings actually has some MF. Nice. Another item we can swap out for MF if we really want to. Yeah, that's true. It's true. You know what I should do in the future? I should split this up. I should split. Ooh, I should split it. Ooh. 3 sockets. Well, get that for our black flail for our smiter, but besides that, that's not gonna help us out. Alright, so next we need the eye. Didn't get the eye because I didn't find that grotto, but we can go back and get it. Ooh. Hey, it's a guide that's packed full of information, okay? Okay. Look at all these elite packs in here. So yeah, we're level 63 now. So even if you're under leveled and you get into hell and you actually like do it, like you level very fast. It is fast though. It's a short guide for how to play Diablo 2. That's not what it's about, but yeah. I don't like misleading titles. What the hell? There's only so much you could learn in any kind of short guide, even if it was actually short, though. I mean, I guess you could make 20 different guides, but at the end of the day, this is it. Alright, poison. Ah! Okay. Get nice and slow. Nice and slow. Oh, there he is. I was looking for him. No. Oh, whatever. You know, it's fine. He can die. It's okay. He's been dying the whole time. So this is what happens when you don't get a smoke for your poor mercenary. He has no res. Imagine if he had 50 res on his armor. Everything would be different. At least a lot different. I mean, he could still die, of course, but it would be very different. You get the book, of course, for some stats. That's always a fun thing to attempt to do. Ooh. 800 health. Okay. Alright, so where is the waypoint? I don't necessarily need the waypoint, but need some kind of waypoint. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Help! Alright, these are all cold immune, so this is actually a bad area for sure. So what we're trying to do here, sneak up on the librarian, steal her book. No! Oh, there's a lot of librarians. Oh, they're angry. Ah! Oh, yes! Oh, I'm so good. Oh, I know. Oh, we did it though, Mirage. Look at that. All those cold immunes and it didn't matter.
May the black book bring a black day to hell.
Ah, yes. May it give me more HP for free. Let's go. Didn't have to do that. Well, I always call my farms a power farm so long as you farm them over and over and over and over and over again. All you gotta do. See, arcane power farm is a. You're using your DPS, not your MF necessarily. That's another definition of a power farm. All right, so I'm gonna want to get out of here too. Skeletons. Oh god, no. 5-socketed back to Corbin. No new insight base for the mercenary. It feels bad. Alright, those are all cold immune. Let's not mess with those. There's dolls guarding the heart. That's not good. That's the best thing about Blizzard, though. If we really want to... Caduceus? Dude, if I found Astrians in here... Oh, man. That would have been hilarious. Oh, look, it's... Ooh, set Ammy. Aww. You know, Tancred's Ammy plus boots. Boots are hard to find past normal. Can actually give you 78 magic. early on, that could be nice. Very nice.
Good evening.
Astrians would be pretty sick. That's what we need in our early game Sorceress. We need Astrian's Ironlord. Slap stuff with it! 2 minutes. Alright, so we're trying to maintain our gold, but honestly, I got a lot of gold earlier on in the game, so I'm just kind of pushing with it. We're using the gold to push. Alright, so now we got all the components. We're set to go. Now, Travancore. Alright, so Travancore is actually a pretty solid farm for a Blizzard Sorc, but not at this level of gear. I'm gonna mention it, and of course we're gonna do it because we have to get past it, but when it comes to rags to riches, when you have more riches, that's when you get more riches from Travancore. Yeah. Easy to understand. Travancore has only 1 cold immune. Teleport around. Fire res is not amazing, so trying to avoid damage if possible. You can also kind of like put them in the corner here. Let them just eat the blizzard. This corner works too. They're down here. And they tend to run around, kind of like the Mephisto moat trick, which we're about to do again in Hell, but hey, look at that. Alright, so he's amped. We need to take the amp off of him. Oh, is he gonna just sit there? Oh, good doggy. Good doggy. That's a good doggy. Very good doggy. Man, I've never seen him be such a good doggy, man. He's supposed to slap the mercenary and shit, but look, he's just sitting there. It must be the positioning. He's like perfectly positioned where he's like perfectly content to just sit there and just take it. Alright, cool. Now we can complete the Travancore quest with the weak ass insight. See, insight's nice, right? You know, you can actually kill stuff with it. Alright, cool. We killed all the council members. A very weak character. But it's okay. See, that's all we want to do. Because the real goal lies ahead. Alright. And smash. Good luck. Masterfully done. I don't think we've died a single time in Act 2 or Act 3, actually. Have we even died in Act 1? Have we died in Hell yet? Actually, I don't think we have. That's impressive. We're doing good. This is a hardcore Hell speedrun. We'd have a chance. It's not. Okay. Alright, so Experience Shrine. Oh, cold immune rip. You can kill the minions for experience, but that's about it. Alright, so Endurance 2 is pretty easy to find. Dolls are very bad. You gotta see them all the time. Very nice. The only cold immune in here are the Dark Lords. So the Fire Mages. Ooh. Nice. You know what? I'll use that, that's fine. More HP, let's go. Oh wait, why did I get rid of the experience shrine? RIP! I'm bad. Okay. I'm bad. Screw that one up. Screwed the pooch on that one. I don't know why. I'm actually not sure why Torque stood there, actually. Normally he moves around. He might have just been wedged up against the wall. Maybe the Holy Shock aura makes him more passive. He had Holy Shock on him.
Greetings.
Not sure. Normally it's a bit more of a pain in the ass. I have to like kite him out and whatnot. Kill him with the mercenaries slowly. I'll take that, you know. Free kill. Alright, so to the left of the waypoint, once again the waypoint's pointing this way, to the left or to the west, we have a west facing tile. Is Durance 3 from the waypoint. Durance 2. This is the final and probably the most important farm for Rags to Riches because on a Blizzard Sorceress, this farm is so good. For a lot of reasons. Blizzard Sorc, of course, is the best overall, and this is one of the reasons because you can just get to Hell Mephisto and you can trash his ass easily without any kind of gear whatsoever. Matter of fact, I can just put on my, once I drag him, I can put on my MF gear and he's set to go. I can even put on the MF gear now if it wants. And same thing. So, let's see, we got MF, yeah, 102, 127 on swap, nice. Okay, so we actually do have some MF. And we can farm him for some goodies. Yeah, he does eat any glue, oh, that's true, yeah, definitely, he likes eating glue, sure. For sure. Okay, so always nice if you don't get a lot of bad monsters. We're gonna go kite him out here. And alright. Sweet. So just like a nightmare. Oh, we're gonna die though. Jesus Christ. Why the council members have to be there. So he's going nuts because he's trying to kill me, but he's like, I'm all the way over here. What? Yes, max block time. Let's go. Kappa. Magnus's skin. Dude, that would be a sick find actually on a melee right there. Magnus's skin right off that. Easy. So yeah, as you can see, he dropped a pretty rare item. Like, that's a pretty rare item actually, but it's not one of his better items. He can drop everything though. He can drop Mars, he can drop Metal Grid, he can drop Wisp Projector, he can drop all the craziest items, including Shaco, Viper Magi. Hell Mephisto drops everything, and if you lure him over to this these stairs here, and you just stand here, and you can eliminate maybe some of these dudes, that can help. Sometimes eliminating them like this is actually a good idea. So I have -6 fire res right now, or taking way too much damage because I'm wearing my MF gear. But that's okay. I could have popped them in the face before I killed Mephisto if I really wanted to though. See, and then that's fine. Also pop the super chest up there. Some trophies. Yeah, so luring him to the stairs and getting him just on the edge of your screen, he'll start going nuts and he'll just spin around and move back and forth through your blizzard and die. Of course, you can also kill him even faster if your Cold Mastery isn't super high level yet, which mine is not. If you don't have a lot of plus skills, you can use lower resist on top of that and kill him even faster. But it can be tough to execute. In general, if you just do what I did, it's just fine. In Players 1, he drops tons of items, unlike Andy, so you can do that in Players 1 just fine, and it's good. Alright. What's up? Cyborg? What's up, man? Cyborg. Some kind of cyborg. Okay, so Mephisto is a boss. Okay, as you can see, I can put on my survivability gear that actually gives us some CR and whatnot. We're good. Yeah, we were never able to make that smoke for the mercenary. That's a shame. Obviously, like F2 socket armors would be even better for a mercenary because items don't break on the mercenary. And yeah. Oh yeah, we have a Valkyrie wing. Forgot about that. Oh man. You know, we actually found some really sick items for a druid and a Zon. I don't really feel like we found the sickest items for a sorceress necessarily. The best item we probably found for a sorceress specifically was probably this ring or night smoke. Smoke is pretty sick. So spike thorn blade bearer is pretty sick in general. This 3-socketed crown can be exploited as well to really boost your magic find. You don't have enough flawless topazes, but you can farm them in Nightmare Cows a bit longer if you want. Or you can even farm gem shrines to upgrade them. As long as it's in your inventory and not your cube. You can upgrade them by pressing the gem shrine so long as this is the only gem in your inventory. And you can stack a gem crown here chock full of these and get 72 MF on our helm. So then we can kill Mephisto and get almost 200 magic find. Better res is going to be even worse, which is fine so long as we're standing all the way back. On hardcore, it's probably too dangerous though, which is why you're going to want to balance your MF and your res a lot better, especially before you start killing. Of course, I wouldn't be messing with Mephisto at level 64 anyway. By the time I start doing Mephisto, I'm probably like level 80 or something. I'm in Catacombs, Andariel, maybe some ancient tunnels. 64 is a little too low for hardcore, that's for sure. You're gonna die. Erdar is just teleporting around. It's gonna be rough. I mean, I'm also probably gonna want our Spirit Monarch and possibly 1 point energy shield as well to survive any real nasty hits. But yeah, don't need to advance through the game any further than this. Hell Mephisto is like the last super solid farm for getting those GGs quickly and efficiently on this sorceress. She was a brand new sorceress today. She had nothing, and now she's got gear and she's even capable of farming Hell Mephisto. In softcore, of course, that's easy to get to. We used random map generation though, so there's no safe maps, which makes it a bit tougher, but this is what you can do in battle, man. This is what you're capable of. Went through a lot of tips in this guide in general. We can farm Mephisto a couple more times, of course, if you want to see it some more. Overall, that's how it is. Found some pretty cool things, though. Yeah, 1 point energy shield can actually save your life in hardcore. Not gonna bother, though, in softcore. We're fine. Oh, dude. Ow! Alru, nice. That's right, mercenary. We didn't need him anyway. He's a... Oh wow, conviction. You can also kill the council members, and they can drop all the same items that Mephisto can. Pretty much. But it's a bit tougher, and they move around. I recommend killing him if he has conviction, if he's too close to your Mephisto at the very least. Is he teleporting? Yeah, he's teleporting. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Alright, circlet. 2 poison and bone skills, nice. Alright, we're gonna swap for Meph gear, and we're gonna do it again. We'll do this like one more time, and then I think you guys get the idea at this point. So. Lower res. Edge of the screen, and there we go. Alright, die! Having more damage would be nice. Damage is pretty weak right now. Of course, you can also fight him like a man or a woman that you are. But it's going to require a lot more kiting. Usually takes longer. Alright, so we got 127 MF. Like I said, we can actually get over 200 MF. If we had a... actually, we can get 199 MF right now if we had the 3 perfect topaz helm. Software, definitely don't be afraid to use things like that, because if you die, it's not the end of the world.
Hello. The time has come.
What's the preb guide? What's a preb guide? So yeah. This is it, chat. That is it. The truth away. A spirit crystal sword. We are using the most basic gear you can possibly imagine. And because we have decent res in hell, it's actually working. Well, even without res, it could work, but I'm gonna have to get a little lucky sometimes. Generally, definitely always. Decent res in hell to me is like 30 to 40 plus in all of them. Light res is just so good to have a lot, but you know, you can't always get that. You can do the mode trick on these dudes too, but it's not as effective. I can't believe we found a Spikethorn Blade Barrier though. Come on, Mephisto, you can do better than that. Do me dirty. Mercenary made it take longer. Yeah, if you can get them like right in the center too, that's always better. You can even wait to swap if you want. Can't even hit me. And I swapped weapons. Aw, man, no Andariel shell. Close. Very close. Rip. Yeah. Well, nothing too GG, but Spikethorn Blade Bearer is kind of cool. Very cool indeed. Alright, chat, YouTube, everyone. I think I'm gonna try to upload this for now. I might actually try to make maybe like a 2 or even a 3-part guide in the future. Maybe break it down a bit more, you know, different steps. But, you know, it works. It's good stuff overall. Today we went from having 0 items at all to having all these items. So, yeah, Sorceress is just amazing. You can get there without too much effort. Hammer Cow is really OP for some of those charms. He didn't even farm it that much. Yeah, it's good stuff. we got to a pretty good point in damage. Got a good point in resistances. Of course, you can always get more damage and whatnot. Once again, for boss farming, I'd recommend putting more points into cold mastery. So maxing it out is actually not a bad idea because they have a lot of cold resistance. Andy has 66 to be, which means that at 166 you'd get her down to a negative 100, so you can definitely use a lot on her. Mephisto has 50, so negative 150 would get him down to minimum. So the sheet damage isn't quite as important necessarily as having all that cold pierce and some damage. Gonna be pretty sick stuff overall. So yeah, this is good. Yeah. We found some pretty nice stuff though. We didn't have much MF. So yeah, you can totally do it just from nothing. We had some pain points, especially like early Nightmare when we weren't using Ancient's Pledge, which I don't really recommend now that I think about it. And also in the beginning, you know, being very greedy for that 12 slot build or 3 row build, whatever you want to call it, probably hurt us by not having as much life. And of course, going into barracks without Fireball, yeah, getting to level 12, just even if you got all your runes from Countess, might be a bit of a smoother ride. But no matter what you really decide to do, it's pretty solid in general. And that's what you want to do. Yeah. Good stuff. Hope you guys learned a lot in this guide. GG. Everyone, YouTube, remember you can always catch me at www.twitch.tv/darkhumility. If you want to catch me for a variety of Diablo 2 content, usually 6 to 7 days a week. You can always catch this guide and other guides in LOD guide section. We also have a Project Diablo 2 guide section, guides as well. Hope you guys do well. Smash it. D2R comes out. Or for any classic BattleNet reset. And get rich. Because methods are there. It's always capable. Always capable. Yeah, this is Pluggy. This is the Pluggy mod. Guys. Let's go. Get on that and get on that best farming method from the very beginning. See you guys next time. Dark Humility over and out.